our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at Amco. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Friday to all you in the Valley. Tonight, how about some basketball? The Phoenix Mercury and Las Vegas Aces will meet in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals in Vegas. The Mercury are looking for their 4th championship in franchise history, and the Phoenix Suns are back in our lives tonight. Their first preseason game is in Palm Desert against the Lakers. The Suns will be without Mark Williams and Jalen Green tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sunday, the Cardinals will look to get back to above 500 against the winless Tennessee Titans. And with James Conner lost for the year and Trey Benson on IR, they'll look for bigger performances from Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. And here was Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald on Marv.
I think that second half of that game on Thursday was the best thing that could happen to him. I think his ability to continue to improve and get better is still really good.
Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 10 on Sunday here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Show the world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
All right, so you know the old saying, thank God it's Friday, and how bad it's become a cliche?
Oh, yeah.
Not today, Vinny. Not today. Thank God it's Friday.
This was the first.
Not a cliche today.
This was the first 17-day week I can
Felt
remember.
like it.
Yeah.
Felt like it.
Good. It wasn't just me.
No, it wasn't just you.
We're all in this boat together.
Jared, that is a very, very ridiculous shirt you have on today.
See, I actually thought I like
you
that
like
shirt.
that?
Like out of all the shirts he's worn this week.
I liked yesterday's paintball splatter
Really?
the best. Oh yeah.
But see that I'm glad you brought this up because listeners, please go to YouTube right now. Go to search Arizona Sports. Watch us live. You can see my shirts every day. You can comment on them. You can insult me. You can compliment me.
I'm asking you to model because you can only see shoulders up. So let's keep the microphone on. Keep talking.
I'm gonna stand up here. Show the shirt. How would you describe it for the ridiculous people who are not watching on YouTube? How would you describe it?
It looks like a chocolate, strawberry, raspberry parfait with flowers thrown into it.
Doesn't that sound wonderful?
I was going to say,
that's pretty good, Vinny.
What a way to start a Friday. Can I say last night was the end of Yom Kippur. We were doing the break fast with all my family and stuff. And I was talking to my 23 and 16-year-old cousins about the generation gap game. And I was telling them the concept and stuff, and then I was saying, okay, you got to help me out with new slang because that's the hardest thing is trying, because I don't know it. I have to look it up myself. So I was telling them the ones that we have done so far, and I was like, we did cap and bussin' and mog. They rolled their eyes so far back in their heads that I think it came out their noses.
That those aren't even
said,
new
"Oh,
anymore.
That's so old. You sound like an old man trying to be young."
Wow, that's great.
So I got a little
That's pretty good.
A little intel, but even like when I'm trying to be, you know, that almost makes you seem older when you're trying to be young. So I get all these things from lists on the internet of for parents of Gen Z kids. This is words you need to know. But apparently it's outdated. It's a year old. It's 2 years old.
Didn't you also use, didn't we do Shugi or Chugi?
We did Chugi as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what those things are. There's something going on right now that's very popular with the young folk.
Oh, here we go.
This 6'7" thing.
Oh, yeah. See, I was hoping you guys weren't wise to that yet.
No, I was curious about it, so I watched videos and I looked it up to see what it meant.
And you still don't know.
And I still don't understand.
That's the whole thing. You can't define what it means. It's.
But it is the most popular.
Oh, by far.
It is the first thing that both of them said when I asked them to give me an example.
What is this?
Oh, I hear that from my little guy a lot.
You haven't heard about this?
Maybe I didn't know. Maybe I didn't hear what you said. What is
6'7"?
6'7".
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
It's done just to say something or just to like confuse adults or something.
That's what it is. This never ceases to amaze me. The dictionary is about that big, like really big. You don't need new words. There's an abundance of them, and yet it's the rebellion. It's how the young generation
always has been though
rebels from the older.
You know what I say to
people.
that, Bick? Gag me with a spoon.
There's some early love for Jarrett's shirt in the YouTube chat.
Really?
By the way,
Really?
Yeah. Victor says, "Send me the link for that shirt."
Oh, come on, Victor.
And then Troy says, "That shirt isn't too bad." And then William said, "He's only here for Jarrett's shirt."
You hear that? See that? Everybody, go on YouTube throughout the day. Watch me. We have a separate shirt cam.
Shirt cam.
All right, we've got a WNBA Finals game tonight, folks. I hope it's going to be as exciting as the press conference that will precede it. That's all I have to say. Kathy Engelbert's talking before Game 1 tonight. That's going to get interesting. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Game 1 of the WNBA Finals is on tap tonight in Las Vegas with the Aces hosting the Phoenix Mercury. Mercury just 4 wins away from winning their 4th NBA title. That's right, it's a best of 7 this year. Vegas in the finals for the 3rd time in the last 4 seasons. They won back-to-back crowns in 2022 and 2023. Aces won 3 of the 4 games between the teams this year, including the last 3. Tonight's game gets underway at 5 o'clock. ESPN has the TV coverage. Game 2 will be Sunday at noon on ABC, and then the series will shift back to Phoenix. The Cardinals' Thursday injury report included 2 players. Receivers Zay Jones and Simi Fehoko both returning as full participants, both players recovering from concussions. Defensive lineman Darius Robinson once again did not practice. He's been on the sidelines with a pectoral injury. Cardinals trying to snap a 2-game skid when they host the winless Tennessee Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Titans making only their 2nd trip to State Farm Stadium. Cardinals won the first meeting back in 2017. Cardinals have also won the last 3 overall between the teams. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage starts at 8:30 a.m. Kickoff at 1:05 with Dave Pash, AQ Shipley, and Paul Calvisi on the call.
Speaking of Paul Calvisi, see that mustache he's sporting?
Mustache? The mustache is back?
Well, at least in that pop-up commercial that's on.
Yeah, I think that was a
that's old?
A preseason
okay.
thing.
He does it.
Yeah.
He does it for a reason, but I can't remember. He does it every year, and it's just horrible.
I thought you were going to say it's spectacular.
We got a doozy on Thursday Night Football last night. The injury-ravaged San Francisco 49ers found a way to beat the Rams in L.A. 26-23 in overtime. Rams rallied from 14 points down, tied the game for the 2nd time with 2 seconds left on Joshua Carty's 48-yard field goal to send it to OT. 49ers then got an Eddie Pinheiro field goal to take the lead and came up with a huge 4th down stop of Kyron Williams on 4th down at the 49ers' 11-yard line as the Rams are trying to drive for the winning touchdown. Mac Jones, McCorkle, 3-0 as a starter in relief of Brock Purdy, 342 yards, 2 touchdowns. 49ers somehow moved to 4-1, the Rams 3-2.
Can't wait to talk about this game for a lot of reasons.
There's a lot to talk about. Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson already missed practice on Wednesday. The two-time MVP again did not practice Thursday and was joined on the DNP list by Pro Bowl safety Kyle Hamilton, who hurt his groin in practice on Wednesday. The Ravens have limped to a 1-3 start and host the Houston Texans on Sunday. If there's a definition of desperation in the NFL right now, it is the Baltimore Ravens. Commanders will be without wide receiver Terry McLaurin for Sunday's road game against the Chargers because of a lingering quad injury. Commanders flew to L.A. on Thursday. How about that? They fly to L.A. on a Thursday for a Sunday game. What are they, taking a vacation? Jaden Daniels was on the flight, so he could be in line to return to the field after missing 2 games. 25th ranked Arizona State Sun Devils have the weekend off. The Arizona Wildcats back at home in Tucson, hosting the Mike Gundy-less Oklahoma State Cowboys Saturday at noon. Wildcats are favored by 20.5 points. That's a huge spread.
But what about their uniforms?
Who, U of A's?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. What are they wearing? Are they wearing something special?
Aren't they? They're wearing like a sandstormish kind of uniforms.
Let me look.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Is that
this week?
I saw them revealed, and they have the logo on the helmet is one I really like, but on a helmet it looks weird. It's the
there were people saying it looks
one.
too much like Utah's uniforms.
Yes, that's exactly what my friend said.
Yeah.
Man, big breaking uniform news to me.
Man, I cannot believe that.
And it's also
I cannot believe
they're also
that.
like a shorter jersey with like red underneath it, and yeah, it's like bright.
Oh,
one of
those are sick.
Well, I hope they get better.
Oh,
man.
Actually,
it kind of looks like mine.
What?
Those are sweet.
I'm hip with the lingo.
6'7".
Yeah, exactly.
6'7" Riz, baby.
Yo, that's exactly what I was thinking, Bick. Skibbity. That game will be televised by TNT and True TV. The NAU Lumberjacks are ranked 13th in FCS. They've got a huge game at Walkup Sky Dome. They host 5th-ranked Montana State at 2 o'clock in Flagstaff. Suns make their preseason debut tonight in Palm Desert against the Lakers. We knew Mark Williams wouldn't play. Thursday, we learned that Jalen Green won't play. He'll be held out with a low-grade hamstring strain.
Great.
7 o'clock tonight, you can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Suns also exercised the third-year option on forward Ryan Dunn's contract for the 26-27 season. And they'll be playing in a building with a new name. It was unveiled yesterday. The Suns and Mercury will play at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Yeah, it just rolls right off the tongue.
After a 10-year naming rights deal was announced Thursday, Mortgage Matchup is an arm of Suns owner Matt Ishbia's United Wholesale Mortgage, the largest mortgage lender in the United States.
We don't have time, but I'm confused by this whole thing.
The building, which opened in 1992, has its 7th different name. Wild card round is over in Major League Baseball playoffs. The Tigers, they get the last laugh with a 6-3 win in Game 3 over the Guardians. Dylan Dingler broke up a 1-1 tie in the 6th with a solo home run, and the Tigers then jumped on Cleveland's bullpen for 5 runs in the 7th. They'll move on to face Seattle. Yankees through to the ALDS. 4-0 shutout win over the Red Sox. Rookie right-hander Cam Schlittler was the story. 8 scoreless innings, 12 strikeouts. Yankees move on to face Toronto, and in the National League, the Cubs advanced with a 3-1 win over the Padres. 6 Chicago pitchers and 1 umpire held the Padres lineup in check. Cubs move on to face the Brewers in the NLDS. All 4 of those series start tomorrow. And one note from the Diamondbacks, Tyler Locklear needs surgery on both his elbow and shoulder. Locklear suffered a torn ligament in his left elbow and needs labrum repair in his left shoulder. Both injuries stemming from a collision at first base with Boston's Connor Wong, as Locklear tried to field a wild throw from third baseman Jordan Lawler back on September 7th.
Wow.
That's devastating. Trying to bail out your teammate, and now you got 2 surgeries coming.
That's absolutely brutal.
There is your splash on this jam-packed Friday, October 3rd. Coming up next, it's only Game 5, but this Sunday's matchup could be a dreaded must-win. for the Tennessee Titans. And that's coming straight from Jared Carlin, who hates that saying.
A must-win for the Tennessee Titans?
No, that's not what I wrote.
Oh.
Against the Tennessee Titans.
I botched. It's only Game 5, but is this Sunday's matchup versus the Titans already the dreaded must-win?
Yeah,
I got confused.
It's okay. All right.
Check out Jared's shirt.
I mean, probably for the Titans, too. They're 0-4.
Yeah, well, their coach is going to get fired if they don't win. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done, but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
I mean, they're in Denver versus a good football team. It's a 1-score game in the fourth quarter. Houston, it's 6-0 late in the third. They're on defense. Houston's backed up. It's 2nd and 33. Got a chance to get out of that and tie the game. Indy generated some explosive plays and put a bunch of points up on the board. That one, that got a little bit away from them, I think, in the third. And the Rams, they're up in that game in the second half versus the LA Rams. So, say what you want. Any team, I laugh, like, talk to people around the league and even us, like, you're a couple plays away from your record being significantly different, better or worse. That's reality in the NFL. I talked to the team today. It's not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals. And before we react to Jonathan Gannon's statement on the Tennessee Titans, I want to say good morning on this Red Friday to our great listeners out in the East Valley and Chandler
Chandler
Jones sometimes.
Chris Chandler.
Chandler Bing. Chandelier.
Chandler.
We appreciate you, Chandler.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Jonathan Gannon asked if Tennessee is better than what their record shows. We know the drill. They're going to say nice things. I went back and I watched the Tennessee-Houston game yesterday, and I can unequivocally say no. They are not better than what their record shows.
I think about what Jonathan Gannon says all the time, believe it or not, that football teams like the Cardinals, like many others, you could be 4-0. You could be 0-4. You're 2-2. How are we supposed to feel about it? Yeah, a play here, a play there would markedly change the way you think and talk about a certain football team, but that's part of the deal. This sport is larger than life. These games are larger than life. Their meaning is extrapolated, and it's what makes the NFL so popular. It's overreaction to everything. And there's some truth to it. But the bottom line also in football, it's all about results.
Yes.
It's the sport where the results are what you are.
I will agree with one thing that Jonathan Gannon said. I think the Titans stink. I saw it with my own two eyes. What he said was factually correct. It was a 6-0 game late. They end up losing that game 26-0 to the Texans. But that doesn't mean the Titans can't win this game. To me, rewind to week 2. Cardinals home opener against Carolina. Did we expect it? Oh, this is going to be an easy win. It's got to be, right? Carolina's no good. They were up 27-3 and had to hang on for dear life. Every week is perilous in the NFL.
Yep.
And I don't think the Cardinals can concern themselves at all with what Tennessee has done. Obviously, from a schematic standpoint, X's and O's, tendencies, you have to know those things. But their issues are internal.
Yeah.
They got to look from within to figure out what's going on with this offense. And if they do, they're going to be okay. If we come in here on Monday morning and we're talking, how did the Cardinals run for 38 yards in this game? They're in big trouble.
Yeah. No, listen. And so I spent an hour plus watching Kurt Warner's video on offense. What do they call it? He calls it ball talk or something.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen
I know
him
he's got
on
a
Twitter.
couple different series.
So I watched the whole thing, and it's interesting because you can see there are some instances where the Cardinals, where Kyler Murray is not doing what a quarterback is supposed to do. He's not staying in the pocket long enough, and his jitteriness, is that a word?
It is now.
His happy feet in the pocket trick his receivers into think he's scrambling, so they break off their routes, and then he delivers a throw, and sometimes that is the root of the lack of communication. There are also plays, as we have noted, too often where two wide receivers or two pass catchers on the Cardinals seem to be running in paths to crash into one another.
There's a lot of room on the field, yet you wouldn't know it by watching some of those plays.
Yeah.
Because when the ball is delivered, there's two receivers in the same general area.
Right. So there's all sorts of little things, little details that are occasionally sabotaging this offense. I would like to see a clean game. I would like to see what McCorkle Jones and Kyle Shanahan just threw on the Rams. Crisp, clean, down the field. Make it look easy.
Down the field.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Those are things. We're going to get more into this a little bit later on in the hour. Look, the Titans offense is obviously struggling. This is a matchup of struggling offenses. Going back and watching that game, if we go back to last Friday, one of the things that I couldn't understand about the Cardinals was when they finally started to get a little bit of success in the second half, the play calling, again, it's like, hey, we just had a positive play for a first down on a pass play down the field. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Let's run a flea flicker. Didn't work.
That's right.
The Titans did the same exact thing on their first drive. They had a 33-yard pass that actually looked like real professional football, and then it ran a flea flicker. Totally stunted the drive. They missed a field goal, and they never came close to scoring again.
Yeah, it's It's interesting to me why so many offensive coordinators feel compelled to go into the trick bag just when things are working. Maybe you think as a play caller, I've got this defense on ice skates, now is the perfect time to do it. But you end up sabotaging your own momentum.
Yeah, because if the defense makes a play there, as an offense, you've shot yourself in the foot.
Right.
When it comes to Cam Ward, his comments obviously after last week's game against Houston went viral. A lot of reaction from his teammates on that, including Cody Barton, their leading tackler.
We talked to him. He didn't mean it. I mean, it came off bad.
Yeah.
We knew what he meant, but we just told him, you got to be careful with your words. And that's that. There's no, we're with Cam. He's one of our teammates. We all love him, and so there's no animosity or anything like that towards him.
Last week, 10 of 26, 108 yards and an interception. He's been under pressure a lot. He is very, very mobile, so he can get out of a lot of stuff. If he wasn't, he'd be sacked 100 times. He's still on track to be sacked over 70 times this year. And what his tendency is, and a lot of the times so far, Cam Ward highlights are him getting out of the pocket, rolling to his right, throwing completely across the field. It's worked. He does it a lot. If I'm Nick Rawlis, I'm baiting him into those types of throws across the field to try to force some turnovers.
It's very, very odd because the Titans allegedly have a good offensive line, and they've got a great offensive line coach. And yet they're struggling mightily in that department.
The Cardinals supposedly had a good offensive line and a new offensive line coach, and they're struggling in that department too. Not necessarily from a pass protection standpoint, as we've talked. We'll have a lot more on Cardinals Titans as the Friday show continues. The WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday, and you could be in the crowd. Text FINALS to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be part of it. Text FINALS to 620-620 now. Coming up next, probably not a good thing to have 40% of your starting lineup hurt before preseason begins, but that's the boat the Phoenix Suns are in. We'll tell you more about it on the day of their preseason opener. Next, it's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and the big focus in America today is on personal health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery and looking at QC Kinetics that have been on the cutting edge of a medical revolution since 2018 by using advanced regenerative medicine. They have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. And folks, this stuff really works. I've leaned on QC Kinetics a couple of times. They helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. Now I've got a real bad case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, I am markedly better. This is what people are getting from QC Kinetics. They've got a patient satisfaction report of 92%, and that also includes former NFL great Emmitt Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with all that chronic joint pain he has encountered after that career in the NFL. Go learn more about these cutting-edge treatments that can really help you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Timbers are flaring is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located in the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are two big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. WNBA Finals Game 1 between the Mercury and Aces is tonight in Vegas. Tip-off will be at 5. Suns fans, tonight is your first chance to get a look at this new Suns team, their first preseason game in Palm Desert at 7 p.m. tonight, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear is to undergo shoulder and elbow surgery this offseason. His timetable is unclear, but is expected to be back next season. Week 5 in the NFL got underway last night. The 49ers went to LA and shocked the Rams in overtime, 26-23. As for the Cardinals, they will have the Tennessee Titans Sunday morning at 10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah, I think just a little update on Jalen. Jalen does have a low-grade hamstring strain that he won't play, obviously, tomorrow. He'll be with us in China. He'll do what he can to see where we're at the end of the preseason, but we know the goal is that 22nd, so he does have that diagnosed yesterday.
And you guys are confident that he'll be ready for the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are always a little tricky, so seems to have good strength, and the strength is improving already, so in a good place, and we'll just continue to monitor.
That is Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, giving the update on guard Jalen Green, who doesn't get hurt, but he's hurt.
And that's the one guy more than anybody that I wanted to see play tonight.
Yeah, look, there's a lot to be made about all these new pieces, all these new faces. How is it going to come together? Everybody's looking at the relationship between Devin Booker and Jalen Green on the court. How is this going to work? So reps matter. So getting reps for even 12 minutes together tonight would have been valuable.
Yeah.
In real game situation. They won't get it. Jalen Green is one of only 5 players in the NBA who's played in every game for his team in the last 2 seasons. It's him, it's Mikal Bridges, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Harrison Barnes, and Buddy Hield. That's the list.
Wow.
So after what Suns fans went through with previous iterations and former players who are no longer here that weren't always available, you could point at Jalen Green and say, that guy's going to be out there. And look, he might be available when the season opens here in a few weeks. But it's not a great way to start out. Not a great way to start out.
No, listen.
Because now you got Mark Williams and him sidelined to start.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Preseason.
So the two guys that I think are the most pivotal if this team is going to be something better than awful, and that's my opinion, not yours. I know you're more optimistic than I am. But if they are going to be as good as we hope in year one of this build-out, whatever it is, those are the two guys to me that really have to be good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Mark Williams it's a health issue with him, although I've heard a lot of people troll on his defense recently, whatever. But the Jalen Green thing, that's to me, this is something where I hope that this kid is like really motivated after the first chapter of his career ended the way it did with the Rockets.
Yeah, and he's talked about, hey, he was there when he got there as a really high draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockets were not good. They were in the middle of a rebuild. So in 4 years, he saw the beginnings of the rebuild, and then it paid off in a playoffs appearance last year.
Mm-hmm.
We know about his playoff performance personally in that series. Didn't go very well for him, but that was enough for the Rockets to say, okay, we've seen enough, we're moving on. That'll give somebody a chip on their shoulder.
I would hope, right? And so with the injuries, now it's also the first chance to see skinny Luka.
That is true.
And LeBron James is not playing, so sorry about that, Sammy. I know it's sort of...
it's fine.
DNP old?
Yeah, probably.
It's DNP glute for LeBron James.
Yeah.
But this is also a first chance to look at a Jordan Ott coach basketball team. We've heard a lot of the talk. We've heard a lot about the up-tempo nature of how they are going to play. And this is going to be the first chance to kind of see it.
Well, yes, and to go a little bit more in on that particular subject, there's been a lot of talk on how this team is going to play from Jordan Ott, but really more so from Matt Ishbia, from the very tip top of the organization. We're going to play hard. When you walk out of the arena, we're going to see a team that plays hard. We did not see that very often last year. In fact, it looked weird when it did happen.
That's right.
This is the first opportunity to do that. And I know it's training camp, but this is also a roster where there's a lot of guys that are going to be scrambling to find rotation spots. And this is the first time to make an impression.
That's a good point you just made, that when they really did try hard last year, it almost did look weird. Like, what's that all about?
Like, where's this been?
Yeah, where's this been?
And
what's gotten into you guys?
On the rotation spot thing, I guess that is the benefit of two of your starters being out, is that's two more people that will get rotation minutes.
Yeah.
Throughout these preseason games that maybe wouldn't and get a chance to show what they could do. It just sucks that, like you were saying, they're supposed to have this whole new identity, this whole new style of play, and you're missing two of the guys you need to build chemistry with to get that.
Here's Jordan Ott was asked, hey, did you hit all of the items on your training camp checklist heading into the preseason?
I think it started a while ago.
Sure.
I think the conditioning piece, so they're physically ready to withstand what comes in a game. This game is not easy to play physically. And then just to prep the group that this is baseline. Like, we have a lot of stuff to put in. We want to continue to build this thing out, layer it. And I do think we have a good foundation. But now it's time to prove it against someone else. Like, you play sons on sons. They know your actions. They know your terminology. So it's good to play another team. And I'm sure they'll present their own challenges of what they're doing offensively for our defense.
Yeah, he was also asked, hey, what is your curiosity level with this team as the head coach?
Giant. I think that's the best part of this for all of us. It's not just coaches or staff or management, it's for the players. They want to go out there. They've worked all summer to put themselves in a better spot than they were when last season ended. So I think it's everyone. The anxiousness of going out and playing, I felt that today, waking up like, okay, I wish we could fast forward to tomorrow and have it be game day. So we're excited that we get to play early in this preseason. That's good. And then again, see exactly where we stand against another team.
Yeah, preseason started yesterday. There's a bunch of international games going on. Suns will be part of that next week when they go to China. But the Knicks and the Sixers played in Abu Dhabi yesterday. There's games going on in Australia, so it's here. It is here.
As Sammy said at the start of the show, the Suns are back in our lives starting tonight.
They're back in our lives.
Yeah. And again, they're blessed with low expectations, right? And Obviously, the results of preseason basketball do not matter, but I do think that people are going to be looking for some of the things you mentioned. Is there really a try-hard factor? Is the energy of this team palpable? Are they really going to be a disruptive basketball team, or is that just talk?
Mm-hmm. I do wonder how much low expectations and watching the team that try hard, how long will that carry them throughout the season if they're not winning? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're
with
saying.
The fan base,
Yeah.
like it'd be great to see them play really hard, play really scrappy, play good teams really well, lose some close games.
I think it builds credibility. I think it builds goodwill among the fan base because look at all they have to do is look back to last year. They didn't play hard and didn't win. I mean, one of those two things has to happen.
Right. But you could say that you have low expectations, which everyone does, and I think most Suns fans are realistic. But it's still, 30, 40, 50, 60 games into the season. If you're really struggling, the frustrations start even with low expectations if you try to be realistic. I don't know.
Well, listen, I think you're being too obtuse about this because there are many shades of losing, and because I know what you're saying. When you're comparing it to the Jonathan Gannon Cardinals that went 4-13, and somehow people were happy with all of that, but it was only one game a week. In basketball, you might be stacking up a lot of losses, and if things go really, really poorly, and say you lose 60-plus games, well, and I don't think it's going to be that bad.
No, I don't think so either.
But it could be.
You could see them losing 50 games, though.
I certainly can, and if they do that, it's then the color and the look of those games are going to matter.
Yeah.
Are they trying hard every night regardless? The teams that are able to do that, the teams that are able to play hard every night while the losses stack up in year one of a rebuild are teams that are convinced we've got a young core, we really believe in this coaching staff, we really believe in the leadership, this is going somewhere.
Yeah.
And we're going to take our lumps now, but everybody who's beating on us now, there's going to be payback coming for y'all.
Well, there's a copycat element to the NBA. And go back and watch the NBA Finals. And one of the takeaways from the NBA Finals was, good Lord, these teams play hard.
Yeah, and they play in waves, and they're right, and they're big, and the Suns have added size. But is it quality size? Will it be available size?
Going real quick back to the splash this morning. Mortgage Matchup Center. You said you were confused by this, Jarrett. What does that mean?
Because it's just the owner's other company.
Right. So
sponsoring.
It's like.
It's just transferring money from one of his companies to the other company.
I mean, well. When you talk about ownership transferring money in the NBA to companies,
I don't mean it.
It's a little weird these days.
Yes, nothing shady or illegal.
Just like the situation in Cleveland.
It's
Dan
just
Gilbert owns the Cavaliers, and he also owns Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, believe me, it's just like the situation in Cleveland. Do you think he didn't want to have his mortgage name on his building after that? But it's just weird. Like he negotiated with him because they said they had other bids, but he went with his own bid. So what did he negotiate with himself to get the number above the...
Did he even charge himself for it? I mean, do you have to? I don't know.
There's numbers involved with it.
Probably rules involved in that.
I would think. So you think a 50-loss season is no way that's going to happen to them?
That's 32 and 50. That doesn't seem
think
crazy.
they're in the 32 to 36 win range right now. So if it's the low end, 32 is 50 losses.
Yeah. Because most people have them as the third or second worst team in the Western Conference.
No.
Does it shock you I'm the optimist?
No.
Yeah.
What do you got them 62 and 20?
No. I just think a team I think we're downplaying a little how good Devin Booker can be this year.
Look, I'm
not downplaying that.
You don't have to convince me. I think he's going to be in contention for the scoring title. But there's a reason why they play the games, too. Nobody expected them to win 36 games
100%.
last year with that roster.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
Coming up next, did a barn burner between the Rams and 49ers expose just how far away the Cardinals really are in the NFC West? We'll get into that and more next as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You should have real high expectations when purchasing a new car. You should demand a great experience, a very good price, and you should get a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. Talking about a family-run business for 58 years, and they do things differently at Chapman BMW in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. It's a great reflection of the Chapman brand and a family that cares about their people. They also have high-end inventory and inventory available for everybody. BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. So if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Go to Chapman BMW, find what you like, take a test drive, then make sure you get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures every listener of this radio station is going to get a smoking hot deal. You can find them online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
I can't say enough about the guys. They were unbelievable. We talked how long this game was going to be, how focused we had to be, how competitive we had to be for the entire time, and started out great. But, it was a good team. They tightened it up, got real tight then, lost a number of dudes who we had to overcome, losing 2 D linemen in that game, and the D line still stepping it up big. Alfred getting that strip at the end. It was a huge character win. We've been in tight ones how many have we had? All 5 of them. Had a chance to pull out last week. We didn't. Pulled this one out, and can't be more proud of the guys.
Yeah, the San Francisco 49ers have played 5 games. 5 one-score games are 4-1. Last night's win was probably the most impressive of the bunch, quite honestly, considering what they were up against on a short week in L.A., which is not the hardest place to play. It was mostly 49ers fans in attendance. But I found that to be a highly entertaining football game between 2 teams I don't like. I thought that was great Thursday night theater.
Yeah, listen, I thought it was an awesome game. It did not go at all the way I expected it to go, obviously. Funny story. So I was I needed a wide receiver very badly for my fantasy team, and nobody wants to hear about people's fantasy football teams, but there's a point to the story. So I had to go replace my wide receiver one, Malik Neighbors, who got injured. I've always liked Kendrick Bourne as a player because he's just this really joyous guy who is always smiling. He's always happy. He's got great energy, and he was right there, and I'm like, I really like this guy, but there's no way the 49ers are going to do anything against the Rams defense.
McCorkle to Bourne?
That's what I thought to myself. So I was literally having mental gymnastics going, if I pick Kendrick Bourne for my fantasy team and take him off waivers, I'm going to have to pick the 49ers to win, and I don't think that's going to happen. And sure enough, they didn't just win. They just took the ball and went right down the field twice to start the game. What a night for Mac Jones. My opinion of that dude has done a 180. I like this guy a lot. Yep. You talk about gritty. The end of that Cardinals game, he could barely walk, and it mattered to him so much to play. He won that game, and he was weeping on the sidelines that he got through it. And last night, he was destroyed.
There was the play where he got hit by the defensive lineman and immediately grabbed his calf or his knee. And the way that his body, he kind of flopped while he was down, but his knee didn't move. And you're thinking, they go to commercial, you're thinking, oh, he's done. He's not going to play.
Yeah.
He's not coming back from that. There was the camera shot of the third-string quarterback. I don't even know who the third-string quarterback is.
Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, right.
Here was McCorkle Jones after the big win.
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I've been in his position. I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not.
Yeah, I had a lot of the same thoughts that you did. He looks good to me.
He looks better than Brock Purdy to me.
So is this the newest? It's a short sample size, but is this the next example of Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, these guys who you thought were, busts, and it just turns out they needed a different situation and they revived their career?
Well, it's a great point. What it does is it reveals the utter dysfunction that exists in many NFL organizations. When you get guys like that, when you get Baker Mayfield, who goes to Carolina and looks terrible, and now he looks like a top 10 quarterback, that's Jared Goff. Getting when the Lions were good versus not good, when the Lions were so there's a lot of things like this. You look at Mac Jones. There's the people who follow the 49ers know this. When they traded up for that number 3 pick, there are people who believe that Mac Jones is the quarterback that Kyle Shanahan originally wanted and was talked into Trey Lance. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's a story that floats around the 49ers quite a bit. And you could see that those two guys, Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones, philosophically, they really fit. That's obvious.
Well, he's not calling plays to hide Mac Jones. He's letting it all hang out. Kyle Shanahan was last night.
Yeah.
He's not calling plays to protect him. He's running the same offense that Brock Purdy was heading while he was healthy, and nothing seemed to skip a beat.
And
go
ahead, Jarrett.
I was going to say, the irony might not be the right word, but that they were so seemingly reluctant to pay Brock Purdy for 2 years that it felt like they really had to be talked into it.
Mm-hmm.
They finally did it at the last moment before the season, and then it's looking like they might have 2 quarterbacks now. I don't know what they do.
I think what's more likely to happen is that Mac Jones is getting himself a job for next year. Somebody's going to give him a starting role. And let's not forget, Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback who wins a ton of football games and has been playing with multiple injuries even when he's been on the field this year.
It's true.
We can't forget that.
It's true.
On the flip side of it, tough loss for the Rams.
Oh.
I love the fact that McVay was going for the win in overtime because I think if they kick that field goal, McCorkle and the 49ers have way too much time to
They
get
had
in
over
a field
3
goal.
minutes.
They had way too much time.
They would have gone down and won the game.
It was the right maneuver.
They had over 3 minutes to drive 15 yards to get into field goal range.
But Sean McVay, with the timeout situation, there was a timeout called, and you think, all right, maybe he's going to draw something up, or they're going to bring on the field goal team. He decided to go for it, and he called the most vanilla running play you could ever imagine to Kyron Williams. He gets stuffed. Game over. Here was McVay on the decision to go for it on 4th.
Thought about maybe trying to draw him off sides. I took one. They took the other, and it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, and he's going to get roasted for it. But he also said in that press conference, bad call by me. It was a poor decision by me right there. And he put his team in a blanky place is what he said.
I've never seen Sean McVay more livid after a game than he was last night. And I think it's more than the play that he called, even though it was very vanilla and a very failed call. I think it's getting flexed on by Kyle Shanahan. And I also think the scene in that stadium has got to drive him insane. I mean, the Rams have won a Super Bowl in Los Angeles. And for the 49ers fans to take over SoFi like that.
They're not the only team that takes over SoFi.
I know, but that was for a division rival like that.
It happens all the time.
So I'm sure that had to, all of that stuff together had to really eat at him. And on the flip side, Mac Jones after the game talked about how Kyle Shanahan came up to him before the game and said, "Can you believe it? The line has moved to 8.5. Can you believe how little people believe in us?" Apparently he was really bothered by how that betting line on that game kept moving in the wrong direction.
And Mac Jones was like, I didn't see it. I have no idea
I don't know what you're talking about, Coach, but I'll get mad with you. I'll be right there with you.
One final point, one of the biggest defensive plays of the year, if not the biggest, was that punch-out fumble forced by Alfred Collins.
I'm glad you brought that up.
And you've been talking about the 49ers rookies making these big contributions, and when's it coming here in Arizona? That was a gigantic play.
Here's the other thing about that play. Okay, I'll have to save it, but it's very poignant. All right, Jarrett.
We'll say that's what we call a tease.
That's a tease. I'll save it.
I love it. Coming up next, after getting a reprieve for a disappointing 2025 season, will Torey Lovullo change his managerial style next year? We'll hear what the Diamondbacks manager had to say on that and more next. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride. Be there.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Mark your calendars for Saturday, October 4th at 6 p.m. for the Beatitudes Campus Gala. Beatitudes Campus is dedicated to its mission of igniting purpose and vibrancy throughout life's journey. Celebrate 6 decades of community, care, and connection at Beatitudes Campus on October 4th for an evening of music, candlelight dining, and stories that inspire. Proceeds go towards enhancing the programs and services that help residents thrive. Get your tickets at beatitudescampus.org. That's beatitudescampus.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, how about some basketball? The Phoenix Mercury and Las Vegas Aces meet in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals in Vegas. The Mercury will be looking for their 4th championship in franchise history. And the Phoenix Suns are back in our lives. Their first preseason game is tonight in Palm Desert against the Lakers. The Suns will be without Mark Williams and Jalen Green tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sunday, the Cardinals will look to get back above 500 against the winless Tennessee Titans. And with James Conner lost for the year and Trey Benson on IR, they'll look for bigger performances from Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. Here was Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald on Marvin Harrison Jr.
I think that second half of that game on Thursday was the best thing that could happen to him. I think his ability to continue to improve and get better is still really good.
Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 10 on Sunday morning right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke with Jalen Green out for the Suns' preseason opener. What are we going to be watching for when they take on the Lakers in Palm Springs? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I am completely unsatisfied and echo with what Ken said. We set a standard here. We won 89 games last year. We went to the World Series the year before. We're supposed to do things here, and that's what I told the guys before I left in San Diego. I said, when we come back next year, I just want you to know my thought is we're making the playoffs. And if you're not aligned with that, I'm going to sniff you out, and you're not going to be here. So you better be on board with where I'm thinking and where I want this to go.
That is Torey Lovullo. Some strong words yesterday in his season-ending visit with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports. Got a lot of attention to say that, hey, if you're not on board with our playoff vision, I'll sniff you out. You're not going to be here.
Yeah.
And part of the initial reaction to that was, yeah, but you can sniff them out, but then you got to run it by a committee to see if that player is going to be here or not.
That's it.
Because Torey himself outlined that, hey, this isn't like when I played for Sparky Anderson, and he told me if I'm a bad teammate, I'm going to be out.
Uh-huh.
It just doesn't work that way anymore.
That sounded a little out of character for Torey to say that, to be quite honest.
It did. And look.
Like he was playing the tough guy there.
When the Diamondbacks made the announcement on Monday that Torey was going to be back for the final year of his contract in 2026, some people thought, hey, fly by the seat of your pants. Change it up. What do you got to lose, Torey? Manage more with your gut or emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that was the first sign of things changing. I don't know. But it is good to hear that they still have those aspirations to make the postseason. Because what we've learned in this postseason, and I think we learn this every year to a degree, and everybody wants to focus on, well, no Corbin Burns. And yeah, there's a couple of really key bullpen arms that won't be available next year for most of the year. But losing a key pitcher doesn't necessarily have to mean a death sentence for a team. Look at the teams that are left. Cubs lost Justin Steele in April.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Wheeler gone from the Phillies in August.
Big
Yankees lost Garrett Cole. He never pitched this year.
Yep.
Dodgers, and to a lesser degree, I mean, it's been a few years, but Tony Gonsolin once went 16-1 with a low ERA in the low twos for the Dodgers. He was lost after 5 starts, and they've had every pitcher on the injured list. So it doesn't have to be the death sentence.
No, of course not. Of course not. Mike Hazen is very good at what he does. He'll make some trades. He'll take some chances on some veterans. They'll give some young guys a shot. No, there's nothing that says next year is already lost.
No,
that's ridiculous. That's a terrible defeatist attitude.
That's the attitude that exists in places like Chicago with the White Sox and in Pittsburgh and in Colorado. And once you get into that territory, there's no getting out of it. And the Diamondbacks are nowhere close to that thinking.
No. Because again, listen, they just reached a high water mark for attendance in 17 years, and they don't want to lose that grip. They've got a very engaged fan base. I don't know what the attrition is going to be from this past season, but I think the emergence of Geraldo Perdomo makes people feel like we have got the core of a really good team here.
And they do. I mean, Perdomo's going to be back. Carroll's going to be back. We think Ketel Marte is going to be back, but that's pretty formidable. And if you count on some improvement from some of the younger players, the Locklear news is not good. For him to require 2 surgeries for a guy who struggled after he got his opportunity, that's not an ideal way to start things out.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he was going to be the answer there anyways.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been given first crack.
It's not necessarily a big loss. Is what I'm saying.
About the different approach, Burns and Gambo asked that question to Torey Lovullo. When it comes to covering for his players, will he take a different approach next year?
Point well taken. But, they're like my kids, and I want to protect them. And, at some point, you're right, I got to take the gloves off a little bit and say this is what's happened and here's the reality of it. During the course of the season, I'm not using a reliever because he's got an injection and he can't throw it for 2 days or 3 days. I don't necessarily want to start spraying that around for the competitive advantage or disadvantage it may create when we're facing a team in a couple of days. So, I would pick and choose my times. And, the interesting part about the Perdomo bunt is, a month and a half ago, I didn't bunt him against San Diego, and the same people were in an uproar. I bunt him this time, and they say I shouldn't have bunted him. That's crazy making. You can't figure out how to hit on 16 every single time and nail it and get it right. I appreciated where you stood with it, Gambo. You said you should have bunted him against San Diego, and you should have bunted him this time. As long as there's consistency with what people are thinking and what they want to get to, I have no problem with it, and I will talk about it until I'm blue in the face. But protecting the guys is where I come from innately, but a point well taken. Sometimes I do have to take the gloves off and ring some bells externally. What I do internally, nobody knows about. What I do externally is talk about it being a really nice culture, and we're going to figure this out.
Interesting.
Very interesting to me. Well, listen, it's interesting to me, and it's rare to me to hear Torey Lovullo bristle a little bit at some of these criticisms. That's a couple times now he's brought up that Geraldo Perdomo incident. Look, what you did 2.5 months ago is irrelevant to what you're doing in one of the last games of the season in a must-win game.
It's the problem with analytics.
Yeah.
That it doesn't factor in the moment.
Right. That's exactly right. So there's no need to be consistent. You just have to make the right decision. 2.5 months ago, nobody knew Geraldo Perdomo was going to be the force that he is now. So I don't like that.
He drove in 100 runs.
That's what I'm saying. I don't like the. No, the problem isn't me. It's you people criticizing me because you're hypocrites. I don't know. That seems a little bit off to me. I think. It feels to me like the decision to bring back Torey Lovullo has also brought some, I won't say agitation with it, but I feel like particularly from Mike Hazen, there's this belief that, hey, there's a lot of people out there that think that I can't fire this guy because I'm too close friends with him. And that's garbage. That's what Mike Hazen basically effectively said. And now here's Torey saying, the people who are ridiculing me, you got to understand that I'm better than that there's more to it than that. There just seems to be a lot of explaining about what they did rather than, no, this is our guy.
Torey also told the guys yesterday, full staff returning next year.
That's interesting.
So it didn't take even a full week of evaluations for that. And I know, look, we had the Brian Kaplan discussions. First-year pitching coach came in with a different background. We got a chance to talk to him in spring training. It was an interesting conversation. We have this new set of eyes on this pitching staff, but when you look at the results and you got 3 of your top line starters with responsibility goes to them too, but why did they have ERAs over 5 when they hadn't had that in the past? Something to consider. One other thing from Torey's quote in there too. If you hit on 16 every time, somebody at the table is going to throw a drink at you. They don't like that very much. That's why I don't like playing blackjack.
Yeah.
You have to think about everybody else.
I'm
thinking about me.
Right.
Coming up next on the Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, if the Cardinals don't get their offense back on track this week, will they ever? Big burning question. We'll dive into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle. Not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
you're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from Amco. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at Amco. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Bickley and Marotta.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Red Friday.
And on this Red Friday, we give a shout out and a big thank you to our awesome listeners in Cave Creek.
Cave Creek.
Love Cave Creek. Love our listeners in Cave Creek. Thanks for listening out in Cave Creek this morning on Red Friday.
Kickoff by Ryland lands short of the target area, which means Seattle's going to get really good field position here.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
Ryland. I'm begging you, please kick the ball as planned. Ryland. Please don't penalize us if you can. We just came back to tie the game. To blow it now would be a shame. So aim your foot, let's get the offense pinned. Then we can go to overtime. Just kick the football past the line. I know that you can do it now, Ryland. The offense made some better calls, and Marvin caught a lot of balls. I think we can steal this division win. Don't want to start off 0-2. Come on, Chad, we believe in you. I know the kickoff rules are dumb, Ryland. Ryland, 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 Ryland. I'm begging you, please kick the ball as planned. Ryland, 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 Ryland. Please don't penalize us if you can.
There it is. Punctuation. Not bad, Jared.
My favorite.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Wow.
He was kind of, stayed in tune.
Yeah.
Was on with the music.
Okay, yeah. Well, Sammy was bopping to it.
It's almost like country music is easier to perform than other types of music.
Imagine that.
It's almost, yeah, it was my favorite. That was my favorite one Jared's done.
Many people refer to me as the Jewish Dolly Parton.
Do they?
Well, yeah, in so many words.
Uncanny, right?
I can't wait to take the
It's implied mostly.
Can't wait to take the family to Carlinwood sometime. The musical stylings of Jared Carlin here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. We're not going to talk about Ryland. We're going to talk about the offense.
All right.
And the clock is ticking on the Arizona Cardinals to get this offense correct. And there's a lot of pressure, in my opinion, on the offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, who earlier this week took a look at what the offense looks like through the first 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the assessment to me is, did we score more points than the other team? 2 times we did, 2 times we didn't. So there's always going to be room for improvement. I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The first part of that answer about twice we've been able to score more points than our opponents is the opposite of inspiring to me.
I know. And then there are people on the other side who are like, what do you want him to say? Do you really want him to be to show panic, to show anxiety? I'm with you. I would like a little more explanation as to what's holding this offense back. But again, after watching that lengthy breakdown of the Cardinals offense by Kurt Warner, he did a real good job of pointing out the nuances and the little details where this team is failing, and you can see how little things can really conspire to throw an offense off its mark in the NFL.
Yes.
For instance, there's the play that Kyler Murray scrambled, and he scrambled to his right, and Michael Wilson was wide open. It was the first possession of the game, and he underthrew the ball. Kurt kind of pointed out that as soon as Kyler started to scramble out of the pocket, Michael Wilson broke off his route and headed deep in that direction, which is what you're supposed to do. But Kyler wasn't scrambling. He had happy feet. And as a result, he threw the ball where if Michael Wilson would have run a straight line and finished his route, the ball would have been hit him in the hands. But because Michael Wilson thought the quarterback was scrambling, he broke it off a different way. And so I think there's a lot of confusion from the wide receivers when they see their quarterback moving around in the pocket. So I think personally, a couple things about this game this weekend. I think that Kyler Murray has got to stay in the pocket a half second longer. Try to contain the happy feet and give these routes a chance to breathe. That's number one. Number two, the Titans are terrible when dealing with mobile quarterbacks. So the lack of a running game, as it might appear to be a fear for Cardinal fans, Kyler Murray might be able to shoulder a lot of that load himself this weekend. You add it all up, with all the people looking at, okay, it's Drew Petzing's fault. This offense sucks. No, it's Kyler Murray's fault. He can't see his wide receivers. No, it's Marvin Harrison's fault. What's he doing? He's the 4th overall pick. No, it's a fault of the offensive line. They can't run block anymore. That's a lot of fingers pointing in a lot of directions.
It is, but all of those things are ingredients in this big offensive stew for the Cardinals. And we all have had this, and we've shared this in our pre-show meetings. Let's share it now. When you watch other football teams play offense in the NFL, and I've complained that I think offenses are pretty vanilla across the board and pretty tasteless, but the stew that was out there last night, and yeah, Matthew Stafford's on a different level than Kyler Murray. He's flinging the ball all over the place. Mac Jones really didn't throw a ton down the field, but what he did do was stand in the pocket, deliver to receivers in stride, which Jared has brought up several times. That leads to yards after catch, which is leading to explosive plays, which the Cardinals are kind of missing. But the difference in since I use the stew analogy, every other stew seems to taste a little bit more zingy,
zesty.
Yeah, than what the Cardinals stew is offering.
I totally agree with that.
It's a bowl of boiled potatoes.
And you're right. It's not pointing the finger at one person. It's these ingredients just don't mix together right now. They got to figure out a way to make this palatable so you're not throwing away the whole batch.
That's good analogy. I'm sure Jarrett loved it, right? Zesty stew. What better topic for Jarrett to riff on?
Zesty stew, Jarrett.
That sounds delicious with some little lamb and beef chunks. And the good gravy. Good gravy.
Good gravy.
So
what a stew.
How much did you eat last night when you finally broke the fast?
Well, I ate my weight in lox. Let me put it that way.
Did you?
I had 2 bagels, each cut in half, so 4 things. 2 of lox, 1 of tuna fish, and then 1 of, I think it was salami and cheese. So
fantastic.
4, essentially 4 bagels full of stuff.
That's a lot of carbs, my man. All right, so
I want to see a documentary on Jarrett's diet.
And more to the point, so here's the thing too about the Cardinals: they've got to feel the pressure to perform, right? Because you're 2-2, which is fine. You really should be 3-1, given what that schedule was. But watching McCorkle Jones, okay, whatever. This game has got to be this thing has got to be in hand. This has got to be a more than 1 score game. For their own good, for our good, for the mentality, for the mood, for the narrative arc, for the literal arc of this football team, right?
Yeah, it's got to be one of those games where you leave it Sunday and you go, that was a buttoned-up, clean operation.
Yes.
That's it.
But I think it needs to be clean and productive.
Yes.
I mean, shoot past the 20-point threshold. Get into the 30s. Leave no doubt.
Yep.
And I think from a coaching standpoint and a pressure standpoint, Tennessee is going into this game. I think Brian Callahan might be coaching for his job this week.
Could be.
It's been
that bad.
And if not this week, it's just going to make the seat hotter. And I've seen some suggestions that is Jonathan Gannon's seat hot in Arizona. I don't believe that for a second.
No.
But if they have another stumbling offensive performance against maybe the worst team in football at home, the talk is going to get louder, and the seat is going to start to warm up a little bit. And not on Gannon, but maybe on Drew Petzing.
On somebody.
Yeah.
And maybe the Cardinals defense, maybe Nick Rallis can dial up. Maybe they can pressure this young quarterback so much that they force early turnovers, and maybe the defense just takes this game and says, here, offense, let me show you how it's done, right? I don't care how it gets done. This team needs some real momentum. Because after this game, you got some problems coming at you.
Yep. WNBA finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need the fans in loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the crowd. Text finals to 620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Once again, text finals to 620 right now. Coming up next on this Red Friday, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Marotta mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen is joining us right now. You mentioned Torey Lovullo in there. How much did that improbable run after the trade deadline weigh into the decision to bring him back?
I felt like he brings a lot to the table. The work he puts in, it's not a given that a team that loses 8 of its opening day starting players at the deadline with 2 months to go, playing the hardest schedule in baseball from September 1st on, and playing to the last couple days. If I'm going to penalize him for the things that I penalize him for, then I also have to look at the positive stuff too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. WNBA Finals Game 1 between the Mercury and Aces is tonight in Vegas. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. Suns fans, tonight is your first chance to get a look at this new Suns team. Their first preseason game is in Palm Desert at 7, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear is to undergo shoulder and elbow surgery this offseason. His timetable is unclear, but is expected to be back next season. Week 5 in the NFL got underway last night. The 49ers went to LA and shocked the Rams in overtime, 26-23. As for the Cardinals, they have the Tennessee Titans Sunday morning at 10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And this report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories on this Red Friday in Rush Hour reboot form. Here's Sammy to take us through it.
Yes, good morning. It is Friday, fellas. We've made it through another week. We have some big football. We have a big football game on Sunday, but I want to start with some basketball we have tonight.
Yeah.
So the Phoenix Mercury, amidst all of this WNBA conversation and, quote, lack of leadership content, the finals start tonight, and the Mercury, there it is. And the Mercury are in it. With this roster turnover that they went through, what would a championship tell you about this Phoenix Mercury franchise?
Ooh, great question. They have been the shining light of the Arizona sports scene now for a better part of 20 years, right? They've already played in 5. They've lost 2 WNBA finals.
Yes.
It's some people will revel in that. Some people will curse our luck. Why can't we get one in men's basketball? Why can't we get one in football?
Yeah.
You've pointed out like we're the best at the fringe sports.
Yeah.
But Arena League football.
We were a dynasty for a while in that.
Phoenix Rising.
Yeah. It's sort of one of the. I don't want to call it unfortunate because it's good on them for playing and reaching those levels. I also believe, as I've said before, I think if the Mercury could win this and pull this off, Matt Ishbia is going to have a moment where he's holding a championship trophy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not an NBA trophy, but there's going to be pictures in media of him holding a championship trophy, and that's going to be very meaningful to him. For a guy that is getting eviscerated by NBA types who have really taken it too far with their criticism of him.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Sammy, it goes back to the investment that Matt Ishbia made in the Mercury. I mean, they have a state-of-the-art practice facility and office facility unto themselves. After being around since the late 1990s, they finally got this. They weren't afraid, their front office wasn't afraid to completely change the makeup of it. And I know the reaction from a lot of people is, see, the Mercury did it. They turned it around in 1 year. Why can't the Suns do that? They're two different sports.
Yeah, very
There's
much
a
so.
lot more a lot more that needs to go into roster construction in the NBA, and there's a lot more restrictions in place, certainly.
And the playoff road is much shorter. It's much more condensed in the WNBA.
Yeah, I mean, there's how many teams in the WNBA?
That's it. Right. I mean, you win one series, you're in the semifinals. You win that, you're
13 teams as opposed to 30.
Right.
And I'm not trying to diminish what they've done because they have been remarkable this year. And in any sport, for a team to come together with this many new players on a roster is very, very impressive.
The reason why this is going to be important to Josh Bartelstein and Matt Ishbia is because they did revamp this team significantly. And they started by hiring a GM who turned out to be really, really good, in Nick Uren. Mm-hmm. And then he went out and hired a former rising star in the NBA coaching ranks who had to make a decision. Yep. Do I want to jump to the W? And he did.
And that Mercury fan base was not happy with that decision.
No. And he's turned out to be a fantastic coach.
Yeah. Nate Tibbetts.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now let's focus on the game on Sunday. The Cardinals are home for a Titans team that has yet to win a game this season. Here was Kyler Murray earlier this week about the slow starts through 4 games.
Yeah, we got to come out faster. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you what it was, as far as in the moment. And even hindsight, we got to show up to the stadium ready to play,
So when watching on Sunday, what is the main thing you're going to be looking for from this Arizona Cardinals team?
I'm focused, hyper-focused on the offense. Okay. What Kyler Murray just said, coming out faster, more shots down the field that aren't in desperation situations trying to climb back into a football game.
Yeah.
Can the offensive line finally create some running room to make things easier on the running backs? Because now you're marginalized. You're down to 3 and 4 and 5 on your running back depth chart. There's a lot of pressure on this offense this week.
I would like them to show a healthy disdain for the opponent. And by that I mean I want this team to make it clear to the world and to everybody in Arizona that they're much better than a bad team. Yeah. Right? They've beaten a couple of bad teams, but they've needed dramatic goal line stands at the end. That suggests a lack of killer instinct.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. A killer instinct and a little disdain and some proof that, look, we're struggling to find who we are, but we're still a very good team, and we're going to prove it by beating a really bad team.
Yeah. All right, so on Friday, we like to have a little bit of fun, so we're going to play a little Are We or Are We Not with the Cardinals this weekend. Are we going to get Kyler Murray's best game of the season so far?
I think so. as I play out this game in my head, I think that things are going to lock in for him a little bit in this game.
Okay.
What is his best game to this point?
I would probably say, that's a great question. Either the Panthers or Saints game, right?
Yeah, it's probably, I'm going to say yes, just because nothing really stands out as a great game. It's been solid. It's been C football, I think.
Yeah. All right, next one. Are we at all nervous that this is a kitchen sink type game for Brian Callahan and the Titans, that he's coaching for his job, Cam Ward's been in the media? Are we at all nervous that this is their last stand?
A little bit, because a little of what Jonathan Gannon said is accurate, that in the NFL, you might get a game from any team in the league, and you might get bit. We've seen numerous examples of that already this year.
Yep.
I think the Titans are probably looking at the Cardinals going, okay, look, this is our chance to steal a victory and kind of stem this tide, all this negative stuff we're dealing with. I think they look at this as a gettable game. And it's going to be up to the Cardinals to prove otherwise.
Yeah, there's definitely nervousness. One more point on Kyler Murray, by the way. I just noticed this. In quarterback rating, the old 158.3 scale, it's gone down every week this year. 108.8 to 92.1 to 82.9 to 73.2. So that last one's not even in radio station frequency territory.
All right, so Trey Benson went on the IR earlier this week. Are we going to leave Sunday's game feeling comfortable about the DeMercado-Carter backfield going forward?
I don't know about that. As much as I like Michael Carter, this offensive line has been so average.
Yeah. I mean, I'm focusing on that. My answer is we are not going to see that. We're not going to feel that way after this game because Jonathan Gannon hinted at it. Drew Petzing was asked about it. I think if there's not immediate success running the football, you're going to see a change in philosophy, and you're going to see a lot more throwing.
A lot of balls in the air. Yeah. All right, there you guys go.
Although I'm not necessarily comfortable with that tact either.
Yeah. Well, listen, this offense has got to get some elevation one way or another.
Yeah.
Ideally,
right?
Yeah. Ideally.
Well, it would be cool. It would make me very happy if Michael Carter, for all that he's kind of been through, if he busted out like a 129-yard game rushing.
Yeah, or just, one of those guys to have the ability to bust one off, like an explosive screen, or we've seen DeMercado in that facet, or Michael Carter has 3 rushes for over like 30 yards.
Yeah.
And you can see something in the running game. That'd be ideal.
And that's kind of and look, we get to see Bam Knight.
Yeah.
Because what the Cardinal offense doesn't have now, what are you going to do on a 3rd and inches? You don't got a quarterback that can sneak it. You don't have that big, powerful running back.
Brissett.
Yeah. Honestly, not a bad.
Push with Jacoby
I guess you
Brissett.
could do that.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
But from a running back standpoint, you don't really have that short yardage guy.
They don't.
All right, thank you, Sammy. My Chemical Romance heading to Chase Field September of next year. Tickets are already on sale, but you can win a pair right now by texting romance to 620-620 to win those tickets. That's romance to 620-620. Coming up next, the Yankees get revenge, the Tigers get redemption, and the Padres get screwed? We'll talk MLB playoffs next. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They have margin for error. They're 2-0. They're not going undefeated in the Big 12.
The ASU's going to lose a Big 12 game. And when I say they got everything back that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, I don't mean the ranking necessarily. I mean that mojo. You know, that spirit. What's the word? Clout. That clout. It was clout. That clout that they lost that weekend. They got all that back. They looked like the team that was ranked number 11 in the country to begin the season.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, and then you spend the next 30 years paying it off. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack. Jack found out that he was going to only pay more more principal than interest in year 22 of those 30 years. And by the time he paid off his house, he will have spent $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Switched over to a Life Changer loan, found an entirely different world. Life Changer loan, an innovative approach where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want to. If you've got any financial issues, you can literally lean into your equity. Lots of great things that come with a Life Changer loan, but you got to be a good fit. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sport's price below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's Burnsy, and we get our first look at the new Phoenix Suns tonight. Or do we? We'll talk Suns preseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The pitch. Story on the ground is short. To its left, fielded near the bag at second by Volpe. Slings it on to first. 1, 2, 3 go the Red Sox. Schlittler, a 5-hit shutout as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, I don't think I've gone 8. The minors are really good about managing workload, and you kind of keep hovering around that 95 pitch mark. So, again, also, up here at the big league level, I think I went, 6 or 7 innings once, or 7 innings the other day. So, I thought I was done after the 7th. So, for him to, give me the, confidence to go back there and get out the 8th was a great feeling.
What year is this? pitcher expects to come out after the 7th, and the manager says, nope, you're going out there for 8.
Yeah.
And he's a rookie, and his name is Cam Schlittler.
Uh-huh.
And, man, was he
Well, he was
phenomenal
good.
last night.
Yes, he was.
5 hits, shutout, 8 innings, 4-0. The Yankees beat the Boston Red Sox to move on to the NLDS against the Toronto Blue Jays. I just checked the New York Post back page because a name like Schlittler just leads to so many possibilities for back page headline
especially with
writers.
those headline writers.
They stayed above board.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yankees ride phenom Schlittler to bounce Boston from playoffs. Rookie rocks socks. Not what I thought it would say.
No. So a lot of different things I want to mention about what we saw yesterday in baseball, where the Cubs advanced, courtesy of a really horrible ball strike call at the home plate umpire. We'll get into that.
Yes.
The Red Sox-Yankees thing, I heard from a lot of people who were really vibing on our conversation yesterday about how different that rivalry feels. But I want to go to that Detroit game really quick, if you don't mind, because Detroit comes back after nearly choking away a gigantic lead in September and atones themselves by beating the same team that caught them in Cleveland. When the game was over, they immediately, and this is Cleveland now, they're dealing with the stunned heartbreak of losing to a team you think you just got over on before the playoffs. And the Tigers players are going nuts. They start playing Float On by Modest Mouse over the loudspeakers. And it occurred to me, are there songs that stadiums play just for those situations when they know we got 50,000 really angry people? Well, there weren't that many in Cleveland, as we found out. As we found out. But conceptually, that we need to get these people out of here in a good mood so they're not tearing stuff and breaking stuff. Do you know what I mean?
100%. I think they have those ready to go.
In old Yankee Stadium, at the end of every playoff game, maybe the end of every game for all I know, they used to play New York, New York.
When they won.
When they win.
It was only win. It wasn't losses.
They had a different song, I think,
They
when they
used to have a different song for
Okay.
losses, but it escapes me what it is.
Okay. So sure enough, I did a Google search on songs that calm you down when you're angry, and Float On by Modest Mouse was on this list.
Really?
Yeah. So I wasn't imagining things. I just thought it was interesting because that's something that you would have to have thought of on the operational level.
Oh, they think about everything. Trust me.
Okay.
They do.
The
but
Yankees play That's Life from Frank Sinatra.
That's it.
AJ Hinch, the manager of the Tigers, was asked afterwards, hey, does it make it sweeter to beat the Guardians after that last push that they had to beat you for the division title?
I think just sweet is enough. Like, I don't think it needs to be any sweeter than what it feels like right now, because you have to earn these wins. You know, you have to earn the opportunity to play in October. You got to earn a full series win over a good team, a hot team, a team that we know well. But I'm so proud of Dylan. I'm proud of our team. You got to fight, and we did, and we have to continue to do that. It gets harder and harder as you go. The series get longer, but when you earn it, that's what makes it sweet.
I thought about a lot of what you just laid out there, not necessarily from the fan reaction, although I will get into that. But what we saw was historic. Cleveland coming back from 15.5 games down to surpass the Tigers to win the division title. Yet the Tigers are afforded the chance, despite an epic choke job, to immediately play that team. We might not ever see this scenario again in Major League Baseball playoffs in this format, because this was such a historic comeback. But it's got to feel so empty for Cleveland.
It has to.
But, I mean, the fact that Cleveland did this, the Guardians this year had the worst team batting average in Cleveland baseball history, and they made up a 15.5 game.
Wow.
Deficit to win that division title.
Mm-hmm.
Now it means absolutely nothing, and I feel bad for Cleveland fans. But then on the flip side, you mentioned the attendance. They had far less than a full house in 3 straight games after that historic comeback.
Yeah.
I looked it up. There was a 3-game series against the Angels in June that vastly outdrew this. Where is the fan base?
And Cleveland's a good sports town. There's got to be a reason for this, and I don't know what it is.
People will say day games, but come on. This isn't your first go-around. Cleveland's been a baseball city for a long time.
Yeah.
You're going to play some some afternoon postseason games.
And you would think after roaring back from that many games down would inspire
Guardians
you.
fever.
Yeah, it's weird.
Didn't these people see Major League?
Yeah, apparently not, right?
Then in the National League, the Cubs move on. They beat the Padres, and what the Padres are talking about, there's some merit to it. In the 9th inning, Xander Bogaerts is called out on a terrible strike 3 call. He worked a beautiful at-bat.
Yeah,
DJ Rayburn, the home plate umpire, rang him up, and you don't see reactions like that at home plate, but it was a big situation. They should have had runners on first and second, or actually the bases loaded at some point in that 9th inning.
Because they ended up hitting 2 guys after that.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
So the bases would have been loaded.
The bases would have been loaded, and the Padres were denied. And there was footage of after the game ended, the umpiring crew exiting the field to get back to their dressing quarters, but they had to go through the Padres dugout.
Which is weird. It's a weird factor at Wrigley.
And oh my goodness, those Padres players were
lighting them up.
Livid.
Oh my goodness.
Almost to the point where you thought it was going to get physical.
Yeah. First of all, this isn't going to happen next year. So you get into the challenge system. And that's going to rectify a situation like yesterday. But more to the point, as you said, that was a fantastic at-bat. To take that pitch on 3-2 below the zone, and not get rewarded for that, it's horrible.
Just real quick, on the challenge thing, that was the first thing I thought about when they announced that the rules were coming out next year. Why did they announce it near the end of this season? Why not wait to the offseason? I knew that by doing that, this entire postseason, all fans were going to think was, well, why don't we have that now? If we had that now, this wouldn't have happened.
That's a good
Imagine if the Padres didn't have any challenges left.
Oh, well,
but
that's
you
why
get to
you
keep
always.
your challenge.
That's why you've got to always keep one in your back pocket.
Well, that's the thing, but
But then again, it's the challenge is coming from the batters,
right?
Or the catcher, or the pitcher.
Only those 3.
Only those 3.
I don't think you're going to see, with this system coming in next year, I don't think you're going to see a lot of missed challenges, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I think anything close, anybody who questions what the call was is going to be instructed, let it go. Save it for the obvious ones. Save it for the bigger game situations.
Save it for the late inning ones.
There's always emotion, though.
Yeah, that's it.
There is, but, I mean, Bick, you said you've referenced that minor league game that you were at in Reno,
many
where
times.
the first pitch of the game was challenged. I don't think you're going to see that.
No,
too much
I don't
in
think
Major
so
League
either.
Baseball.
I don't think so either. And I'll never forget the feeling. It was like the umpire was like, and the player was right. So if you're an umpire and you get shown up on the first pitch of the game,
but going back to that Bogaerts at bat, he did work a great at bat. He should have been rewarded for it. And Keller went on to prove he got the benefit of the doubt being outside of the zone. He had no control of where he was throwing the ball in that inning. I mean, those hit by pitches.
Yeah.
He bounced one at like 54 feet that hit the batter.
And dumb me, I had to remember, that still qualifies as a hit by pitch.
Yeah. It was a nutty. I think the wild card round was pretty entertaining, all things considered.
There was a baseball player who once homered on a pitch that hit the ground first. I forget who it was.
I think it was Vlad Guerrero.
That's exactly who I was.
That's probably who it was.
Senior. I know Ichiro.
Senior.
Ichiro
he was
got
swinging
multiple.
anything.
Ichiro got multiple hits on balls that have that bounced. I remember.
So, pretty entertaining day in Major League Baseball. Now you got some interesting matchups going forward. Phillies-Dodgers at the forefront.
I think Phillies-Dodgers is going to produce the World Series champion.
Cubs-Brewers, there's a lot of neighborly hate between those two fan bases.
And I'm very curious to see what Seattle does, because that is a city that does have Mariners fever. History is not on their side. I think they're going to destroy Detroit in this next series. But
Skubal might be able to pitch twice.
He might.
And that changes the calculus.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. It's interesting, though.
But they got Skubal, and the Mariners have a whole pitching staff.
That's true.
No
Coming
doubt.
up next on this Friday, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the show with
Fire!
The Blast. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, so you know Sweet James is the official accident attorney of the Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. Don't know if that vertical leap is real or if it's digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Sweet James, here's what they're going to do for you. They'll get your car fixed. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They are a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who have extensive litigating experience, which gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting just got a whole lot better, Bays and Earnings. Everything in store and online is now 30% off. Upset your fantasy team stinks? Well, get over it. Get yourself over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale now through October 6th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames. It's all 30% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Football is here. It's all around you, or at least it will be, when you get to Twin Peaks. There's no better place to catch all the action on their wall-to-wall TVs. Plus, brunch is now being served at your local lodge, so you can wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Contact your favorite lodge for availability and more details, and while you're there, enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, steaks, flatbreads, and so much more, plus the great scenery they're known for. What more could you ask for? Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Friday to all you in the Valley. Tonight, how about some basketball? The Phoenix Mercury and Las Vegas Aces will meet in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals in Vegas. The Mercury are looking for their 4th championship in franchise history, and the Phoenix Suns are back in our lives, their first preseason game tonight in Palm Desert against the Lakers. The Suns will be without Mark Williams and Jalen Green. Tip-off from Palm Desert will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sunday, the Cardinals will look to get back to above 500 against the winless Tennessee Titans. And with James Conner lost for the year and Trey Benson on IR, they'll look for bigger performances from Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 10 on Sunday, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
They say laughter is the best medicine, and that's exactly what the Cardinals need, a laugher. A game that's easy like Sunday morning, a game unclouded by doubt, a game liberated from angry callers lining up to vent on the post-game show. Now, so far, the Cardinals have beaten 2 very bad teams by 1 score or less. They've lost to a pair of division rivals by less than 1 score. They are not looking like the playoff caliber team we all anticipated. The biggest issue, of course, is the offense, where fingers are pointing in every direction, from the offensive coordinator to the offensive line to the struggles of Marvin Harrison Jr. to the GM who gave that side of the ball 0 reinforcements in the offseason. Now the biggest solution is Kyler Murray, who has been good but not good enough, which is pretty much the story of his career. But did you notice when the Cardinals unveiled plans for their new training facility, how Murray said he hopes he'll still be around to see it? It was a humorous quip, but it was also the first time Murray has shown any fear or anxiety over his long-term future in Arizona. And that is because for a highly polarizing quarterback, the short-term suddenly matters more than ever. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, we got to come out faster. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you what it was, as far as in the moment. And even hindsight, we got to show up to the stadium ready to play, because it's putting us behind the 8 ball, against good defenses that we've played so far. We can't. It won't suffice going forward.
That was Kyler Murray talking with the media this week on the slow starts offensively, which is weird because they've had 2 fast starts offensively, faster starts in the 2 games they won. Up 20-3 against New Orleans, I think it was. Up 27-3 against Carolina. You'll sign up for those every single week in the NFL. Now, the problem with those 2 games is what the offense kind of shut down, and the defense allowed those teams to get back into games. You had to hang on for dear life. In the 2 losses to San Francisco and Seattle, there wasn't a whole lot to speak of offensively, especially in the most recent first half against Seattle. That was pretty disheartening all the way through.
Yeah, well, listen, the first sign of an offense that is broken, Vinny, is the offenses that go 3 and out on the first drive of the game. They can't even move the ball after scripting your first 10 to 12 plays, whatever it is. You go in against any opponent, particularly a bad opponent, and if you're a good offensive coordinator and you've got a team that's functioning properly, you should really be able to dial up a nice drive on that opening drive. And so that's what I want to see this Sunday. And I don't know if that drive is going to look like all the other opening drives so far, because you don't have James Conner, and now you've lost Trey Benson. So that line of succession of punishing, pummeling kind of running backs, you don't have that guy. You won't have that guy on Sunday. So does that affect everything? Do you try to get those guys in space? Do you come out throwing the ball like the 49ers did last night, where McCorkle, I think he threw, 49 passes?
I was going to say, I thought it was close to 50.
It was close to 50. Now, I don't know what the stats are with Kyler Murray throwing the football that many times. I know it's probably not what you want, but it might have to be what you need. if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I think I get back to the end of last week's game when Marvin Harrison Jr. suddenly became a dominant force. And Kyler Murray was connecting with him, and it seemed to open up everything. It seemed everybody was making catches after that. And so that's my hope. My hope is the Cardinal offense that we saw at the end of last week's game is the Cardinals offense that hits the field on Sunday and never looks back.
Yeah, Kyler Murray in his career, regular season, has thrown the ball 45 times or more, 9 times, 2-6-1 in those games. Interestingly enough, 4 of those times are against the Rams. Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
That is.
And that's probably a result of not being able to run the ball against those Aaron Donald-led teams, maybe?
Probably, including 54 pass attempts in his first ever NFL game, that tie game against the Detroit Lions.
Wow.
So, yeah, Kyler Murray also looked at whether or not the adversity has sparked Marvin Harrison Jr. after his weird roller coaster of a game against the Seahawks.
I couldn't tell you, honestly. I couldn't tell you. I just know he was hooping.
He was hooping.
He was hooping.
Can they keep it going? Or is it a clean slate? Is it something to build on? But we've seen Marvin Harrison Jr. when he does something well, it doesn't necessarily carry over to the next week. That's the next step for him. And Sammy's been playing a little snippet of it. Larry Fitzgerald does his weekly segment on Sirius XM NFL Radio. And he talked about Marvin Harrison Jr. And this is the long answer, what he gave about the second half and how that could benefit Marvin Harrison Jr. Moving forward.
I think that second half of that game on Thursday was the best thing that could happen to him. You know, you think about he had the 2 drops early in the game, one that led to an interception. He could have very easily put his head in the sand, and that could have gone really bad, right? But he came back and he made play after play when his number was called in that second half, and it really showed me like this guy has got a lot of fight. He's got a lot of high football resolve character, and it's in his DNA. And so, you know, I hope the positivity of that second half can carry on. And when I talk to people in the organization, in the facility, I mean, there's nobody that works harder than he does. I mean, the balls that he catches off the jugs machine, I mean, he's putting in the time, he's putting in the work. He understands the assignment. And, you know, the one thing is it's like catching the football, you know, you do it routinely and often enough to build the confidence, you know, you'll do it at a higher level. But he checks the boxes, and I think his ability to continue to improve and get better is still really good.
And that's something to look for, how he responds from the outset against the Titans on Sunday.
Lorenzo Alexander made a fantastic point yesterday when he was talking about that in response to that very soundbite you just played. And he said, that's all well and good what you do in practice, but what is the thought you have on game day, on that football field when that ball is coming at you? What is the last thought you have? Is it, oh no, I better not drop this? Or is it, this is my football? Which one is it? And you can make a case that too often it's been the, oh my God, am I gonna smoke this pass that's coming right at me? The idea that one moment in the end zone, when he went up and got that football, a contested catch that we talked about ad nauseum before the season even began, and then went down on a knee and hung his head in a moment of incredible relief. Was that really a moment that he arrived, that he realized, I got this. I can do this. I can win at this level. If that's the case, he might be a different guy on Sunday.
Well, and when I say watch how he reacts from the outset, I'm not just talking about, okay, everything goes swimmingly from now on. There's going to be plays that are missed. There's going to be miscommunications. There's going to be drop balls. But how do you, at this point now, after that single game experience, the great ones can shake off those moments a lot easier now. That's what I'm saying. And to see, I mean, there's some projection going on here, definitely. But he didn't look at all confident. The cameras caught him on the sidelines after one of those plays in the first half, and he was not brimming with self-confidence at that point.
No,
you
of
could
course
see
not.
it. The body language was off. But again, now you've learned from it. Now you had the experience of bouncing back from a horrific first half where they were talking about that on the Prime Video halftime show ad nauseum on Thursday night. You came back, you had a good second half. Take the whole game experience and use it to get better moving forward.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's interesting to me is that, say the Cardinals had a ton of depth at wide receiver, chances are very good they might have sat Marvin Harrison down for his own good in that football game. Given the body language, given the drops, given the mistakes, they might have been watching. It was that bad. It was that bad. They were watching a young kid just leak confidence, but there are no options, and so he had to stay in the game. And he found the will to keep staying after it, and that does say a lot about the kid.
WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. Coming up next, the Suns begin a new era tonight. They're already giving fans unfortunate flashbacks to the old era. We'll explain next. Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word Finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the Finals against Vegas. Text Finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic. Love their all-star lineup of burgers, be it the Smasher lineup or the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. You know who else is a huge fan? My buddy Reba McEntire, who loves the tots from Sonic. And by the way, Tater Tot is actually her nickname. I don't know whether that's coincident or not, but there's a special Valentine's Day meal created just for Reba at Sonic. That's how big of a fan she is. And why not? That Sonic menu is so diverse. There's guaranteed to be something for everybody in your crew. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, those tater tots, corn dogs, new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and that legendary drink menu features 10,000 different combinations so you can be as creative as you like. When lunchtime rolls around, when dinner rolls around, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday. You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke with Jalen Green out for the Suns preseason opener. What are we going to be watching for when they take on the Lakers in Palm Springs? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
This week. Yeah, it was this week, and then, we just
continue to try to test it, and then got the diagnosis yesterday.
That's Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Suns, explaining when the Jalen Green injury happened, a low-grade hamstring strain. I want to take this time to shout out our great listeners. Going to the East Valley, Gilbert. What's up? Good morning, Gilbert listeners. We love you. We appreciate you listening to Bickley and Marotta mornings. Anytime I hear the term low-grade, Bick, my simple brain goes back to the first Austin Powers movie. Low-grade narcolepsy and a penchant for buggery.
That's right.
He'd make outlandish claims like he invented the question mark.
Oh my God!
Are those movies like I haven't seen any of them? Are those must watches?
I would say yes. The first Austin Powers movie is an absolute classic.
I think the first two are really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although the third one is the one you guys quote all the time.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. But have you seen any James Bond movies? Because the first one is pretty much a direct parody of James Bond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it becomes just like a silly, its own thing.
I've only seen one James Bond movie.
Okay. Well,
I'll give him a
give it a shot.
You could still enjoy the movie without having a lot of Bond knowledge.
That's okay. Cool.
No Jalen Green tonight. Preseason opener. Suns going at it with the Los Angeles Lakers. How much will we see skinny Luka? We know we won't see LeBron. Will this be DeAndre Ayton's introduction to the LA fan base as a force to be reckoned with?
I cannot wait, low key, to watch this. To watch when DA gives them the daffy moments that we had to endure, and watching what LeBron and Luka are going to do about it. Luka, you know what LeBron's going to go? Luka, it's your team now. You deal with him. You deal with that guy.
LeBron actually, though, he might not be able to help himself when it comes to like DA and what we experienced as Suns fans. Like, I get, like, he's on definitely the back nine of his career, almost to the 19th hole, but I don't think he's going to be able to control himself.
Yeah, but you forget that LeBron has also played with Jackson Hayes for the past couple years.
So true, you're right.
This is like a walk in the DA for all the frustrating things he does. It's like a walk in the park compared to Jackson Hayes.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the DA frustration is something unique to DA because he is so incredibly talented.
Jackson Hayes wasn't the number one overall pick.
Yeah, and he just won't give it to you.
Yeah.
You can make it.
All right, what's popping?
Let's crack a lacking. Yeah, you can make a case that if DeAndre Ayton was the 20th overall draft pick, nobody would have an issue with him.
No.
It's just the unfulfilled potential, but So that's going to be interesting to watch. Here's what else is going to be interesting to watch, and I don't know if 4 preseason games or whatever it is enough to kind of give you a sample size contrary to the Jalen Green experience. But we know one of the big questions going into this year is what is this backcourt going to look like when you've got Devin Booker and Jalen Green trying to run an offense together. This is not the way you would draw it up on the whiteboard. I'm guessing Colin Gillespie starting tonight. If you start watching this team and they're playing with that great energy and hustle, and you remember that with Colin Gillespie as the starter alongside Devin Booker.
Yeah.
As a real point guard,
That's it. Then Jalen Green gets healthy and comes in, and now there's I don't know. We don't know what this is going to look like, and that's what makes tonight so exciting to me. It's that all these intangibles that we have been promised, all these things that a basketball team can give you without even winning a game. Effort, determination, fight, resilience, grit, all that. The care factor. That's another new sports term. That can be on display. That has to be on display.
Yeah, but let's temper it too. And I said this earlier that I'm looking forward to seeing what this new look Suns unit is all about. We're not going to see that tonight. It is preseason, and also you mentioned it. There's 4 preseason games. We saw examples last year of a lot of teams treating the beginning of the regular season as preseason. Steve Kerr at Golden State, he extended preseason, that mentality, a lot because he was not playing anybody heavy minutes for about the first month of the season. So there's an easing in process, definitely. I don't think the Suns can afford to do that when the regular season hits. But tonight, this is going to be about guys getting a run in. And you're not going to see anybody play more than 22 minutes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think last night the Knicks played 18 different players more than 5 minutes in their preseason game. So
like all those guys.
I don't know. First impressions matter, and Matt Ishbia promised a basketball team that was going to deliver this every night. And I get you. I get what you're saying, that this is the first preseason game, and preseason games are meaningless. But I think they're cognizant of the fact that a lot of people are going to be tuning in, looking for the difference from last year.
Mm-hmm.
They can
only have one chance to make a first impression.
Say it all the time.
They can be, quote, meaningless. I mean, there's no game that's meaningless. But for guys like Devin Booker that are established NBA stars, he can kind of go through those motions. What a lot of fans should look for is how much Malawach plays, how much the guys that we just spent draft capital on are playing and having an impact, to where when the season does come around and they do get in these games, they're more ready than they were. I mean, obviously Summer League's a bad example, but they're more ready to actually play. That's what I want to see for preseason games.
Another player that won't be on the court tonight, center Mark Williams. He's had a very extensive injury history in his 3-year NBA career. In fact, he's missed more games than he's played in. But here was Jordan Ott talking about Mark Williams and his conditioning program.
He's 23 years old, right? So he understands this is a career. It's not a today, it's not a tomorrow type of plan. And I think he feels our intention with that. And then his participation has been unbelievable. So he comes with a joy every day, even though he is at times wants to do more. And that's what we love about him. And we know when he's ready to rock, we'll be happy he's out there.
Yeah, I was thinking back to like playing hard in the preseason, and the first thing I thought of was a few years ago, after the Suns went to the finals, they hosted an Australian basketball league team.
Yeah, I remember
play
that
a preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
The Adelaide 36ers, who absolutely shot lights out all night and beat them. And look, it was preseason, but people cared. They were like, "Oh, this is going to be a horrible season."
Yeah,
Suns went on to win 64 games.
Okay,
so, but I kind of wish there was more of those for a team like the Suns, and we're talking about what's the effort level, what's the care factor going into a game like this. I think it's ratcheted up when you have a team like an Australian team or a foreign team, because they do want to beat you. They're playing to get noticed.
Yeah.
So I think those games are beneficial. Now the Suns are going overseas to China, but they're going to be playing an NBA team. Well, barely an NBA team. It's the Brooklyn Nets. But you get my point? Like those Australian teams and Israeli teams, they want to beat these NBA teams.
Absolutely.
I think those are valuable.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, I think you're right, because you are getting a committed opponent, because it's a great opportunity for them to finally get some recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On the other hand, they're not as good.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that Adelaide 30, I had a front row seat for that. That was a good team that night. It was unreal how they were hitting shots. Everybody got hot. My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are on sale now, and you can also win a pair right now by texting the word romance to 620-620 for your chance. That's romance to 620-620. Coming up next, the Tennessee Titans come to town 0-4 and looking to turn around their season with their rookie quarterback. Can they do it? We'll get a closer look at the Titans when we check in with Terron Davenport, who covers the team for ESPN, next. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on this Red Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A full breakdown of Diamondbacks free agents, options, and qualifying offer candidates heading into the offseason. The Suns are taking it slow and changing the approach for oft-injured Mark Williams. And Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear will undergo surgery for multiple injuries. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, and if you need new windows, do what I did. Take advantage of a great special currently going on at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows, and I can tell you right now, you will not be disappointed. They just finished installing my brand new windows. They look fantastic. The installation process was incredibly impressive and professional, right down to their cleanup process. Didn't leave a crumb behind. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. Even better, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. Great time to invest in your number one asset. Give them a call at 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW. Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with 2-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. WNBA Finals Game 1 between the Mercury and Aces is tonight in Las Vegas. Tip-off will be at 5. Phoenix Suns fans, tonight is your first chance to get a look at this new Suns team. Their first preseason game in Palm Desert is at 7 p.m., and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear is to undergo shoulder and elbow surgery this offseason. His timetable is unclear, but he is expected to be back next season. Week 5 in the NFL got underway last night. The 49ers went to L.A. and shocked the Rams in overtime, 26-23. As for the Cardinals, they have the Tennessee Titans on Sunday morning at 10 a.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
It's Red Friday.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Come on, man! Bickley. Come on! And Marotta. Red. Friday.
Yeah, Cardinals welcome the Tennessee Titans to town on Sunday. And here to give us a closer look at the opposition for the Cardinals, the Titans. He covers the team for ESPN. Terron Davenport, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Terron, thanks for joining us today. How are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Well, we appreciate you coming on to give us a look at the Titans. I'll start with a big, heavy question. Is there a feeling in Nashville this early in the season, Terron, that Brian Callahan is already coaching for his job?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. There's not a feeling. It's basically fact. He's coaching for his job. They're looking always for improvement, and they just haven't really seen it. The one good thing is that they feel that the locker room hasn't given up. The players are still fighting, and if you look closely at the games, the first three quarters, they're in it. But it's just something that happens in that fourth quarter that makes the dams break and the water flows.
Terron, one of the cool things about your rookie quarterback is how he's owning how they've played. He's talking in no uncertain terms. How has he looked, and what is the early view on Cam Ward?
Yeah, it's very clear he's a rookie, right? You see him sometimes where he's confused. He doesn't believe what he sees sometimes, but you see those flashes. Like you look at his first touchdown. I mean, he's scrambling to the right and he uncorked an amazing throw to his left, and Alec Ironmatter caught it for the touchdown. Those are the types of plays where you see that and you say, man, there's a lot that this kid could do. You just want to see him be more consistent, and that's really the problem. The bottom line is he hasn't played well. You look at his QBR, I mean, dating back to when they first started rating the QBR, I believe it was 2006, if I'm not mistaken, but nevertheless, through the first four games, his QBR is 23. The only guy who's had a worse QBR in his first four games as a rookie is Deshaun Kaiser with that Browns team. So that lets you know how bad it's been.
Wow.
Terron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You mentioned the throw that he had to Io Manor in week one, and it was a highlight play. It went everywhere. It went viral. And I was watching a replay, Terron, of the game against Houston last week, and he has a tendency, Cam Ward does, to extend plays, certainly with his athletic ability, with his scrambling ability, but he also shows a tendency to throw the ball late across the field, across his body, and he's getting away with it now. But is that something that has been talked about, and are they trying to coach that out of Cam Ward at this point?
That's the balance that they have to figure out, and Brian Callahan talked about that, and one of the things he said is you never want to take away a player's stinger. And he made sure that he said, and Cam has one. And what he means by that is that's one of those things where you kind of live by it and die by it. You got to take the good with the bad with that. And you look at Brett Favre back when he was playing, I mean, there were a lot of throws where they were, oh, no. Wow, that was a great play. And that's what Cam Ward is going to give you.
Do you feel that the Titans maybe are regretting the decision not to have a veteran quarterback ready to go for the first 4 weeks, or is this just full go with Cam Ward?
No, without a doubt, they're not regretting that. I think this was the understanding from the start. Hey, look, he's going to be the guy, and they're going to have their initial struggles, but once they make it through those struggles, it'll be, almost smooth sailing. And right now, it's just that storm. They're in the midst of a storm right now, and obviously, Callahan, he's coaching for his job, but he, by all means, was always all in on Cam Ward.
Terron, when you look at this game on Sunday, the Cardinals are struggling offensively as well. Defensively, they've shown some real bite and some ability to pressure the quarterback. What's going on with the Tennessee offensive line, particularly when you got a guy like Bill Callahan, who is so good at that craft, at coaching offensive linemen? What about their struggles so far?
And that's the million-dollar question, right? I sit here and I think to myself, I watch the things that they do in individual period, and when we got to watch the full practices, and it's like, there's no way these guys aren't prepared to play. And you just think to yourself, why aren't the things they're doing carrying on to game day? And that's the real disconnect. I think when you look at a guy like Dan Moore Jr., who he's a solid player, he's athletic, but I figured the technique work and detail that Bill Callahan brings would take him to the next level. That hasn't happened. J.C. Latham, the hip injury, and that's something that just kind of sitting on. So I think it hasn't gone well. And the offensive line was supposed to be an area that was going to be a strength. But now, unfortunately, it's one of the collection of things that's going wrong. And if this team, like in this offensive series, if they get behind schedule, like they get a penalty or, they run it on first down, which they do probably like 70% of the time, and don't get a gain, and it's 2nd and 10, like they can't be off schedule. As soon as they do, and defenses know that they're going to pass, they just pin their ears back and they come at it, and it's bad things that happen frequently. They're in 3rd and 7 or more than any other team in the league.
Wow.
Terron Davenport covers the Titans for ESPN. He's our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Switching to the defense, Titans defense has some dudes on it. Jeffrey Simmons is a beast up front. We all know about L'Jarius Sneed and Cody Barton's good football player. Sebastian Joseph Day spent time in this division, so I think Cardinal fans are familiar with him. But as a whole, how would you say that this defensive unit has performed through 4 weeks in some difficult times, Terron?
Well, I tell you what, if football games were 3 quarters, that defense would be in really good shape. But there's something that happens late in the 3rd quarter and into the 4th quarter. And you guys say you watched the Texans game. That's a perfect example. It is 6-0, right? 4 minutes and 6 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Jeffrey Simmons makes a play. Then they have back-to-back penalties. It's 2nd and 33, fellas. Mm-hmm. 2nd and 33, deep in the Texans' territory. Again, the game is 6-0. They have cover 4 instituted. L'Jarius Sneed, instead of playing outside leverage like he's supposed to, he's head up, slight from Nico Collins, and Quandre Diggs came off his post. And guess what? A 37-yard gain on 2nd and 33. The Texans are moving. 7 plays later, they scored the first of 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. Yeah. And that's exactly what happens almost every week where there's a play. That's it right there, the turning point, like the show on TV. That's the turning point.
There you go.
All hell breaks loose.
All right, so Brian Callahan benched himself as play caller already this year, but then he didn't give those duties to his offensive coordinator. He gave them to the quarterbacks coach, Bo Hardigree, who, to his fairness, has got actual experience doing it, so I understand why. But how has that affected the team, and how does the team look at this weekend's game? Do they look at it as maybe a potential gettable, get back, get right kind of game?
Yeah, they're desperate for a win. I talked to Peter Skoronsky, the left guard, and he was like, we just need to know what it feels like again, right? To be able to have that feeling and get a W in the win column, that would be huge. So it lets you know there's a level of desperation. They're not really caught up in the whole shift of play callers or anything like that. They, between Hardigree, Nick Holtz, and Brian Callahan, they had a synergy going regardless. And then you have other coaches involved in other aspects, Mike Tolbert, Bill Callahan, Randy Jordan. They all have their roles. So it's not really anything totally new to them. And the decision also, as you mentioned, was experience-based, but at the same time, it's Cam Ward-based too. Because if you go back and you listen to any time Cam talks about the coaching staff and how he wants the guys that he's working with to be with him, he starts with Bo Hardigree, right? And Bo Hardigree is the guy he mentions, and they spend a lot of time together. So I think that says a lot.
All right, my last question, because you're right, at times your defense has been balling out, but I also read that the Titans defense can struggle with mobile quarterbacks like Kyler Murray. Is that a trend? Is that something? Is that an issue?
Yeah, it was something that was more of an issue last year. I think if you look at the Broncos game with Bo Nix, who quietly is a mobile quarterback, they did a good job for the most part bottling him up. And in talking to the guys, there's 2 things, right? They talk about having a coordinated, contained, disciplined pass rush to not allow Kyler Murray to have those rush lanes. But also on the back end, they're like, hey, man, plaster. We got to stick with the receivers all the way to the whistle because of how he could extend plays. I think that's the mindset. That's the approach. We'll see what happens. Kyler Murray is a different cat, so it's going to be fun watching this one.
Yep, Terron, great stuff.
Thanks
for joining us. We really appreciate the insight this morning.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you guys. Take it easy.
See you Sunday.
Terron Davenport covers the Titans for ESPN. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, what are we going to be watching for around the NFL this weekend during Week 5? We'll hit on some of the keys next. Bickley and Marotta mornings on this Red Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
At least Trey Benson, it doesn't sound like he's going to be out for the year, but it could be a little while here. Those are significant injuries. The issue the Cardinals are having this year is when they get hit with a rash of injuries, they're all at the same position.
Man, I'm ready to see Amari DiMercato. I thought Amari DiMercato would do a good job being put in a situation where he could stoke it, pound it, catch the ball coming out of the backfield, and actually pick up blitzing linebackers as well. I think Amari is capable of doing all of that. So I'm okay with Amari DiMercato getting a shot to run the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are hosting game day at your place, you don't want to fumble the food responsibilities. Rest easy. Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. To tell you more, Spinato's has been a Valley favorite for more than half a century, and part of the reason why is because their catering menu is awesome. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, even a bunch of gluten-free options that can keep everybody in the crew happy on game day without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu at spinatospizzeria.com, place your order, and you will feel like the MVP, regardless of how many people are in your group. For the rest of October, too, I want to let you know Spinato's has brought back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za Pizza, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza. It is brimming with sweet heat, and they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It's bold, it's different, and it's just another of the legendary pizzas on the deep Spinato's pizza roster. So whether it's game night, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers with 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And they're the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs and order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
Week 5 getting underway last night on Thursday Night Football. Really entertaining game. 49ers with the improbable 26-23 win. Even though they were up by 14 points right out of the gates, it was still an improbable win because that team is a mash unit, and they found a way to win in Los Angeles 26-23. 4-1. I'm looking at the schedule of games, and I can't decide what I think is the game of the week this week. It might have been that one. But on the games that are remaining, you got Tampa Bay at 3-1 on the road at Seattle.
That's
3-1.
pretty interesting.
That's a good game. You've got Denver at 2-2 visiting Philadelphia, still undefeated, but everybody's waiting for something to happen with the Eagles' offense. I think that's potentially a really good game. If Jaden Daniels plays for Washington, the 2-2 Commanders at the 3-1 Chargers is intriguing, and I also like Kansas City looks resurgent. But Jacksonville at home looks pretty formidable.
Listen, I think there are two teams that can have declaration games. I think the Patriots at the Bills. Now, while a lot of people think it would take a Herculean effort to beat Josh Allen and that team in Buffalo, the Bills are a little beat up, and the Patriots, they're coming off a very, very good performance from Drake May that makes a lot of people think that kid is going to be legit. And then you got the Jaguars. What better way to kind of legitimize everything that they think they've got cooking over there than beating the Chiefs on Monday Night Football? Pretty big stuff. Now, I want to go back before we get into any of these other things because I want to kind of finish the thought that I was making earlier in the show about Alfred Collins, the rookie on the 49ers, and that fumble he caused on the goal line that was so big last night.
You're paying off that tease.
Yes, I am. If you watch the replays, he comes in with his fist and throws a punch, and it's a new thing in the NFL. Guys are trying to punch the football out. Not wrestle it, not poke it, but punch it.
The peanut punch.
There have been a couple of times this football season, once in college and on that play last night, where the dude gets clocked right in the head with a punch. And so we're like legalizing boxing in football. Now, the intent is not to punch a guy in the helmet. That's pretty stupid to do. You're probably going to break your hand unless you've got a club or you've been taped up, But I've seen this now recurring, that people are throwing violent punches at the football and sometimes missing.
I think what you just said is the built-in penalty because it is allowed. It's become a very effective. There are certain defensive position coaches that coach this among their players to go in with a punch. I've just never seen one carried out as perfectly as the one by Collins was last night. I mean, Williams is getting ready to walk into the end zone, and without that punch, he scores, and that's a huge play in that game.
Yeah, it is.
By Collins. But I think the fact that, all right, you're allowing these guys to do this, and if they miss, maybe they do break their hands. Maybe they don't need to legislate it more
maybe
than
not.
that.
Yeah, maybe not. But I saw it once in a college game, and
they got helmets on.
And the announcers just completely ignored it. A lot of the people who do college football games, if you notice, they broadcast scared.
A lot
of the
time.
Afraid to say anything.
Yeah, there is that.
There is that. So anyways, okay, I just wanted to pay off that tease. But, yeah, it's another example of the 49ers and the Rams are another team like this that have benefited from really smart drafting and guys that are plug-and-play kind of guys. And and Monty Austin for it has struggled with that. Not across the board, but as I pointed out in yesterday's blast, 28 draft picks in 3 years is a significant number. It's a lot of players you're drafting.
But they've also had a significant numbers of severe to significant injuries for those guys.
You're exactly right. So it's not like he's drafted bad players. That's not the point I was trying to make, and I know you're not saying that it was. But it just, because of injuries, because of this, because of that, the impact hasn't happened.
Yeah. I wanted to ask this in the reboot. We ran out of time, but watching that Niners team, virtually the same team that beat the Cardinals last night, go and beat a healthy Rams team, did you guys feel any better or worse about the Cardinals loss?
Better.
Okay.
Better. Because I thought losing to a backup quarterback in a team that has been decimated by injuries wasn't the greatest of looks. And you know what I thought about last night's game. I thought the Rams were going to seize the moment to take control of this division, to finally get their defense unlocked, and by the end of it, Sean McVay was about as spitting mad as I've ever seen him because he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed for that 4th and 1 call that blew up. He was embarrassed by all those 49er fans. He was embarrassed by losing to a team with a backup quarterback. He got flexed on by Kyle Shanahan.
And normally it's the other way around.
Normally, yeah. So that's a game of interesting implications. So now the 49ers have kind of seized early control.
They have, and look, this buys them time too. They had the 2-game sample of Mac Jones at quarterback, but good, Brock's back. Well, now Brock's gone again, and he might be extended a little bit longer. They have to feel so much more comfortable putting Mac Jones out there on a weekly basis, and Mac Jones' attitude saying, look, I'm just trying to get as many wins for Brock as I can.
Yeah.
That's the perfect attitude for a quarterback to have. The only problem with it is he took such a physical beating last night. It was, a couple times just doubled over on the sidelines. I mentioned the play where he grabbed his lower leg and they went to a commercial, and you think this guy's season, maybe career is over, and he just limps back out on the field.
There was a moment where you thought he was going to throw up. He was. He really impressed me. My opinion of McCorkle Jones changed dramatically. I will never call him Mac Davis again.
But you will continue to call him McCorkle?
I will call him
McCorkle Davis.
By the way, I looked into it, and your suspicion was right. That's his mother's maiden name. So his middle name...
That wasn't mine.
I thought that was what you assumed.
Oh, I said it's got to be some sort of family name.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if I specified it as mother's maiden name.
Okay.
But he goes by Mac. But
just take the victory. I said you were right. Say thanks, Bick.
Mac could also be a nickname, I guess, because his real first name is Michael.
Thanks, Bick.
You got it, man. What, Jarrett?
Mac is obviously, it's a nickname for McCorkle, but it also could even be, his first name is Michael, so I guess Mac could be a shortened for that too. So it works all ways around. You should just go by McCorkle. I wonder what his mom's first name is.
So, Bick, you think the Patriots and the Jacksonville Jaguars are beating the Chiefs and the Bills this weekend?
I do.
Okay.
If you really think that, get yourself a little taste.
No.
Huh?
No.
Get your beak wet. What do you think, huh?
No. No.
Slice some of that
That's not what I do,
think,
man.
No? Right.
Team under the most pressure this week, undoubtedly, is the Baltimore Ravens.
At
home, hosting the Texans, who finally got off the schneid. They finally won a football game. And trust me, watching that Texans-Titans game last week, the Texans are no great football team either. I think they have the ingredients to get it together. But the Ravens, if they lose, they'll be 1-4.
Yeah. And is Lamar Jackson
hasn't practiced the last 2 days.
He hasn't practiced.
He's not going to play this
He's
week.
not going to play. Yeah, I agree with you.
A lot of Cooper Rush dosage.
Did you see the what Dan Orlovsky found out about the Ravens?
Yes.
The stat that on 1st and 2nd down, they rarely ever give the ball to Derrick Henry, even though you got the stat. What is it, Sammy?
So they're 32nd in the NFL on 1st and 2nd down runs, but they're number 2 in the NFL on yards per gain when they rush the ball on 1st and 2nd down.
So that's coaching lunacy.
You have Derrick Henry back there, and I get you have Lamar Jackson, but it doesn't make sense at early downs to try to put yourself in better position on 2nd and 3rd with one of the best running backs we've seen in football.
Yeah.
You know? It was a crazy stat.
I wonder if because there was a time when I thought John Harbaugh would just be a lifetime coach there. He would just retire when he wants to because he's been there so long and his the organization is so well run, particularly when it comes to winning preseason games. I wonder if a cratering out season is going to lead for Ravens fans to, we need a new voice. Or I wonder if the Ravens will be as patient with him as the Steelers have been with Mike Tomlin.
I tend to think he's earned it, unless this season just goes completely haywire. Last thing, Giants Saints at the Superdome in New Orleans. Giants got their first win last week. Saints still winless. But did you see the video the Giants put out yesterday?
No.
Every team is basically doing this in professional sports where they'll have a whiteboard. Their social media team will have a whiteboard asking a question of the players. So the players can answer, and it can be turned into online content.
I did see this.
So this week it wasn't a question. It was just the Giants players at practice. do your best Cam Scatterboo impression. So there's this parade. I know we have audio of it, but it's not. It's very visual, so I'm not going to play the audio.
It is funny though, them doing the.
Yeah. So a lot of them are doing the woos, and then Abdul Carter does a backflip. Yeah. They're all doing the dance, and then the last player on camera. Yeah. The last player on camera is Cam Scatterboo, and he's standing there very sheepishly with his helmet on, saying, "I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I don't like being mocked like this." And then he pauses and he rips his helmet off and he says, "Just kidding." Woo! He's a phenomenon already.
Yeah, listen, New York loves him. He couldn't have landed in a better place.
We can play the last part of it. There's Cam's part.
I don't really like this one. It's really mean, and I don't like the people who are mocking me, and this is not okay. I'm just kidding.
I can't wait for him to go on Tonight shows.
Why didn't the Cardinals draft him?
Couldn't they have seen? Couldn't they were going to have all these injuries at running back? What are you doing, Monty?
Yeah, he would be great on late night talk shows if they still had him.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level. I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games, because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Calais.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up knocking at your front door. This is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which means they're all licensed, they're all bonded, they're all insured, they've all passed background checks and drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space, working on likely your number one investment. For a half century, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest, expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They show up on time. They fix your issue right at a fair price. They will treat your home like it's their own, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Football is here. It's all around you, or at least it will be, when you get to Twin Peaks. There's no better place to catch all the action on their wall-to-wall TVs. Plus, brunch is now being served at your local lodge, so you can wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Contact your favorite lodge for availability and more details. And while you're there, enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, steaks, flatbreads, and so much more. Plus the great scenery they're known for. What more could you ask for? Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
1877 Cardinals.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, how about some basketball? The Phoenix Mercury and Las Vegas Aces will meet in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals in Vegas. The Mercury will be looking for their 4th championship in franchise history, and the Phoenix Suns are back in our lives tonight. Their first preseason game will be in Palm Desert against the Lakers. The Suns will be without Mark Williams and Jalen Green tonight. Tip-off in Palm Desert will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Sunday, the Cardinals will look to get back above 500 against the winless Tennessee Titans, and with James Conner lost for the year and Trey Benson on the IR, they'll look for bigger performances from Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., and here was Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald on Marv.
I think that second half of that game on Thursday was the best thing that could happen to him. I think his ability to continue to improve and get better is still really good.
Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. And down the stretch they come.
Oh, you're going to get...
Hey,
yeah.
Side note, by the way, an unbelievable weekend in the horse racing world, racing community. 9 Grade 1 races, 4 more Grade 2s. Man, I'm stoked. I do a lot of prep.
What track you going to be at this weekend, Sammy?
No track, but the Keeneland racetracks got 5 Grade 1ers, and Santa Anita in California, second weekend. So I do a lot of prep for like the show, stats, whatever. More recently, my knowledge and hobbyhood of horse racing has skyrocketed. Hobbyhood, new word, has skyrocketed. I had to get that in there because you led me on, and down the stretch on a Friday and of the week we do come with some social studies. If you're looking,
I'll never use that phrase again, Sammy.
No, please. It can be.
It gets him fired up. Come on, Vinny.
Dogs, man.
Gets him fired up.
And it's, we'll take this off air. If you're looking for us on social media, you can find us at Bickley_Marotta on X. We are on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Marotta, on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Thanks for the 186 of you guys watching. But let's start with a Cardinals question. Other than winning, what is something you need to see from the Cardinals versus the Titans on Sunday?
More good stuff from Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah, a couple.
But if not that, I mean, the running game obviously improving.
Yeah, a couple of the responses. AZ Sports Girl said that would like them to have a big lead and keep that big lead instead of letting the Titans back into the game in the fourth quarter like they did with the Panthers. No cardiac cards, please. Yes, for everyone's health, none of that. Arizona Doug says No drop-off from Marvin Harrison Jr. after that fourth quarter in Seattle. We all felt the energy and relief. Now it's time to stack performances like that. All right, so the Phoenix Suns, they start their preseason play tonight in Palm Desert against the Lakers. Suns fans, fill in the blank. If the Suns are going to be good this year, blank has to be good.
I'm going to go with... My tendency is to say Jalen Green, but I think he is almost, he's pretty much a proven offensive commodity in this league. I may be going a little bit deeper. Ryan Dunn, the ascension needs to continue
I like that.
for Ryan
I like
Dunn.
that answer.
If he's really good, I think that's going to help things a lot.
Yeah, because...
Offensively or just in general?
In general.
Because to further vibe on what Vinny is saying, I think Jalen Green has to be more than good. I think he's already good, but he's going to have to be more than good. I like that call. Ryan Dunn is a great answer.
I think the answer to it could go like one of two ways. To your guys' point, like Ryan Dunn needs to be good, but Jalen Green, if he is better than what we expect, this team's going to be better than what we expect. Kevin Humphreys, though, was my favorite answer. Mark Williams. If Mark Williams is really good, the Suns are going to be more prevalent defensively, and if he's healthy, I think he's a really good player.
That's the bigger question. I think we know Mark Williams is good, but can he do it for more than 40 games in a year?
Yeah.
Even if he's healthy, are they going to just play him 2 out of every 3 games or something? Like, is it a long-term plan they have?
I think that's being
talked about,
being plotted out as we speak.
Man, Suns Out, Puns Out said the crowd at Mortgage Matchup Center has to be good.
They always bring it.
Always bring it. And then Tom Foss took it in a different way. He said Booker has to play at an MVP level. He needs to bring his game to that, quote, next level. So he took it in a different way.
I do want to point out one other answer from Adam, who just said grammar, because you read the question wrong.
I know. It says
is the Suns are going to... I know it was a typo.
No, that wasn't.
All right. I forget where this question stemmed from. The last one, Jarrett?
Oh, we were talking about slang and how
Sure.
talking to young people and they just say stuff just to say stuff.
Yeah.
And it's
So naturally,
annoying.
we asked, what is your biggest complaint with young people these days?
Generally speaking, is
Yeah.
that they're young and I'm not. It's not anything personal.
Your
against them.
generation's incredible indifference to, well, let me rephrase this. Your generation's insistence on driving while texting or having their phone in their hands. It never ceases to amaze me. And I'm not trying to slander young people, but I see it all the time from young people.
I do too. But I don't think it's necessarily a generational thing, because I see a lot of older people doing it
Do you?
as well. Yeah.
I
just think there's a lot of people in general doing it.
I'm right there with you.
More specific on my complaint is just the incessant need to post everything.
It's true. Like the world is outside of this thing.
It's a little bit hypocritical to say that during social studies, but hey, you asked.
No, 100%. And I have, as someone...
See, the thing is, Sammy, this thing right here that you're pulling up the phone, this is full of algorithms that are designed to do things that are not good for you.
100%.
Okay.
As someone that is in this younger generation, my friends, I cannot stand when we're at a dinner or we're out or we're at a game or whatever it is, and they're on their cell phones.
Yeah.
It's my biggest pet peeve when we get together as a collective and all you care about is what's going on your screen.
Because what you're saying is that you're not that important to me. Even though I'm sitting across from you, this phone that I'm holding in my hand, I have to, because this is more important than you.
Or the moment isn't that important.
Yes, that too.
Watch the baseball playoffs. Watch people in the front row.
But are you the outlier on that, Sammy? Like, if you're in a group of like 5 friends, would 4 of them being okay just sitting around on their phones?
No, I think, for example, I go to my same friend's house every Saturday, most part, to watch college football, and we do a really good job of like just being in the. Granted, there's like 3 televisions there, but we have like a good time with each other.
Yeah.
And when we go out to be with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are instances where sometimes we'll be at a Diamondbacks game, for example, and 3 out of the 5 guys I'm with are checking Twitter, scrolling whatever, and it's like, why
those
come to the
bets
game?
are not going to track themselves.
Yeah, but then why go to the game? You know,
right.
That's
exactly right.
That's my quibble. Couple responses. Eddie V says their fascination with Taylor Swift. He does not get it. She dropped an album today.
Sure did.
And that leads into the next one.
Hope it didn't break.
Yeah. That leads into the next one. Brando says their music sucks. Which, listen, man, it's
everybody thinks
every
the younger
generation.
Hey, that's my point. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you have Chalk Riley's ready to go? His is a great answer. Influencers as a profession. Is there a more vapid, self-absorbed group of people than that? Social media has been great to unearth talented performers, but being famous for being famous is a microcosm of today's reality.
Yeah,
always existed. It always existed in society. It's just got a spotlight on it. There was always people like Zsa Zsa Gabor or Kitty Carlisle or stuff like that.
I wouldn't call them influencers.
They weren't. I'm just telling you, it always existed.
Zsa Zsa Gabor was on a hit TV show.
No, she wasn't. Ava Gabor was.
She was the sister of somebody who was on a hit TV show.
But there you guys go. You can find us at Bickley_Marotta on X, Bickley and Marotta elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Did we just get a Kitty Carlisle reference?
I cannot believe
from the last 70 years.
I cannot believe those references you just dropped out there. I respect the point. I respect the point you're making, but your brain is so old.
How old is it? Find out.
Ava and he's correcting you on Zsa Zsa Gabor
versus Ava Gabor. Do you know the name of the third Gabor sister?
I have no clue.
Stephanie?
No.
Magda.
Oh, sure.
Wow.
Of course.
Poor kids.
All right, that's social studies and some really hip references.
Stay tuned to the Sports Report.
More on the Cardinals Titans matchup on Sunday. Next, it's Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5? Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that's because you walk into those stores, there's likely televisions at the very front, and they're at a really low price, and people think, wow, I have to shop here for my electronics. What they don't know is that really inexpensive television, probably hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. This is one of many reasons you get in your car and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. They're going to give you real expertise, an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you're looking for. It's fall. We like to spend time outside. Waltz also has a great selection of outdoor televisions. You can't believe the quality of them these days. It's a great idea. And for all this expertise and all this great experience, you're not going to pay a premium because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Waltz is located off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, we got to score! We got to score!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's what I'm talking about!
Bickley and Marotta.
Talking about boys.
Red Friday.
And we continue on this Red Friday here on Bickley and Marotta mornings. I think I've heard a rumor, Bick. We're blowing up in Whitman, out on the west side.
Fantastic.
Blowing up in Whitman. Love our listeners out in Whitman. Thanks for listening to Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I mean, not really, just because this is the NFL. You know, every team is liable to win and lose, no matter if you're 13-0 or 0-13. You know, anybody can be beat. It's a matter of who puts in that work throughout the week, who can live in the present one day at a time, and who can execute and play a game with motor and violence on Sundays or Thursdays or Mondays. You know, so on game days. So it's definitely. You know, we don't need any type of other hype talk. We understand we're in the NFL and this is our job and this is what we have to do in order to win. And we have to execute. We got to do our job. We got to play with motor and violence and, you know, eliminate explosives and get turnovers so we can get the ball back to the offense. So that's our number one goal week in and week out, no matter who we play. And we got a team that's, you know, hungry to try and get a W. And, you know, they're going to be playing very hard just like we're going to be playing hard. And, you know, let the best man win.
What did I tell you yesterday, Bick? The Arizona Cardinals are they are elite at consistency of message.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, you brought up something that I hadn't even thought of, but it is absolutely true, and that is we have not had a blow-up moment from Budda Baker. I mean, blowing up an offensive player moment.
No, I think we got one tackle for loss through the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, so I wonder what that's all about. I wonder what's behind that. I wonder if they're deploying him differently. I wonder if they're, you know, maybe keeping him out of the box a little more. I don't know.
I would hope.
But you mentioned his grade wasn't that good either.
No, you asked the question, are they deploying him differently? I hope the answer to that is no.
Right.
I hope this is Budda just finding his footing, because we know what he can do.
Oh, he's a heat-seeking missile.
He was an absolute menace last year.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen it. I know this came up with Kent Summers yesterday when Kent joined us on the show, and I asked the Budda Baker question based on the Pro Football Focus grade, because Budda has not been graded very well this season, which is weird to see because he's always one of those guys that does most things right. And Kent said, I'm not worried about Budda Baker. I don't think I am either. If he comes around, that defense takes a step in further down the direction of being a dominant defense. Budda also talked about somebody who has been graded very well by Pro Football Focus on the defensive side of the ball, and somewhat of a surprise. Keitrell Clark was a forgotten man in training camp, a guy that was, quote-unquote, still on the roster. He's been really good. Here's Budda on Keitrell Clark.
Just him being comfortable. You know, he's just very comfortable now, and, you know, you communicate the calls to him. He taps off. He understands what to do each and every play, compared to, of course, like his rookie year where he might not know it all the way, but, you know, he's at the point where he knows everything. And as long as we get that communication to him, he plays with confidence, high motor, and a guy who can make those short tackles, you know, off the edge. So that's what we need at the corner position, because we know those teams do a great job of trying to crack our safeties and force the ball outside, and those corners got of tackles. So he's doing a great job. Sky's the limit for him. I'm excited to see him continue to get better and control what he can control and, just take one play at a time and play great defense.
Yeah, Budda Baker, by the way, 62nd out of, I just had it up and I switched the positions, 62nd out of 74 safeties rated so far by Pro Football Focus this year.
Yeah. So a good game from Budda would be reassuring. Flying around, blowing up some players, that kind of thing. By the way, Jonathan Gannon addressing the media, Darius Robinson is out on Sunday. So that cryptic post on Instagram might be a bit ominous.
It might be. The fact that he didn't go on injured reserve gives some hope that maybe this is a 1 week, a 2 week thing.
I hope so.
Because that's another thing this defense needs. And the rotation, the defensive line rotation, I think has been pretty good. Dalvin Tomlinson has made contributions. I don't think he was all that noticeable in week 1, but since then he's been good.
He's been good.
Calais Campbell arguably has been the best Cardinals player so far.
Dante Stills has been good.
Dante Stills has been good. Even with losing some guys, that rotation's been good. But if you get something from Darius Robinson, and he got a sack last week, and you thought maybe that was the jumping off point of his comfort level growing in that defense, and now another setback. Feel horrible for the guy.
And it's still no Walter Nolan either, and you just you mentioned this time and time again, but you got to get stuff from these first-round picks the last couple of years.
I know. Yeah.
On the flip side, we talked a lot about the Titans earlier in the week and Cam Ward's comments after the Houston game when he said, I'm going to keep it a buck. We ass. I don't think they printed that up on T-shirts in Nashville.
Yeah.
But it got the attention of the guys in the locker room. It got the attention of the coaching staff. Here was Brian Callahan commenting on his quarterback's post-game comments from last week.
He's still he's a young player. He's in he's a number 1 overall pick. He's the face of a franchise, if you will. He's got high expectations for himself. We have high expectations around him, and we all want to meet those. And his ability to be in that spotlight in that moment, I think, is a growing process for him. I think he's growing up. I think he's starting to understand the weight of his words, what those things mean when he speaks and everyone's listening and watching. And then even though he says, he follows up the commentary with a lot of the right things, it's the one-liner that gets taken. And, he's learning how to deal with you guys and how to understand how to have those conversations and still, maintain the image that he wants to maintain as a starting quarterback. So growing up is not always easy. And I think there's some things that he's learning along the way, just like we all do.
Look, go ahead, Beck.
No, I'm just going to say that I read about how some people are calling him immature, that he shouldn't be talking like that. Like you said, if you were a fan of that team, you'd admire that kind of brutal honesty. At least I would.
I'm to the point now, and I'm not just looking at the Cardinals, across sports. When something goes horribly wrong, and there's this, it's that Kevin Bacon from Animal House, all is well when all hell's breaking loose. We're going to be okay.
Right.
Sometimes you like to hear a dose of truth.
I totally agree with that.
And taking responsibility. And for Cam Ward to do it after his 4th start in the NFL, that does say something.
I agree.
But also the numbers say something. And I saw comparisons. His first 4 NFL starts held up against Will Levis's first 4 NFL starts for the same franchise not too long ago. And Levis's numbers dwarf those of Cam Ward.
Oh, we had
and when we had Terron Davenport on, he pointed out this is the second worst 4-game rookie start in the total QBR era. And he brought up DeShone Kizer as the worst, who didn't last very long in this league. Now, it was a different circumstance.
Yeah.
Kizer was a 2nd-round pick as opposed to a 1st overall pick. But this is a big game for Cam Ward, too.
The more and more I watch football, some quarterbacks make it who are thrown into the fire as a rookie week 1, but it can't be a good policy. Finally, here's one last point. I'm very curious what the crowd is going to look and feel like Sunday, because if you were a Cardinal fan and you've been unimpressed, and if you're not diehard, do you take this week off based on the lackluster marquee value of the opponent? Or are you rallying? Or are you bringing an advantage to the stadium? And I say that in the context of the L.A. Rams last night, who not only let the 49ers fans take over their building, the infamous Dove Kleiman has put out a video. The Rams are getting killed for importing fake crowd noise on third down last night in SoFi, and there's a video that shows not a single Rams fan is on their feet cheering. Not a single one. And there's all this noise that's suddenly happening in the stadium, and none of the Rams fans are doing anything.
Whose house?
Right.
I will say, though, if there's ever, this has got to be one of the least fan bases you fear of invading the stadium, right?
Oh, that's
The
not going to
Titans.
happen.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That part of it.
I'm thinking about empty seats is what I'm thinking about.
I think I might have met one Titans fan in my life.
I know one Titan fan, yeah.
Really?
I have a friend who's from Tennessee, and he only talks about the Volunteers. I just assume he's a Titans fan. I'll have to ask
They
him.
met one Titan fan in their whole life, and they spent 3 days in Nashville.
Well, that's just a convention of fans.
Yeah.
We were having fun during Nashville, just counting the different jerseys from all the.
Oh, that was
you
crazy.
See all the jerseys
Yep.
from every team. WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3 against the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Just text the word Finals to 620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620 right now. Coming up next, Jarrett's going to bring you the Sports Kebab on this Friday. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Titans have scored 12, 19, 20, and 0 points so far this season. The lowest point total in the NFL, 51 points.
Yeah.
The Cardinals' defense has an opportunity to win them this game this weekend.
If ever there was a game where you look at this and you say, this is a game the Arizona Cardinals must win, even though it's not a must win, it would be this game right here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If your backyard is kind of cringy, if it keeps you from having company over the weekend, it's a great time to pick up the phone and call my friends at Turf Monsters. The fall is a great time to renovate your backyard, and Turf Monsters has incredible range. They can build you the backyard of your dreams. Anything you're looking for, a one-stop shop that can build you a beautiful state-of-the-art putting green. They're in the pickleball business. If you're an avid pickleball player, you don't have to worry about court time. If that court is in your backyard, they are building great pickleball courts. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful sparkling lawn for you and your dog without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, the water bills of trying to install real side yourself. And all of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And then Turf Monsters can also take care of that maintenance. If you're looking for hardscapes like patios, whatever the project, they love working with customers, and they've got near 1,000 five-star reviews. Go check out samples of their work online at turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Did your AC unit just go kaput? Now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Mark your calendars for Saturday, October 4th at 6 p.m. for the Beatitudes Campus Gala. Beatitudes Campus is dedicated to its mission of igniting purpose and vibrancy throughout life's journey. Celebrate 6 decades of community, care, and connection at Beatitudes Campus on October 4th for an evening of music, candlelight dining, and stories that inspire. Proceeds go towards enhancing the programs and services that help residents thrive. Get your tickets at beatitudescampus.org. That's beatitudescampus.org.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. WNBA Finals Game 1 between the Mercury and Aces is tonight in Vegas. Tip-off will be at 5. Suns fans, tonight is your first chance to get a look at this new Suns team, their first preseason game in Palm Desert at 7, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear is to undergo shoulder and elbow surgery this offseason. His timetable is unclear, but is expected to be back next season. Week 5 in the NFL is underway. Last night, the 49ers went to LA and shocked the Rams in overtime, 26-23. As for the Cardinals, they get the Tennessee Titans Sunday morning at 10, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is with the WNBA Finals tonight. Who will win the WNBA Finals? Will it be the Mercury in 4 or 5, the Mercury in 6 or 7, the Aces in 4 or 5, or the Aces in 6 or 7?
We can't, with a good conscience, pick the non-Phoenix team in this, can we?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Are we obligated to be homers?
Yeah.
Are you answering that question?
Then
I'm saying, yeah, I'm
if we're
agreeing with
obligated
you.
to be homers, then yeah, then you're picking the Mercury. If you're asking me what I think is really going to happen, I think the Aces are going to win.
And quick or late? 4 or 5 or 6 or 7? We can go
6 or 7.
I believe that too. I think they're the better team. They've peaked at the end of the season, and
they've got a great lineup
MVP.
And the pedigree,
Right, best player in the world. Yeah, but the vote, 54% Mercury in 6 or 7, 21% Aces in 4 or 5, 15 Aces in 6 or 7, only 9% say Mercury in 4 or 5.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
I'm from the 1900s. And I just think you got to say it. Like, the world is so future now, and I feel in the way of it.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jarrett. I enjoyed the song today.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can go 2 for 2.
I don't know what Nate Bargatze's talking about in that intro either, because I'm very hip. So stay tuned for my references to Arlene Francis and other New York socialite and influencers from the 50s. But I do have to start off, unfortunately, with some sad news, as noted primatologist Jane Goodall passed away this week. Did you see this?
I did.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about her, but I assume she has survived by her years of work, her decades of footage, and of course her husband, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Is that
that's not it.
Not related.
That's not it.
I know. I'm kidding. Of course, I have great respect.
Although the ape she cared for might have more personality.
Yes, well, I have great respect for Jane Goodall and her work with primates. In fact, I believe she is the most famous person to ever live with a big dumb ape, other than Taylor Swift.
He tried that again.
Well, speaking of Taylor Swift, her new album, Life of a Showgirl, dropped today. And people are shocked by the veiled shots she takes at people on the record. I don't know if you saw any of this, guys, but evidently there are brutal diss tracks against Charlie XCX, Katy Perry, and perhaps most surprisingly, Kathy Engelbert. No. But there is huge talk this week about Lynx star Nafisa Collier's statement on WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert, where she attacked all aspects of her role as commissioner. Now, say what you want about Adam Silver, but no one has ever questioned his leadership. His species, maybe, but never his leadership. So this has sent the league into a tailspin at an unfortunate time because the WNBA finals are about to start and they feature the Phoenix Mercury, a local team in a basketball championship. Look, I don't know if they're going to win or how many games it might take, but what I do know is I don't want to hear a peep at any time in the series from Sky Harbor Airport, okay? Shut your mouth, Sky. No jinxes. But what a run by Phoenix. They turned over their roster. They lost big-time stars, Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner, and they had to go through the defending champions just to get here. Nobody believed in him. In fact, I haven't seen someone this doubtful of a Mercury success since Mike Myers' character in Bohemian Rhapsody. Well, give me your impression.
You want to do the line?
Yeah,
Vic?
give me the line.
No, you can do it, Vinny. Bohemian Rhapsody.
No one's listening to Bohemian Rhapsody.
There you go. But back to Taylor Swift. Wow. It's interactive this week's Sports Cover. Back to Taylor Swift. Because of outside of her new album, the other news is that despite rumors, she will not be performing at this season's Super Bowl halftime show. Instead, it will be Bad Bunny. And some people are upset, but to be fair, Bad Bunny wasn't the league's first choice. Initially, they were going to have Coldplay perform again, but the idea was nixed by dozens of NFL employees who will be in attendance and are currently cheating on their wives. And some people are outraged by the choice of Bad Bunny, including Danica Patrick. Remember her?
I do.
Did you see her comments?
I did.
Yeah,
No.
she is crushing the NFL for selecting him, and it's not because Danica doesn't like the multiple-time Grammy winner. It's just that she feels there is no place in sports for people who actually win things. But she is not alone. Some people are just destroying the choice, and I can't believe it. I mean, I haven't seen someone kill a bunny like this since Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. Now, speaking of getting killed, Cleveland Browns' third-string quarterback Shedeur Sanders is getting destroyed for a quote-unquote interview he did with the media this week. Now, I say interview like that because Shedeur didn't speak. He was silent while giving his answers, simply gesturing and moving his lips. Now, to be fair, Shedeur said he was just trying to be like his father, Dion, and accidentally thought his nickname was Mime Time.
Mime Time.
Mime Time, Dion Sanders.
I like that.
That's a good joke.
Thank you.
Good joke.
Thank you. What a bizarre thing, though, right? The guy says he wants to be a great quarterback, but he doesn't talk? Who is he? Johnny Mutinitis? What is he? Low Montana?
Oh, no.
He's Silent Dawson. Silent Dawson. He's Joe No Mouth. He's Ben Speechless Burger. He's George Bland. Unfortunately, that's not the only bad sports story in Cleveland, as the Guardians were just eliminated from the playoffs in front of dozens of their home fans. Now, I'm exaggerating, but the stadium was only half full for each game in the series. Now, some blame this on early game times during work days, which makes sense until you remember that people in Cleveland don't have jobs. And speaking of baseball, in conclusion, MLB must be thrilled that the Yankees and the Cubs both advanced, leaving open the possibility of what has to be the dream World Series matchup. Wouldn't that be cool? Cubs versus Yankees. Though I will say it would feel a little bittersweet compared to like 10, 15 years ago, because the Yankees aren't, the evil empire anymore. The Cubs are no longer the cursed underdogs. And Harry Carey is not around anymore to try and pronounce the name Cam Schlittler.
Ho!
There's Schlittler.
Yeah,
that would have been great.
Good.
Anyway,
Good
there
job,
you go.
Jared.
There's the sports.
Good job.
Kebab.
Well done. I enjoyed that.
Sports Kebab every Friday at 9:30 with Jarrett. You can follow him on X/Twitter at JarrettGC. We're going to put the wraps on the Friday edition and the week and fill out our respective weekend checklists next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's go! You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta, Song of the Day.
I would have bet money this is the song that Jarrett was going to parody this week.
An all-time song.
What is this song?
Chris Stapleton, Tennessee Whiskey.
Used to spend my nights out in ballroom.
See, what you might not know about this song, Sammy. Written in the early 80s. First performed by David Allan Coe, then by George Jones. And I went back and I hear this. This is a huge bar, like dive bar song. Every dive bar you go into, you're going to hear it. But I went back and I listened to the earlier versions of it. It's not very good.
David Allan Coe.
This version is great. I don't know if you know this, but this Chris Stapleton guy has a bit of a voice.
I really could not do this.
Once he gets to the...
That's today's song of the day in honor of the Tennessee Titans. All right. Coming into town. Tennessee Whiskey by Chris Stapleton, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta, going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, it is that time where we look into the future, and we all can see the future, can't we? Especially on this show. We project what's going to happen this weekend in the world of sports. We fill out our weekend checklist, 3 items for each of us.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bick.
All right, I'll kick this off. All right, my favorite college football player outside of Tempe, Arizona, Diego Pavia, will beat Alabama for a second time, becoming an all-time legend.
Really? Mm-hmm. You're going Vandy over Alabama?
This kid is 100% swagger.
If he he did have an unfortunate incident.
Well, a little bit. It's not always good to urinate midfield on a logo. It's not advised.
It was done in the spirit of rivalry.
Right. But I love the kid. All right.
If he does that, he's the Heisman favorite overwhelmingly on Monday
Dan is
morning.
all about picking double-digit upsets this weekend.
Well, it didn't work out for me last night. Shohei will pitch 7 shutout innings and hit 2 home runs tomorrow in Philadelphia.
Oh, my goodness.
This is an epic heavyweight battle, the first playoff game between the Dodgers and the Phillies since 2009. And the Patriots are going to shock the Bills in Buffalo. Drake May he's in elite company. 3 straight games of 75% completions and 2 touchdown passes in a single season. Tom Brady's the record holder at that with 4 of them. He's joined a list of Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, and Kurt Warner.
Drake May has?
Yeah.
Wow.
3 consecutive games, 75% completions, 2 or more touchdown passes. Yeah. So that kid is fantastic.
Anoint him.
I think he's going to shock the Bills in Buffalo.
All right, my 3. I'm going with an interception this week for Keitrell Clark.
Ooh.
I'm going with we will have a shutout in the NFL for the 3rd straight week.
Ooh.
Which doesn't happen very often, but I think it's going to happen. And I'm looking at you, Cincinnati.
you
and I'm going, there's a big favorite an 11.5-point favorite in college football on Saturday in the Big 12. Yes. Texas Tech is an 11.5-point favorite on the road at Houston. The Red Raiders will win by double that.
Wow.
At least double, so they'll win by 23+ over Houston.
So you got them as the best team.
Yeah, they're coming off the most impressive performance of anybody in the conference.
They were the most hyped
against
team
Utah,
for sure.
and they're coming off a bye week. Yeah. I don't care if they're on the road. I think Houston's a little overhyped.
Okay, Jarrett.
All right, the Diamondbacks will win 2 out of 3. Wait a minute, no, I can't do that anymore. After all this talk, I predict Cardinals running backs will score 2 touchdowns this weekend, combined. Cardinals running backs, whoever it may be. I'm going with this same logic that has worked for me all year when I said certain teams just never, ever, ever win big games.
Okay, you've been good with this.
I was right with Tennessee. I was right with Penn State. I don't feel as good about this one because I don't think Florida State is as good. But Miami is another one of those teams. They are, every time they get ranked really high in the last 30 years, they blow it. Miami will lose to Florida State.
Wow, that is pretty bold. Because you're putting your faith in Mike Norvell.
Yeah. And because of the absolute misery that the world must rain upon me, U of A will lose to the miserable, terrible Oklahoma State team this week.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'm trying to reverse jinx it.
All right, my 3, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride will both catch a touchdown from Kyler Murray this weekend.
All right, that's good news.
The Cardinals will force at least 2 turnovers against Cam Ward and the dreadful Tennessee Titans. And an NFL team will account for an NFL offense will have 500 or more yards this weekend. And I'm looking at the Lions.
Ooh.
Or...
See, we were both looking at that same game. And
yeah.
if yours comes true
and
mine comes true, it's going to be like 58-0.
Yeah, right?
Maybe the top gets taken off of in the Arizona Cardinals game. 500 or more yards by the Cardinals.
Now you are really taking your optimism to a new level.
Those were the 2 teams I wrote down.
That's like, you put the Cardinals on that list?
I had Lions.
Do they have 500 yards at all so far this year?
2.5 games worth, maybe.
I couldn't find it. I mean, I saw the Lions, and then I wanted to see if I could find someone else, but maybe the running game slows down. Air it out.
All right, and let's just add another layer on each of us. Cardinals prediction and score, Bick.
Okay.
The Cardinals will win 27-20.
I got Cardinals 24-19.
27-10 Cardinals.
Ooh, blowout.
But I like the three touchdowns, 2 field goals.
I have Cards 31-16.
All right.
Here we go.
We're all going to look really bad if they lose that game.
Super bad.
No
Not as bad as they'll look.
Yeah.
Well said. That is going to do it for us on this Friday. Thanks to Terron Davenport for joining us. Thanks to you for listening. Appreciate it. Have a great, safe weekend. We're back Monday morning. Full recap of Cardinals Titans and, of course, how the Suns looked in their preseason opener. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
Jared, you got a very loud shirt on.
Do you like this one?
I don't know if I like it, but it's loud.
Everybody in the Valley have a frickin' day. Let's go.
There's nothing in this studio that's sacred to gamble.
If you're going to suck up to someone, I guess it should be someone named Hoover.
It's not a we-ass kind of franchise. We ass. I ass.
The Sun Devils will take on the Jayhawks of Kansas at Wembley. You know what? It's New York. You don't like it? Go elsewhere.
Louisville.
Hi, good to be here talking sports.
West Side!
What was the deal with that kick?
Rocco Baldelli!
Oh! Hit the ball already, Sergio!
Yeah, why do people always touch my stuff? Surprise!
Surprise!
Well,
we're waiting.
Oh, baby.
Yeah!
Pick's pick. Pitch pick.
Excellent. Party time.
Who ran the wrong route?
You never know when a nipple's going to pop out.
Speaking of mouth stuff.
You're the one who says schmeckle all the time.
I felt like a bowl of dumbass soup.
I feel rather naked.
Cade Klubnik of Clemson.
Biff McSchmuckface.
MC Lumpkin.
Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Arvid Fungalbuck.
You literally ran through a wall.
I wish we had the old Bickley back.
I'll blanking end you.
You don't want to have elective surgery just so you can jam more food in your pie hole.
The earliest in the show I've ever cried.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from Amco. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at Amco. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Friday to all you in the Valley. How about some basketball tonight? The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces will meet in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals in Vegas. The Mercury are looking for their 4th championship in franchise history, and the Phoenix Suns are back in our lives. Their first preseason game is tonight in Palm Desert against the Lakers. The Suns will be without Mark Williams and Jalen Green. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sunday, the Cardinals will look to get back above 500 against the winless Tennessee Titans. And with James Conner lost for the year and Trey Benson on IR, they'll look for bigger performances from Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. Here was Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald on Marv.
I think that second half of that game on Thursday was the best thing that could happen to him. I think his ability to continue to improve and get better is still really good.
Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 10 a.m. on Sunday right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear live from Charlotte Motor Speedway Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Football Friday, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? Y'all jacked up, ready to go? Football Friday? Here we go, Basonians. Gather on the transistor and press the air because we're going to talk a little ball today amongst other things.
We got Command and Control back there. We got Sammy the Bull over there. We got football coming up. There's no ASU. It's kind of throwing me off.
Yeah,
but we got the Cardinals playing a game on Sunday.
A little bit of a downer right there. That's it's a bye week.
Yeah, just play every week.
Yeah, why not? Why shouldn't you?
I've decided I hate bye weeks, Wolf.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I was so excited to, I've been so excited to go to all the games this year, and then now I've got to work my second job tomorrow, and I'm not excited.
This really fell off a cliff for Rick. Not only is there not a game, he has to work a second job.
There were a lot of guys who absolutely loved the bye week. Most of them were talented. There were talented guys who loved the bye week. The untalented guys like myself, are you kidding me? Let's get this thing on. Let's do this. All right? I shouldn't have been here 10 days. Let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and play a game. I don't want to feel like I'm some civilian walking around here. Let's go do what I was born to do, right?
Shouldn't have been here 10 days.
Right.
Don't make me wait 14 days to play. The math there doesn't work out.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the bye.
Well, ASU's on bye, but the Cardinals are not, and they didn't play last Sunday. They obviously played the Thursday before, so we get back to some normalcy in the NFL. We're going to talk to Cardinals general manager Monty Austin in about an hour and 11 minutes and 21 seconds. Okay, so mark that down, Wolf.
Okay, I like that.
We're going to talk to Monty in a little bit.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Jordan Simone at 10:30. We're still talk ASU. And we're going to talk to Kellen Olson at 12:30.
because the Suns' preseason begins
I
tonight.
like the way you said that. We're going to talk to Jordan Simone. I don't know why it is. Every now and then you go into it. I'm going to talk to Jordan Simone. Okay.
I think it is
maybe it's because it was Simone.
Maybe it's Simone. It's my Italian heritage jumps through on like
That's
8
what
words
it
a day,
is.
and it just
Hey.
there we go. Hey. But we're going to start with the NFL and the Cardinals, and a chance to get back on track on Sunday against a team that we've already seen on multiple occasions this year. There are no gimmies in the NFL, Green Bay losing to Cleveland. But if you could dial up a team, if you had to pick a team to play to get right, I think Tennessee probably is that team right now. In a lot of ways, this feels like New Orleans in week 1, where the Saints didn't really know who their starting quarterback was till, a week and a half before that game, and he was very inexperienced and still is, and Spencer Rattler and, working in a new coach and all these new things for the Saints. That was not a resounding win for the Cardinals, but it was a win. And now they get Tennessee, who's really trying to figure some stuff out. 0-4, and they've collectively looked like the worst team in the league so far. This is a chance to get right, Wolf, and the Cardinals have to jump at that chance.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because based on earnings, we have the show sheet here, the Wolf and Luke show sheet. 10 o'clock, it says, Cardinals, how much could a win Sunday do for this team? And as soon as I read that, I think, man, how much would a loss hurt this team?
Well, that's the other part of the coin,
forward?
right?
Because I actually think, based on earnings, there's 10 times more downside to this game than there is upside for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, listen, that makes it a dangerous game to me because you've got to go out and you've got to take care of business because of everything you just said. This is the National Football League. These guys are talented guys on the Tennessee Titans. They are. They're talented players. They're capable of beating you on any given play. Now, capable of beating you in a game, that's another story. And this is where I hope to see the Arizona Cardinals come out and take care of business against the Tennessee Titans. Once again, everywhere the Cardinals need to get better, the Titans are kind of struggling at.
Mm-hmm.
Like the offensive line, going out and blocking. Yes, going out and what? What was that?
It's Cam Ward from the other day. He said, to keep it a buck, we ass.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, whatever.
I didn't either. That was kind of a random.
Threw that. That was a little rando right there. It was really odd. Totally distracted me. But honestly, it's a situation where the downside here, if they actually were capable of losing to this team, which I think they are, if they go out and they don't play well, they don't protect the ball, they don't control the line of scrimmage the way that they should be able to in this game, man, the downside, I don't even want to think about it.
Before I get into that, I just want to point out to Command and Control, you guys need to feel honored because Wolf has referenced the show sheet probably 3 times this week. And I don't know if you fully get it, but like when Aaron was the producer, she would hand Wolf the show sheet. He would just drop it right into a paper shredder and never look at it again. It's
not true.
Openly, sometimes he would just tear it in half. I agree with what you're saying, to be honest, and that's what makes this a dangerous game. You're at home. You need to defend the home field, but more than anything, this is a game where I think they have a lot to gain if they win because you're snapping a 2-game losing streak and it's your 3rd win and you're back above 500. Maybe you start to build something off that. But it does feel like a game where you have a lot more to lose than gain. If they beat Tennessee, the conversation on Monday probably isn't even going to be much about this game nationally. It's just going to be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, they beat Tennessee. Everybody beats Tennessee. But if you lose, you not only have problems, I think that creates more problems because you lost to Tennessee. So you got to win this game.
See, for me, based on earnings, this is going to be one of these games where it's not just going to be about beating Tennessee. It's going to be how did you beat them? How close of a game was this?
Which you never say.
Which I never, ever talk about. It's about winning. It's all about winning. When you play in the National Football League, man, it's about walking off that field with a dub. And if you beat them by 1 point or you beat them by 50, it really doesn't matter in the end. And this is one of those games where analysts that are out there, yeah, that's right, national analysts, of course, analysts that are local as well, analysts and fans are going to judge. They're going to weigh, measure, and evaluate the Arizona Cardinals based on how they actually play, Not just winning, but how they win the game as well. That's why this game could be dangerous.
Here's Jonathan Gannon from earlier this week talking about the Titans, who are 0-4, but always dangerous, as you're saying. Here's JG.
I mean, they're in Denver versus a good football team. It's a one-score game in the fourth quarter. Houston, it's 6-0 late in the third. They're on defense. Houston's backed up. It's 2nd and 33. Got a chance to get out of that and tie the game. Indy generated some explosive plays and put a bunch of points up on the board. That one, got a little bit away from them, I think, in the third. And the Rams, they're up in that game in the second half versus the LA Rams. So, say what you want. Any team, I laugh, talk to people around the league and even us, you're a couple plays away from your record being significantly different, better or worse. That's reality in the NFL. I talked to the team today. It's not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Yeah, I know that sounds like, okay, well, yeah, it's a coach, and that's what they're going to say. And he needs to be saying that to his team, obviously, because if they don't go in fully locked in against the Titans, they will lose. Mm-hmm. But that's the NFL. Most games are close. He just went through and detailed how Tennessee has been in all of their games. Wolf, I'm looking at the biggest favorites this weekend, okay? Detroit's a huge favorite against Cincinnati. They're the biggest favorite. Then you have Buffalo 8.5 over the Patriots.
Okay.
The next biggest favorite is the Cardinals over Tennessee -7.5, and the Rams last night over the Niners -7.5, because the Niners are missing all their players. Short week.
Yes.
And who won that game? The Niners won that game. So most NFL games, if you're not completely locked in, come down to one score. They really do. What he's saying about college.
So true, Luke.
If the better team shows up in college, they're up by 38 in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? A lot of the times, unless it's a big conference game or whatever. So yeah, they got to bring it on Sunday. But if they do, they should win. The WNBA finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday, and you could be in the stands. Just text finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History's on the line. Be a part of it. Text finals to 620-620 right now. All right, when we come back, Torey Lovullo dropped some news on us yesterday about his coaching staff. We'll get you what that was, and we'll react to it. Next, it's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, but Orchard cuts that hassle entirely out of the process for you, which is great. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so that you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and we get our first look at the new Phoenix Suns tonight. Or do we? We'll talk Suns preseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports apps, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday. Thank you to the listeners in Mesa. Wolf, big Mesa fan. Actually just played pickup hockey out there in Mesa like 2 weeks ago.
What up, Mesa?
What up, Mesa, and what up, YouTube?
Maybe you're actually in Mesa on YouTube. Interesting.
Wow, then what up twice right there. The Arizona Diamondbacks season obviously wrapped, and yet there's still news with this team. And Torey Lovullo on with Burns and Gambo yesterday said this.
We're going to bring back the same coaches. I explained that to everybody today on our first offseason Zoom call. Where they land and what their roles are will be fairly similar, but I'm not sure what the moving parts will mean down the road. But we did bring in 4 new coaches this past year, and that's not a reason for growing pains or making mistakes early. But there was some newness. It was very unique trying to get to know this many coaches, me personally, the coaches to the players. So I feel like if we bring back the same staff, we're going to hit on all cylinders the minute we walk into spring training next year, and that's even starting earlier. They're going to be able to have these relationships with players that they've already established over the past year.
Yeah, it's always a tough situation when you suffer a disappointing season, whether you're a head coach in the game of football, whether you're a manager, whenever you suffer a disappointing season where you didn't live up to the expectations, many, many times, if the manager or head coach doesn't get fired, somebody on his staff is going to be fired just to send a message.
Yeah, this is I think this is interesting. Maybe not a full surprise after we talked to Mike Hazen on Wednesday, and he said there might be some minor, adjustments, I think is the way he said. I know you used the word minor, but it didn't sound like they were going to be making any huge moves on the coaching staff at that point. And, Torey spoke yesterday. So maybe not a shock in the context of what we've kind of already learned this week. But I think if you went back, and certainly if you went back 2 months, and you told Diamondbacks fans, hey, they are going to miss the playoffs. Torey's going to be back. Kaplan's going to be back.
Yeah.
The whole coaching staff's going to be back. I think people would have lost their minds. Now, the last 2 months did happen, and there's certainly some truth to what Torey said of, a lot of times you bring in new coaches. Continuity is not the worst thing to have that going into next year where you're not kind of adjusting to new. I get that. There's value to that. But it is kind of rare to have the expectations this team had to not make the playoffs and then to not really change anything.
Yeah, man, especially when you juxtapose early the first couple of months of the season to the last couple of months of the season. When you do that, you were talking about this the other day, as a matter of fact, Luke. You were talking about how nobody really got better on the pitching staff. They got worse on the pitching staff based on what was going on in the first half of the season. Was there a direct correlation to Brian Kaplan? We'll never know that. Once again, I'm assuming that he is qualified. He was worthy of being hired, of course, and the reason why I believe that is because of Torey. There's no way he's going to hire him if he wasn't qualified to do it. Yet at the same time, the results just were not there. They were not. And that's one of the reasons why I thought maybe the quote-unquote sacrificial lamb might be Brian Kaplan.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wondered if that would be the case. The pushback, because you're right. I mean, I have been saying that, look at any pitcher on this team from 2024 to 2025. Some of them stayed the same. It's not like everybody got worse, but very few got better, which is not necessarily the end of the world. And I'm just going with results-wise. I don't know what they look like, before games or in the bullpen sessions or whatever. But I'm just saying, results-wise, very few of them got better, and some of them definitely got worse.
Yeah.
They just did. I mean, production-wise, they definitely got worse. Now, this is where the final 2 months of the season is a complicating factor, because if you want to make the case to keep the same pitching coach, you would say, well, okay, yeah, Zach Gallen struggled in the first part of the season. Nobody's pretending he didn't. But look at what he did the final 2 months of the season. You could make the argument of, yeah, okay, but now that he and Kaplan have been working together, look, Zach Gallen's actually pitching better even. So it was such a complicated season, made that much more complicated by them turning it around in the final 2 months of the season, that, again, it's not a shock that they're not making any changes, but it is unique.
Yeah, and, once again, I think it's interesting that, no, you know what, Torey, we're not going to force you to actually do something so we can save face with Diamondback fans if we don't think it's justified. That basically is what the organization is saying right now. Torey, you keep your coaches. You go ahead and do that. We're not going to have that, quote-unquote, sacrificial lamb, where we're going to offer it up to the people. See, we're making changes. It's not going to be the exact same thing next year as it was this year. Many times, an organization will want that, especially in the game of football. It happens all the time. It does. You know what? If you struggle, well, instead of firing you, we'll fire one of your coordinators. Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to do. But you're set on notice. You're put on notice, head coach, that, you know what? If things don't go well, you're next.
And to be fair, too, I mean, Shelby Miller did pitch better this year than he's pitched in a while, and Ryan Nelson did too. But Shelby Miller's not here anymore, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like Ryan Nelson was already going down this path. I think he's getting better and better. So I guess you have to give them credit for that. You have to give Brian Kaplan credit for that. But at the same time, I feel like Ryan Nelson was doing that. He was getting better either way. We'll see. I want to stay consistent in this, and that I like that the Diamondbacks front office doesn't make knee-jerk reaction moves based on public outcry just for the sake of making moves. We weren't talking to Mike Hazen specifically about this, but we were talking to him about Torey earlier this week, and he's like, I can't just weigh the bad. I have to weigh the good, and I don't want to make a move just for the sake of making a move, because there's a downside to that too. So I got to stay consistent, me personally, with my supporting that sort of mindset from the Diamondbacks. But it raises the stakes for next year. If they go out there and the pitchers struggle again, people are gonna be like, "What's up?"
Yeah, man, wouldn't you love to know if anything was changed? Seriously, Rick, you or Jamal, if you're ever in front of Torey, will you ask him that question? Was there any changes? What changes were made on the coaching staff? Was there any type of preparation changes on the coaching staff, regardless of who it was, whether it was, your bench coach, whether it was the pitching coach? Were there any changes that were made mid-season that actually had an impact?
I think moving on from the third base coach, they just reassigned him. I think that was significant.
That helped. He hadn't been a third base coach before.
Yeah, I remember. Yes, of course. But to me, once again, there are bigger fish to fry here, so to speak. And to me, I would love to know, what changes did Brian Kaplan make, if any?
It's funny too, because it's not funny. You realize, you throw away a game here or there or whatever, and nobody's expecting you to be perfect. But if you lose a game here or there in June or July or whatever, it can cost you a spot. We were talking, you and I, earlier this week, and I've had a few people mention to me, like, dude, you keep saying the Diamondbacks almost missed the playoffs. They missed by a few games. With 4 days left in the season, they were one hit away from being in a playoff spot.
Yeah.
They just missed the playoffs.
Yes.
Like, it's not just the numbers. I know by the end of the season they'd missed by a few games and they were fourth in the NL West. But on Wednesday night, they're one sacrifice fly away from being in a playoff spot.
Yes.
And I don't say that to be like, look how great of a season they had. Their season was horribly frustrating, man. I say that to say, maybe beat Colorado in June and you're in the playoffs. And it did, in the moment, felt like they were throwing games away early in the season based on uncharacteristic either errors in the field or sending guys home when you shouldn't, or holding guys at third when you shouldn't, or pitchers underachieving. And I have more Torey audio here. Maybe we can play in a little bit too, because they asked him what he's going to do differently to start faster next season.
Yeah.
There's a cut on if he'll take a different approach in terms of covering for a player. So there's, this is a season that begs questions Diamondback seasons don't usually beg at the end of the year. Usually it's just, hey, we know what direction are we going? Are we rebuilding? Are we a playoff team? Are we a World Series contender? There's more nuanced questions this year. All right, when we come back, I know ASU doesn't play tomorrow, but we're still going to talk ASU anyway, because they're coming off a big win over TCU a week ago, and Jordan Simone is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Yeah, that's right. Presidential Pools has been voted Arizona's #1 pool builder all the way since 1991. Think about that. Arizona's #1 pool builder. They have an industry-leading warranty, a 5-year warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, of course, but to have your backyard perfect. Oh, yeah, you're going to love that. You're going to want that. Even with the weather that is here, Basinonians, yeah, you can get a heated pool courtesy of Presidential Pools and Spas. Football season is here. We're hanging out in the backyard with the kids and the family an awful lot. So, you know what? If you're on the fence, Basinonians, don't be anymore. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they'll take care of you. How many hours we spend out around our pool, Basinonians, I don't know if I could actually count them, but man, we are so happy we worked with Presidential Pools and Spas, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another big weekend for Valley sports. Tonight, the Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever Best of 7 WNBA Finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season Sunday at home against the Tennessee Titans. Kickoff is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Oh, 17-1, Wolf. That's the combined record of the 4 teams ASU plays coming out of the bye week. You get 2 byes in college football, right? So they have the bye this week, then they come out, they go to Utah, they host Texas Tech, they host Houston, and then they go to Ames to take on the Iowa State Cyclones in the Big 12 championship rematch. And those 4 teams are a combined 17-1, and the one loss is because Utah played Texas Tech and somebody had to lose. So this is a monster stretch coming up for ASU.
Yeah, 2 byes in college football, of course, and 2 byes coming to the NFL as well. Ron Wolfley guessing.
I'm not a fan of 2 byes in the NFL.
Proposing, of course. I honestly think that's going to happen. the international bye. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
18 games. They're going to add that 18th game, and then they're going to force teams to – every team is going to have one international game, and when you play that international game, you'll have a bye after it.
Or you could just do what they've done to the Vikings and just say, hey, just stay over there in the UK for a month or whatever they're doing to the Vikings.
It's bizarre. Like, I've never seen that happen. Staying over there overseas. Now, again, did we do that? Yeah, we did that from time to time when we were back east and we were playing. We've seen the Cardinals do it, as a matter of fact, back east.
On the east coast of the U.S.,
On the East Coast, yes, hanging out. But, man, overseas, yeah. I guess it makes sense.
It'll be interesting to see how that affects them because they're playing Cleveland this weekend, the Vikings. I can't tell if it's going to help them because they've been there and Cleveland has to travel there this week, or if it's going to hurt them because they've been so far away from home now for 2 weeks, and then also they don't have their offensive line. We're efforting to talk to Jordan Simone, also known as Ron Wolfley Jr. He's not there, Wolf, so you need to talk to your surrogate son.
It's time to come home.
Yeah, it's time to come home and call Ron Wolfley. ASU, though, the bye week this week, you know, it was funny. After the game against TCU, somebody asked Kenny Dillingham, like, "Hey, you know, are you you kind of wish you were just going to keep playing here? A couple nice wins over Baylor and TCU." He's like, "I'm excited for the bye. Like, I need the bye week right now." And ASU is they've been, you know, I think everybody is a little beat up 5 games into the season or whatever, but ASU has gone through a pretty tough schedule relative to, you know, where they are right now.
Yeah.
I was talking to Tim Healy about this the other day, and like NAU is not they're not a Power 4 school. I get that, but NAU hasn't lost since ASU played them. Mississippi State only has 1 loss all season. It came in overtime rather at home against Tennessee of all teams. Texas State was playing well when ASU played them. TCU was undefeated when ASU beat them. Baylor's only loss had been to Auburn when ASU beat them. This has been a little bit of a grind to start the year.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation as well, looking at the schedule coming up. You already touched on this, Luke, but, man, it is really, really difficult. You look at these teams and how well these teams are playing in the Big 12 right now. This could be a defining 4 games for the Sun Devils coming up here.
We've got Ron Wolfley Jr. on the phone. Is that right? On the Arizona Sports Line right now. Jordan Simone is joining us to talk some Sun Devil football. Jordan, what's going on?
My boys, it's Ron Wolfley Jr. here for my brothers at 98.7. I can't wait to dig into some ASU football. Sorry, I was wrapped up on the phone with some work stuff, and unfortunately that does take priority over talking with my dad here on the radio.
Well, he's your dad. He'll understand.
It's the bye week. Jordan, I have to ask you, did you like bye weeks? Did you like byes?
I did love bye weeks. You know, I thought it was like, one, obviously healing up the bumps and bruises. You know, that week of practice is a little bit more tame. You do the self-scout, you know, figure out where you can get better, where you've been weak, get back to the basics, you know, look at your stance, look at your alignments, all the little things that you work on in camp. Just touch base back with that. But also, it's kind of nice just to feel like a normal college student, you know, wake up on Saturday morning and watch game day, you know, watch all the games, you know, because we're all football fans at the end of the day, even when you play the game. So it was fun to just, you know, step back for a minute and have a couple days off with your buddies, you know, because you still are a college kid. You're still a student. So it's nice to just have a little break, you know, relax, and then get back into it feeling a little bit more refreshed and letting your body heal up.
Talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, what stood out to you in terms of ASU's defense being able to shut down one of the better quarterbacks in the country, and Josh Hoover, in the second half of that game?
Good Lord, those boys bowed up, didn't they? Oh, my goodness. I don't know what Brian Ward told those guys at halftime, but the adjustments that they made, even from just, you know, the effort jumped off the tape, too. Players just started making plays, you know, winning the one-on-one battles and on the defensive line. It just seemed like Hoover couldn't get comfortable, and ASU just, God, they look like the team that we want them to look like, you know, in that second half. Obviously, the red zone offense is a whole other conversation that we can get into, but defensively, they made plays when they had to, and they bowed up when they needed to, because it didn't look pretty in the first half.
So let's do that, shall we, Jordan? Let's go ahead, and you're 4-1 right now. 4-1, you're at the bye. This always gives coaches a chance to self-scout and really look at their team and say, where do we need to get better? So I'll ask you, where do you think they need to get better?
Oh, obviously red zone offense has been an issue. I think maybe we touched on this last week too, but you just realize how important Cam Scatabo was inside the 10-yard line from last season. Anytime they got down there, you could hand it to him 2-3 times and his little bowling ball head would just bust through the line and into the end zone. Now he's doing backflips in the end zones in the NFL, which is awesome. Glad he didn't do that in college. Otherwise he would get a penalty and probably called back and then probably suspended. But that's neither here nor there. We'll get back to it. Here we go. Focus. Everybody focus. Lock back in, Wolfley. Here we go. Here's my opinion on the red zone offense. Kanye Udo is a downhill running back. Can we run the ball downhill? Raleek Brown has been really impressive this year. He leads the Big 12 in rushing. He's a great athlete. He's great with the ball in his hands. But when we get down in the red zone, you're not supposed to dance in the hole down there. It can work. It can work if you make one guy miss. But we need somebody who's going to run through the hole with their head down and try to blow somebody, through that line and get the 2-3 yards, on a play. And you can't take negative plays when you're on the 10-yard line because it just screws up the whole flow of the offense. So I would love to see him just, not try to get so cute with the play calls down there and run the ball downhill. Yeah. And Udo showed that he can do that in the Mississippi State game.
We're talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, they've done this twice now where they've come back from down 17 in these games, and ideally you're not down 17-0. But it almost worked against Mississippi State. It did work Friday against TCU. What is that like with a team when they have that belief where, again, you don't want to fall behind, but you never feel like you're out of a game because you have actual experience this season to point to that says you're not out of a game?
Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous, right? You don't want to play a team like that believes they're never out of a game. Because anytime you get up on a team, I remember we got up on Notre Dame in 2014 at home. We were up big, and then they started marching back and made it a 3-point game, and luckily we were able to, finish that game out with a pick six or whatever it was. But, anytime you have a team that's just they're so gritty, they fight till the end. And that's coaching. That's all coaching, in my opinion. It's the way that they start the off season in the locker room. It's the way that they finish sprints in the off season. It's the way that they show up to 7-on-7 camps in the summer. Team led workouts. So all that stuff shows up at the end of games. And when the leaders step up and start making plays, it just, then one good thing happens, another good thing happens, and you start to feel that momentum. And the fans could feel it last weekend. It's like you go rip off 2 scores at the end of that half and go, oh, we got a ball game. And they're fired up going into halftime. And, they got all the juice on our side. The stadium's rocking. So, I think that's just that belief that, hey, we just need one play and we'll get right back into this thing. And I think that's all coaching and the mentality of the team.
Enjoy your weekend, Junior. We'll talk to you next week, Lord.
Thanks, Jordan.
I appreciate you guys. Sorry I was late. I love you, Dad. I'll see you at dinner at 6 p.m. Hopefully Mom's making spaghetti and meatballs.
Thanks, Jordan.
Right on, Jordan.
That's Jordan Simone, also known as Ron Wolfley Jr. on this show, calling in on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some ASU football following that impressive win over TCU last week. When we come back to the NFL, the Cardinals have a lot up in the air right now in terms of the running game. So what does a successful game look like for Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato on Sunday against the Titans? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Man, if you're battling some type of back or spine issue, you need Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you the spine surgeons, of course, at DISC, they have helped me in the past. Being a guy that played professional football for 10 years, I can tell you I've done a lot of damage to my back, and they have helped me in the past. And that's why I recommend them to you. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Maybe it's time for you to get back to living. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com. That's right, sciatica.com. Or you can pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for disc.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's Red Friday.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Come on, man! Wolf. Come on! And Luke.
Unreal!
Red.
Unreal!
Friday.
Thanks to Jordan Simone for joining us last segment. We're going to talk to Monty Austin for it here in about a half hour. Get a sense of the state of the Cardinals behind the scenes. Kellen Olson will join us at 12:30. Talk a little Suns as they start their preseason tonight in Palm Springs against the Lakers. But Wolf, with the Cardinals, it's been a topic of discussion, really feels like all year. But the story keeps evolving because even when they had James Conner, they were struggling to put up good running numbers. Then Conner goes down. Everybody's miserable because it's James Conner going down. But you're at least looking and saying, okay, well, they got Trey Benson. I mean, they have him there for this reason, kind of, to step in for a variety of reasons to eventually be the number one. But if Conner needs a rest or if Conner's hurt, you have Trey Benson. Well, now Trey Benson's out, too, for what sounds like 4 to 6 weeks. So you're going with some combination of Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato, and you need them to produce. There's no way to win the way the Cardinals are built without a productive running game.
Yeah, they've got to be balanced. They have to be a run-first team for the most part, and that means moving Kyler Murray under center and in the shotgun, using all sorts of personnel groups, of course, not being as predictable, maybe being more 50-50 run-pass in 1st and 10 and 2nd and 1 to 6. I think this is what they need to do, but regardless, they need a running back who is going to step up and carry the load. Now, listen, once again, I don't think Michael Carter is the guy you stick your toes at 7 yards and say, you know what, we're going to attack the line of scrimmage. I don't think that is going to be his role. I think they're going to use a lot of shotgun, specifically in this game, because Michael Carter is probably the best running back they have in terms of running out of the shotgun. Now, again, James Conner is very, very good. It doesn't matter where you put James Conner, but his strength, his biggest strength by far and away, toes at 7, and he's going to attack the line of scrimmage. Michael Carter is so small, I think that he gets lost to a lot of defenders that are in the box when he's actually carrying the ball. He's not James Conner, where James is big and you know exactly where he is. There's no doubt when James gets the ball, he's the most physical runner the Arizona Cardinals have. It's not even close. Yet at the same time, there's a lot of deceptiveness that comes with Michael Carter running the ball from the shotgun.
Well, and I'm just looking, up and down the league as far as stats, and I was looking at yards per game, rushing yards per game. I kind of want to look closer at yards per carry. And the Cardinals statistically aren't horrible right now. I think they're 13th in the NFL in terms of yards per carry, but we all know what it's looked like. And this needs to probably be a strength of this team, and they haven't been able to get yards necessarily when they need them. And as you've pointed out, a lot of their yards are on one Kyler Murray run and one Trey Benson run. So that really skews things. There's not a lot of teams in the NFL that are good that struggle to run the ball, unless you have Patrick Mahomes. I mean, the Chiefs have kind of been able to do it. They seem to run a little bit better in the playoffs when they need to. But for the most part, look at Philly last year with Saquon. I know San Francisco's stats rushing the ball this year aren't amazing, but they can run the ball. They can always run the ball. Baltimore can run the ball. Like Detroit obviously can. The best teams can run the ball, and the Cardinals are going to have to figure out a way to do that. And it's not just – in fact, it probably isn't much of the running backs yet. It's been the offensive line, as you've mentioned on a number of occasions. But this is going to be big for a guy like Michael Carter, and he talked about it this week.
Crazy. First, shout out to my guys, James and Trey. Prayers, they'll be back soon. You know what I mean? Like in the grand scheme, it's not too much time off. So especially for Trey. For me, I'm blessed to have the opportunity to just play ball again. You know what I mean? I'm so blessed. I'm thankful, and I hate that it came this way. You know what I mean? But I am grateful that I do get the opportunity.
It's the NFL, unfortunately. I mean, this is how a lot of guys get their opportunity.
That's exactly right. And, once again, you never feel good about having to be the guy to step in to fill the shoes of somebody else, especially when it's a guy like JC, when it's a guy like James Conner, who is so well regarded and respected, of course, inside that locker room, the leader that he is, not just the physical presence that he is, but the mental and spiritual presence that he is inside that locker room. It's a massive blow, as we all know, to the Arizona Cardinals. But this is the way that it goes. You ask no quarter and you give no quarter in the National Football League. Michael Carter's got to go do his job. This is why he's been on the practice squad. This is his opportunity to go out and show other teams, not just the Arizona Cardinals, but also other teams, that I'm still the Michael Carter when I came into the league and rushed for over 600 yards with the New York Jets. He's done it before. He has flashed before. He's done it every time he's been given the opportunity to go out and make a play. He has delivered. Will that be the case this week?
JG today was talking about the difference in the NFL between a first and a second down back and a third down back, and kind of read into this how he may distribute the usage between Carter and DeMercado.
A lot. Communication, what you're being asked to do a lot. But Autry he does a really good job. He trains all those guys to be first, second, third down backs. We really haven't had a guy that can only play first and second down or only play third down because you don't know how the game's going to go. You don't know how it's going to kick out. You might end up being out there in 2 minutes, and that's really your third down back, but that's not always the case. You see all those guys pick up that role. So when I got here, and Drew's the same way, Petzings was adamant, like, we're not going to have a guy that's a third down back. We're not going to have a guy that's a first and second down back. Now it's our job to put them in positions that we think they can function in and do a good job. But who's ever up on game day, they can play first, second, third down to me.
Yeah, you need a running back to do that. He's got to understand the entire scheme, not just third and obvious pass protections that you're going to use. I'm sorry, this is one of the reasons why you sit in meetings as long as you do. Everybody's got to understand what the job is of a running back and what assignments he's going to have to go out and perform. It's kind of like even defensive linemen. There are defensive linemen that have to understand what a 3 technique does when they're a defensive end. You have to understand what the other guy's job is all the way across the board. It will help you be a better player if you understand how you fit in the scheme, the grand scheme, offensively and defensively. It will help you be a better player if you understand what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, and people look at Michael Carter and they say, okay, he's 5'8". That's not very big for a running back, right? DeMercado's 5'9". I mean, DeMercado is bulky, and he's
much bigger.
Yeah, I mean, he looks a lot bigger than 1 inch bigger, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he's also comfortable in that role. Do you think we'll see Bam Knight at all on Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like you throw everything you can right now and figure out what you have back there.
I do, because JG really likes Bam Knight as well. So I could see that happening.
More from JG talking about how DeMercado and Carter's games complement each other.
They're a little bit different. I never look at really complement skill sets, but they can do what they can do.
We're getting closer to game day. You can tell by JG's answers, because if you went back to like Monday, all these cuts I was playing were like 45 seconds, a minute long, a minute 15, because that was a Monday after a Thursday night game. We were still 6 days away from a game. Now it's Friday going into the weekend, and that cut was 7 seconds long.
Yes, that is awesome. He's getting melancholy. That's what it is. The intensity level is coming up, and the realization of what lies ahead and how important this game is for the Arizona Cardinals. Once again, how important this game is. Earlier I was saying, is this a must-win? I was saying it to myself. Is this no, Rob, what are you doing? Week 5, yeah, it's a must-win. Knock it off. No. You know the way I feel.
You know what it is?
It's not a must-win until it is a must-win. It isn't, Basinonians, so don't call it that, because then you cheapen the experience of a must-win. Yet at the same time, can you imagine if you go 2-3, losing to a team that hadn't won a game yet?
What did Max call it when we had him on this week? He said it was a should win, basically.
Should win.
See, we have the should win. This is what I would say, Wolf. It's obviously not a must win.
I can't call it a must win.
But you know what you can call it is a can't lose. You really can't lose this game. You go lose to Tennessee.
I kind of like that.
You've lost 3 in a row, and you just lost to Tennessee. It raises a lot of questions.
You know, we need the voice guy to get on that. Can't lose.
It's a can't lose.
Can't lose.
My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field September of 2026. Tickets are on sale now, and you can win a pair now by texting romance to 620-620 for your chance to win. That's romance. Text that to 620-620. When we come back, Suns preseason starts tonight. So it's a pretty new team. Which players are you most looking forward to watching this preseason and regular season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, this is Ron Wolfley, of course. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team, they deliver results that you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you will always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who truly felt cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Looking for premium golf without the premium price? Verado Golf Club is your premier 36-hole destination, offering stunning mountain views, 2 award-winning courses, and top-tier hospitality, all at an unbeatable price. Whether you're here for the challenge or the scenery, Verado delivers the ultimate desert golf experience. So grab your clubs and book your tee time today. Verado Golf Club, where championship golf meets everyday value. Visit VeradoGolfClub.com to reserve your round now.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another huge weekend for Valley Sports. Tonight, the Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th WNBA championship at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off for Game 1 of the WNBA Finals is at 5. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. Unfortunately, no Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season at Sunday at home against the Tennessee Titans. Kickoff is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and we get our first look at the new Phoenix Suns tonight. Or do we? We'll talk Suns preseason on the Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Monty Austin going to join us in about 12 minutes to talk about the Cardinals.
Cool.
At the quarter mark of the season. Well, let's talk some Suns right now, though. Preseason is here. Playing the Lakers tonight, Palm Springs. And we were talking about this off the air before the show and even a little bit yesterday. You know, now that it's here, now that we're not in the middle of last season where everything was just a drag, or the end of last season as it was wrapping up, and you were kind of the first on this even as last season was wrapping up. You're like, okay, but I am excited to see what they do now next season because they are choosing a different direction. In the moment, I was just like, yeah, whatever. You enjoy another 82 games of this. But I'm there now. I think a lot of it was going to media day. I think a lot of it was...
You had to accept it.
I did.
You had to accept the fact that last year happened. The disappointment happened.
Spent a few months in the disappointments room.
You had to get over that, get on top of it, and then accept reality. And then, you know what? When you accept reality, Basinonians, you also know that you can actually get better.
Man,
life
reality's
can get better.
I think that's the definition of being an adult, accepting reality.
Totally.
But it helped when we got to the offseason, they actually brought players in because so much of the talk last year was, okay, who's leaving? Who are they trading? Who are they getting rid of? Who are they firing? Now they have players, and they are building something new, and it really, on some level, has already started. Some of it will, occur throughout the preseason. Most of it's going to occur in the regular season. But it does raise the question, Wolf, as the preseason gets going, which players on this roster now are you most paying attention to? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, man, where do you begin on this one, Basinonians? For me, it is the young guy. Come on, Malawach.
I knew you were going to say that.
Of course, I know. It's fascinating to me. He is as young as he is, and he is making his way, and it starts tonight for Come On Malawach. So I'm really, really excited to watch him play. Rasheer Fleming as well. Very excited to watch him. Ryan Dunn in year 2.
Wolf's taking every player. Okay. Those 3 guys specifically, though, because so much of those 3 guys represent what the Suns want to be. Yeah. No, I think that's true, and that's why I'm in a better place with this now than I was 4 or 5 months ago or whatever, because now you can legitimately get fired up to see certain things about this team. Malawach for sure. Probably shouldn't have been there when they picked. Rasheer Fleming for sure. Nobody expected them as the second round of the draft started to be in position to get him, and they were adamant about getting him. And we talked to him on media day about, what that meant to him. And he was like, yeah, they believed in me. That didn't go unnoticed.
Yeah.
I think Jalen Green, I know Jalen Green's not playing right now. He's dealing with a hamstring issue, but I think Jalen Green is a guy with tremendous upside. We've seen him in this league. He led the Rockets in scoring last year. The Rockets were one of the best teams in the NBA. He was their leading scorer. He was also the guy that, for whatever reason, they deemed to be the most expendable when they had to make a trade. For whatever reason that was, maybe they just knew that was the only way to bring in a guy like Kevin Durant, or Giannis was a conversation for sure for a while there. Maybe it was a salary cap thing. Maybe it was a combination of all these things. Maybe he just needs a fresh start here in Phoenix. I think that's certainly a guy to keep an eye on, because as far as scorers, nobody has the upside that Jalen Green has on this roster except Devin Booker, who might score 45 a game this year.
Yeah, for me also, I really wanted to see Mark Williams, and he's not going to play from what I understand right now. He is not.
Tonight, you mean?
Tonight. Yeah. He's not going. Yes, right. He's not going to play this season. Ron Wolfley reported.
That's a downer.
He's not going to play
Alleged.
tonight. And,
this is all allegedly.
Stop it. I really wanted to see him as well, and I am a little concerned. My antenna's up. My brow isn't furrowed, Basinonians, but I am a little concerned just knowing that he's had issues, and he's only 23 years old. You think about Mark Williams, and he's been around. It feels like he's been around a lot longer than what his age would say to you, but he also has missed an awful lot of time.
He has, unfortunately. And so 22-23 season, he's a rookie. He plays 43 games.
Yes.
It's an 82-game schedule.
Yes.
23-24, he plays 19 games.
Thank you.
Last year, he plays 44 games. The upside with Mark Williams is obvious, and it is still upside because, to your point, he's only 23. People, I think, feel like he's like 28 or 29.
Exactly. Honestly, I was like, he's got to be 27, 28.
Yeah.
He's 23.
So the upside is there. It's just, especially for this fan base right now, that I think is so burned out on guys that didn't play last year. Every night, so-and-so is questionable. Okay, well, of course, what else is new? I think this fan base is ready for players that are going to play every night. It's not like Mark Williams wants to miss games, but I think the excitement level is more for a guy like Rasheer Fleming or a guy like Kamon Malwatch or Jalen Green or Ryan Dunn, like you said. Ryan Dunn now has been here a year and has upside. Right? Ryan Dunn, quickly is becoming – like Devin Booker is – if you make a list of guys who are the face of this team – and you're, okay, give me the top 5. Well, Booker is 1, 2, 3, and 4. And he's probably 5, too, honestly. But if he isn't, if you're going to throw another name on that list behind Booker, it's probably Ryan Dunn right now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, probably. The other thing, too, when you think of Mark Williams, production is there. When he plays,
yeah.
It is there. He's a double-double machine. This is a guy that, again, I'm very interested to see how they're going to use him. To me, it makes a lot of sense. If you're trying to take your young 19-year-old center and kind of work his way into the NBA, wouldn't it be great if he could split time with a guy that you might have to kind of manage his minutes and protect him as well? Well, that's Mark Williams to me. Mark Williams and Kamon Malwatch, I could see them being kind of a dual role at center, a tandem, if you will.
Yeah, the addition of both makes sense. It's, I think, the hesitation a lot of people have, and myself included, to be honest, was the trading a couple first-rounders for Mark Williams while you're drafting Kamon Malwatch because the injury concerns have been real.
Yeah.
If you just were able to go out and sign Mark Williams, didn't have to give up any picks, and were able to draft Kamon Malwatch, the basketball sense there is evident. It's obvious. It's like what you just said. That's a great tandem to throw together in your front court. And yeah, Mark Williams is only 23, but he's seen a lot more of the NBA than Kamon Malwatch has, so he can be like a nice mentor to him.
Do you really want to throw a 19-year-old kid out on the floor and say, go ahead?
Not ideally.
Not ideally. You would not want to do that. Would you want him to get minutes? Of course. Significant minutes? Yes. Maybe actually learn some things from Mark Williams? Yes. Because he is older. 4 years.
Yeah, not that much older, but older. All right, when we come back, the Cardinals have a very depleted running back room right now. So is there potential for going out to maybe add a piece there or anywhere else on this roster? We're going to ask their general manager, Monty Austin, for it. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. Probably the best time of the year. Look at football. Football's everywhere right now, especially on the weekends. How about that game last night in L.A.? College and pros, really. Follow along with all your favorite teams at Twin Peaks. It's like one big indoor tailgate with great food and great people. And then with all those TVs, you can keep up with your fantasy football lineups as well. Plus, the baseball playoffs are going. They start back up tomorrow, all month long. Anything can happen. Step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck. Basketball and hockey starting now, too. So call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You'll be good to go with all those TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection. They have an entire menu made for MVPs. flatbreads, wings, loaded fries, burgers, nachos. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6 tend to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. Experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Never settle. Stop by and experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday. I want to quickly shout out our listeners in Scottsdale. Of course, Wolf, we love Scottsdale, and we love to talk some football right now with the Arizona Cardinals general manager, Monty Austin, who is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Monty, thank you so much for the time. We're about a quarter of the way through the regular season. You know, a couple highs in those first two games, a couple rough losses, sitting right at 500 now at 2-2. How are you feeling?
Yeah, Luke, it's really a microcosm of the league. You know, the first four games. I mean, all four of them one-score games. All four of them go down to the last possession. I mean, you look around the league, and week in and week out, they're close. All these games are close. Very few of them, you know, even the ones that end up double digits, they're close until the end. And so, I mean, we're living it, you know. And so when we make those plays, the margins are very thin, and when you make those plays to do enough to come over the top like we did the first two, you're feeling good. And then when you're on the wrong side of that and it doesn't go your way, you know, you got to go back and look at how do we improve that and how do we get over the hump. So, you know, we're living life in the NFL, and those margins are slim, and we got to find a way to get over the hump in those close ones where we didn't come out on top.
You know, Monty, as a general manager, of course, you are always evaluating your roster, and as a team builder, what position room are you most concerned with right now?
Well, Wolf, I think week in and week out, we do the best that we can to put the team on the field that can go out and compete and win the game. And so, that's part of the roster construction that goes on throughout the entire year. Is you're trying to build depth, you're trying to build, raise the talent level in each room. And so we have seen here, every year, every team is dealing with some sort of injury problem, and we're no different. And so when those injuries strike, you got to be ready. It creates opportunities for other players, and we've had players that have stepped up, and sometimes you have players that have experience and have played before and have contributed, and other times it's younger players or guys that are getting their first opportunities. And so I don't think we've been hit here the last couple weeks, the corner room and now the running back room, and we've seen that before. And so it just, like I said, it creates opportunities. That's why we build the roster and create depth. And so there's opportunities for other guys that some have had them before, and some this will be their first time, and we're excited to see them play. But you know what? That's life in the NFL, and unfortunately, it's the bad part of the NFL, the injuries and the attrition that happens to a roster. But our guys are ready for it. We're gonna be ready to put a team out there that's going to be able to go out there and compete and put us in a good position to get a win this weekend against Tennessee.
So, Monty, for me, I look at the offensive line, and I think the offensive line has struggled. Am I wrong about that, or do you feel the offensive line needs to play better?
Well, I think Wolf, really, I think everybody needs to play better, and so I think we need to coach better, we need to play better, we need to do everything needs to be better when you don't come out on the right side of things, and so the offensive line in particular is similar to the rest of the team. There's been some good moments, and there's been some moments that we got to get better. We got to be more efficient running the ball to put our offense in a more advantageous situation on second and third down. I think the pass protection has been pretty consistent. So there's been positives there. We went up against some pretty tough fronts, including the Seattle front last week. I mean, that's a tough group to block for any offensive line. And so, I think our offensive line has shown flashes, but there certainly are things that our guys know that we got to get better at as we go throughout the season here.
We're talking to Monty Austin. Monty, you mentioned the running back room has been hit especially hard lately, and you do have a couple guys that have played before, and Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato, and they're going to get their chance this week. But how, from your position, do you evaluate if that's a spot where you need to go out and add talent too?
Well, I mean, I think that's one of those things where you always build in depth on your practice squad, right? And that's why Mike Carter has been a valuable piece for us, and he's played a lot of snaps for us over the last couple of years, and he's going to now. And so that's usually that's your first line of finding that depth on your roster is guys that are in your building, and then we're constantly looking for players outside the building. We brought additional players in this week on the practice squad, and so that's a constant evaluation of that our pro scouts do a great job of what is out there, what is available, and the health of our team overall. And then there's other considerations that come into that with timing of James Conner is going to be down for the year. We're going to get Trey Benson back, so there is reinforcements coming, and so it's a balance. It's a balance when it comes to roster building of what you have in house, what you have on the practice squad, what is behind door number 2 outside the building. Along with, the timing of when do you expect injured players to return? So that's always a balance, whether it's, right now we're talking about the running back room, but it's a balance with the entire roster, and it's one of the challenges that come with team building and roster building throughout an NFL season.
Monty, do you think it is possible that Marvin Harrison Jr. is in his own head at this point in time, and are you concerned about his development?
No, I mean, listen, I think Marv's shown what he can be and what he's capable of. We've seen it since he got here. He hit a rough spot the last couple games. He had a couple uncharacteristic drops, and it was great to see him rebound. The way he rebounded in the second half against Seattle, making a couple huge plays to put us in a position to tie that game and be in it down to the end. It was great to see that. And so, listen, that goes with the ups and downs of the NFL season. Like, nobody's going to be perfect. Every ball is is not going to be perfect, and there's things that Marv can do better, and he's working on those, and nobody's going to work harder to improve and to get through this rough patch than Marv. But to see him rebound the way he did in the second half against Seattle, that was very encouraging to see that, and really to go out there and show what he's capable of doing, which he has consistently done since he's got here.
Talking to Cardinals general manager Monty Austin for it. Monty, that second half against Seattle, it was big for Marv. It was kind of just big for the offense in general, especially that fourth quarter. How difficult is it to carry that performance over the end of that game into this week's game against Tennessee, since it's been about 8, 9, 10 days now?
Well, really, Luke, really it's a week-to-week thing. And so, every what happened last week or the week before really has no bearing on this week. So, whether it's the offense or the defense or special teams, we have to go out there this week and establish, our mode of play and our production and the ability to go out there and put points on the board and keep them from scoring on defense. So, hey, listen, it was rough sledding there for 3 quarters. Offense got it going there in the fourth quarter. Hopefully it's something we can build on, but in all reality, it's a week-to-week league, and we're going to have to go out there and prove it this week against a tough front from Tennessee, a defense that has played pretty well. So the challenge is going to be there, and I know our offense is ready to respond and answer the call and go out there and put points on the board.
You knew this was coming, Monty. This question right here is Will Hernandez physically ready to play, Monty?
Wolf, he is getting very close. He is getting very close. We got to understand that Will suffered a very, very major knee injury a little over a year ago, and so that is not an easy injury to come back from. And Will has been working hard. He has been practicing ever since we got into the regular season. Will has done a tremendous job of being back in there, working through his injury, getting up to speed with the offense, the changes, and the things that we're doing. Will is very close. We're excited to get him back out there, and we're going to do when he's ready to do that and help us and perform at a high level. We're going to be excited to have Will back out on the field.
Monty, the defense has suffered, their fair share of injuries as well. It sounds like Darius Robinson probably not going to be able to go this Sunday against Tennessee, and hopefully that's short term for him. But they have continued to play really well. Why do you think the defense, especially with all the injuries to the cornerback room, has continued to thrive so far?
Well, I think it's a combination. I think it's marrying the rush and the coverage. Like, that's always a big part of the more pressure, the more disruption that you can cause the quarterback or put them in down and distance situations that are tough. It's going to help out the coverage, and then vice versa. The tighter the coverage, it's going to give those rushers a chance to get home. And so, I think we've done a good job of we got good players on defense. We got a good scheme. We got a good coaching staff putting those guys in good positions, and we got players that are playing at a high level of physicality and violence, which always shows in our 4 games. That has definitely showed. And so, I think the defense is playing well. I think there's some things that we can improve on that kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit against Seattle, but they've been a consistent unit for us. They've kept the score down. They've created some takeaways, and so we're going to need them to continue to do that. We're going to need them to continue to put pressure on the opposing offense and put our offense in advantageous situations. So really proud of the defense. They're doing a great job, and looking forward to more of that coming this Sunday.
Monty, talk a little bit about what you're seeing from Josh Sweat on tape. Is he living up to your expectations?
Hey, Wolf, Sweaty's been a good player in this league for a long time. Sweaty is big, he's strong, he's powerful, and I think the thing that stands out about him is he's so instinctive. He just knows how to rush, and so we've done a good job of moving him around. He had a inside sack on a game against Carolina. I think he won an inside rush against San Francisco, where he was actually rushing over a guard. Had another sack last week on the edge. So Sweaty, and not just the sacks. It's really, you feel his presence in the run game. You feel his presence as a disruptive pass rusher, even when he doesn't get home. If Sweaty's done that his whole career, and he's continuing to do it here. He's been a great teammate. He's been a great addition to our locker room, and excited to have him keep that up as we go through the season.
And Sweaty continues to be the greatest nickname for an edge rusher in the NFL too.
Yeah, that works pretty good, doesn't it, Luke?
It's perfect. Monty, thank you so much. Good luck this weekend.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, take care. That's Monty Austin joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line, as he does every other week throughout the season. We'll come back and react to what the Cardinals general manager just told us. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle.
Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another big weekend for Valley Sports. Tonight, the Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever Best of 7 WNBA Finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season Sunday at home against the Tennessee Titans. Kickoff is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Basinonians? Gather around the transistor and press the ear. The Wolf and Luke Show broadcasting on a football Friday. That can only mean Fulcrum football is on its way at some point in time. Broadcasting so you don't have to. Isn't that right, Command and Control?
Wolf just taking over and driving.
Well, every now and then, Basinonians, a guy in the passenger seat has got to grab the wheel.
Barbecue is a great motivator.
Metaphorically speaking.
That's basically what that was all about. All right, thanks to Monty Austin who joined us last segment. Let's react to some of what he just told us, Wolf, because we obviously can't really react much in the moment while we're talking to him. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Will Hernandez?
I do not want to start with Will Hernandez. What I want to start is the way that we should start, and that always is the big picture. That's what it should be, Basinonians. And Luke asked the question, how does it feel to be 2-2? What are your expectations? What are your thoughts on being 2-2?
Yeah, Luke, it's really a microcosm of the league. The first 4 games. All 4 of them, one-score games. All 4 of them go down to the last possession. You look around the league, and week in and week out, they're close. All these games are close. Very few of them, even the ones that end up double digits, they're close until the end. And so, we're living it. And so when we make those plays, the margins are very thin, and when you make those plays to do enough to come over the top like we did the first 2, you're feeling good. And then when you're on the wrong side of that and it doesn't go your way, you got to go back and look at how do we improve that and how do we get over the hump. So we're living life in the NFL, and those margins are slim, and we got to find a way to get over the hump in those close ones where we didn't come out on top.
Just listening to Monty talk about that, Luke, for me, it made me think of this. And I'll ask you this question as well, Basinonians, as you're listening right now. Does scoring seem to be down in the NFL?
Overall?
Yeah.
There are some teams that just give up points every week or score a ton of points every week, or both if you're Baltimore. But I would say, in general, it does.
You're all over the Ravens, by the way.
It does seem to be down. I don't have the numbers to back that up. I know it always is down in week 1 because there's always those Vegas stories. Oh, well, everybody really got hit by taking the over in week 1. It's always the unders in week 1, but by about week 4, it should have picked up at this point.
Yeah, it feels to me like it is down overall. It is. It just feels that. The game last night, by way of example, once again. Now I know they were missing some key players, but that was a close game. 23-23 into overtime. Here we go.
All right, I have your stat here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And Wolf, you're actually wrong. Points are up by 0.6 points per game.
Okay, there you go. It just doesn't feel that way.
Last year was 22.9, and this year it's 23.5.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, once again, because of the Ravens.
Because of the Ravens, yeah.
Everything.
It does feel like, for the most part, you watch games on a Sunday or whatever, and a lot of them are hanging out right around 23-20 or whatever, 24-21, and even that game last night. And I know we're going to talk about that game last night more in a little bit, but since you brought it up. That was one of those, you get into the final couple minutes, the Rams on paper should have won that game. On paper, right? The Niners are missing their starting quarterback, their top 2 receivers, their number 1 tight end. They're missing Nick Bosa. And it's a short week, and they're going on the road. On paper, the Rams should win. And yet, when we got down to the final 5 minutes, I was thinking, when you get to this point and it's tied, or you're down 3 or you're up 3, it doesn't matter who should win the game. And we've seen that with the Cardinals. It's kind of, you get down to those final couple minutes, it's like almost a toss-up. The best way to avoid that in a game like the one coming up on Sunday is to build a lead and keep the lead. You know what I mean? Be up by more than a score.
And keep the lead. Is that what you're saying? I like that.
Don't go out there. You don't need to go out there. Oh, it's 21-0 Cardinals after the first quarter, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, they kind of let up, and it's 21-17, and this is close. The best thing you could do to avoid leaving anything to chance against a team you should beat, just be up by 10 with a couple minutes left.
Yes, up by 10 with a couple of minutes left. That would feel good, I would imagine, at some point in time. I think what I'm really reacting to, Basinonians, is just how close most games are. I think that is probably what I'm feeling more than anything else, just how close most games are. In the first couple of weeks, I do know that the scoring was down the first couple of weeks in the NFL, and typically that's the way that it goes, once again, because of preseason and there not being an emphasis on going out and actually playing your players, your starters in preseason, of course, so it's a little bit different. But, Overall, once again, this is last night's game was incredible to watch. It really was. And it also made me think of this, Basin Earnings. And I know we're talking about Monty and reacting to Monty, but it made me think of just how good the NFC West was.
Yeah. Well, that's why
it is.
This is a baseball conversation we had earlier in the year when you talk to people around the game and they're like, this division, and they're talking about the Diamondbacks at that point, but this division might get decided by who goes out there and wins their games against the Rockies, right? Yeah. Well, this is your NFL equivalent of playing the Rockies this weekend. If you don't show up, you will lose. But if you do, you should win this game. More from Monty Austin for it. We asked him which position room he is most concerned about right now because they've taken a lot of injury hits. A lot of teams have, but they've taken a very condensed amount to the running back room and the cornerback room.
Well, Wolf, I think week in and week out, we do the best that we can to put the team on the field that can go out and compete and win the game. And so, that's part of the roster construction that goes on throughout the entire year is you're trying to build depth. You're trying to build, raise the talent level in each room. And so we have seen here, every year, every team is dealing with some sort of injury problem, and we're no different. And so when those injuries strike, you got to be ready. It creates opportunities for other players, and we've had players that have stepped up. And sometimes you have players that have experience and have played before and have contributed, and other times it's younger players or guys that are getting their first opportunities. And so I don't think we've been hit here the last couple weeks. The corner room and now the running back room, and we've seen that before. And so it just, like I said, it creates opportunities. That's why we build the roster and create depth.
Yeah, the cornerback room and the running back room, that would be an area of concern. No doubt about that because of the injury situation. For me, overall, the offensive line, once again, I continue to focus on the offensive line and what is going on. That's my biggest concern.
Well, I got a cut from Monty on that, too. I'll play in just a second. But, what he was saying right there, we don't know about the running back room yet because now their depth is really being starting on Sunday. The cornerback room, their depth has truly been tested even before the season when you consider Sean Murphy, Bunting, and Star Thomas out at that point, and they have responded well. Now, you can only have so much depth on your initial 53-man roster. You can only take so many hits to one position. You can't carry 11 corners going into the season. But I would say so far they have responded pretty well. And I think the defensive line is pretty deep, and we've seen them respond well to not having Walter Nolan. They're not going to have Darius Robinson on Sunday against Tennessee, which is a whole different conversation we can get into because we just want to see this guy stay healthy and make his way through a season. But hopefully that's just a week. We'll have to wait and find out. But you brought up the offensive line. You brought it up to Monty, too, and this is what he said.
Well, I think Wolf, really, I think everybody needs to play better. And so, I think, we need to coach better. We need to play better. We need to do – everything needs to be better when you don't come out on the right side of things. And so the offensive line in particular is similar to the rest of the team. There's been some good moments, and there's been some moments that we got to get better. We got to be more efficient running the ball to put our offense in a more advantageous situation on second and third down. I think the pass protection has been pretty consistent. So there's been positives there. We went up against some pretty tough fronts, including the Seattle front last week. I mean, that's a tough group to block for any offensive line. And so, I think our offensive line has shown flashes, but there certainly are things that our guys know that we got to get better at as we go throughout the season here.
Yeah, and that's something that we're all going to have a front row seat to.
Yeah, because he's right. Seattle's defensive line is pretty nasty. San Francisco's is too, but the previous two they played, and they won these games, Carolina and New Orleans, I would say even those teams would characterize their defensive lines as works in progress.
Yes, Seattle, to me, the best defensive line, one of the best defensive lines in the NFC, maybe the NFL.
How did they do that again? Every year Seattle's supposed to be down.
Mike McDonald.
This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. When we come back, how about that game last night? In L.A., Niners steal one from the Rams. How exactly did the Rams let that one slip away? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service. They're simply the best. Imagine a yard, Basinonians, with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn. Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends over at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass. Your most trusted landscape company in the valley will do that for you. They did it for us over at the Wolfley compound, and we love it. Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time. All you need to do is mention me, Wolf. And the way you do that, Basinonians, you text GREEN to 620-620 for 15% off. That's green to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray. When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country. Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A full breakdown of Diamondbacks free agents, options, and qualifying offer candidates heading into the offseason. The Suns are taking it slow and changing the approach for oft-injured Mark Williams. And Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear will undergo surgery for multiple injuries. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday, and that extends to the game last night because that game last night is going to directly impact the Arizona Cardinals here all season long. And Wolf, San Francisco, I think we've got to just start with them. I mean, we can start with the side of Kyren Williams fumbling with a chance to go in and probably win the game late as he got punched in the face and the ball got punched away.
That was unbelievable. I missed it live, Basinonians. I did not see that, where Kyren Williams actually took a shot to the face from Alfred Collins. And yet it was not a cheap shot at all. he was trying to punch the ball out.
And he did.
And Kyron Williams' face mask just got in the way of punching the ball out. Unbelievable that he went through the face mask, through the ball, and the ball came out.
Yeah. And then equally unbelievable that the Rams still got the ball back, because that happened with like a minute to go. Still got the ball back, kicked the field goal to tie it, and then San Francisco wins in overtime. And so my focus right now is on San Francisco, Wolf, because the NFC West, the Cardinals are 2-2, the Rams are 3-2, the Seahawks are 3-1, San Francisco's 4-1. San Francisco is missing most of their players right now. I told you this before the show. Like, San Francisco doesn't even need their players to win games anymore. They just win games without their players. What happens when they get their players back?
Oh, my goodness.
Because only Bosa's out for the year, but George Kittle's supposed to be back in like a week or two.
Yeah.
And I would assume Brock Purdy's going to be back soonish, and Juwan Jennings, and they at some point Brandon Ayuk might even be back. Like, they're going to have some of their players here, and they're already winning 80% of their games.
Once again, coming into this season, I wasn't buying the hype of everyone else in the NFC. To me, I still thought it was the 49ers that you had to go through. Now, we all know the injury situation. It's been unbelievable. Brock Purdy, no Brock Purdy, no George Kittle, no Bosa. Stop me when, you hear a name you don't recognize.
No Ricky Pearsall.
Even Ricky Pearsall. And to see these guys actually still winning games, you know what? It makes me respect the San Francisco 49ers because of how they ball and how they play. And they have not folded. And Mac Jones is benefiting greatly from Kyle Shanahan as his mentor.
Also 3-0 in the division, San Francisco. That's a pretty nice it's a nice cushion to have. 3-0 in the division, 3-0 on the road already, 4-0 in the conference. That's going to be a tough team, and it makes it sting that much more that the Cardinals couldn't find a way to win that game. They lost on the last-second field goal. It also probably makes that loss not look as bad. But who cares how it looks at this point? It would have been so nice to have that win, because if the Cardinals just win that game, they're 3-1. San Francisco's 3-2. The Cardinals are 1-1 in the division. The Niners are 2-1. It especially in this division illustrates how vital it is to win your divisional games. I would say this one, the NFC North and the AFC West this season, it feels like it's always big to win your divisional games, but the Bills have already won the AFC East. Does it really matter if they lose a divisional game? But these other ones where there's all four teams grinding, you got to win those divisional games.
Yeah, and I just want to say this as well in regard to last night's game, how physical it really was. It was an excellent, physical, in-your-face kind of game. How about a walk-off stuff at the point of attack by the 49ers on a 4th and 1 in overtime?
Yeah.
A walk-off stuff. You know what? That is so NFC West.
That's so Niners. That's so Niners or Rams. You're right. It's so this division, because the Rams are there with a chance, I guess, to play for the tie. I guess, I don't know. Here's Matthew Stafford afterwards.
I didn't have any problem with it. That's trusting our guys to go out there and make a play. They did a nice job of stopping it. Frustrating that we didn't get it. Wish I would have done more and found a way to help us win. I love that we went for it. That's what we're not playing for a tie. Let's go. Just wish we'd have, kept the drive alive and found a way to score.
Yeah, you know what? I love that too. That Sean McVay went for it. He said, we're going to play to win this game. Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to do.
Here he is, actually, since you bring up Sean McVay. We have to play any McVay audio we have, especially after a game like that.
Thought about maybe trying to draw them off sides. I took one, they took the other, and it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
Even when Sean McVay is down, he sounds like a motivational speaker.
Well, I guarantee you he is motivational to his players with that kind of accountability.
Yeah.
I guarantee you got up in front of his team and said the exact same thing and meant every word of it. That kind of accountability, once again, goes a long, long way. So that when Sean McVay walks up on somebody else and says, "What are you doing?" Now all of a sudden that player, his eyes are going to go up, his chin's going to go up, and he's going to respond because he knows that Sean McVay will hold himself, publicly hold himself, to a standard he's not going to ask him to be held to. That's so great. And it reminds me of great coaches of old that used to inspire dudes to do better. I think Sean McVay's got that in him.
I'm going to play this cut from Mac Jones, which is labeled McCorkle Jones in our slugs in our system. And I'm assuming this is the way he's going to be labeled all season, Rick, is McCorkle Jones.
It's a Jarrett Carlin thing.
Okay.
Is that really his name?
It's his middle name, I think,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's
his
Michael...
middle name is McCorkle, and that's where the Mac comes from.
Okay.
So his name is Michael McCorkle Jones.
Michael McCorkle. No wonder why he went with Mac. Yeah.
He could have gone with Eminem instead. That was taken, so he had to go with McCorkle.
I did not know that.
He talked after the game. I thought this was actually a pretty good cut by him.
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not.
I'm kind of neutral, or I'm not anti McCorkle Jones, but I'm not the world's biggest McCorkle Jones fan.
Yeah.
But I thought that was a good cut, because there's a lot of ways to go in there and just be like, well, you can see that they're winning when I'm here, so, maybe I should be playing over Brock Purdy. Or he could have just mimed all his answers, but instead he actually gave a pretty good one.
I just, honestly, watching him play and seeing the development of Mac Jones right now, all I can think of is Kyle Shanahan. I was talking about this earlier, but Kyle Shanahan, Basinonian's one of the best offensive minds, somebody who I think is also an excellent mentor. I'm sure there are other coaches that are pouring into Mac Jones, but to me, this is all Kyle Shanahan.
Here's Kyle Shanahan afterwards.
I can't say enough about the guys. They were unbelievable. We talked how long this game was going to be, how focused we had to be, how competitive we had to be for the entire time, and started out great. But, it was a good team. They tightened it up, got real tight then, lost a number of dudes who we had to overcome, losing 2 D linemen in that game, and the D-line still stepping it up big. Alfred getting that strip at the end. It was a huge character win. We've been in tight ones how many have we had? All 5 of them. Had a chance to pull out last week. We didn't. We pulled this one out, and can't be more proud of the guys.
It's a great team trait to have, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
That you're never out of it, that you're always in it, that you can win close games.
It's going to be a division where the last place team finishes with 9 wins somehow. That's kind of where it's headed right now, with the way Seattle's defense has risen up and the way the Rams. I still think the Rams on paper are the best team, but once San Francisco gets their players back, they're the best team. And I still think the Cardinals should be an above 500 team. So, and they could have easily beaten San Francisco and Seattle. So there's a lot here. There's also a cut of Dan Orlovsky. I'm not going to play it now, but it is labeled, the Eagles have no idea how to use A.J. Brown. And I'm just going to save it, and I'm going to play it on Monday when my fantasy team loses again because they throw to A.J. Brown once, okay? Maybe we'll have A.J. Brown in here, and I can be like, look, dude, you probably shouldn't be posting the stuff you post on social media when your team's winning, but I fully support you in your anger because it's ridiculous.
I like it.
All right, the WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Text Finals, 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals, 620-620 right now. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day heading into the weekend with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another huge weekend for Valley sports tonight. The Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever best of 7 WNBA finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season Sunday at home against the Tennessee Titans. Kickoff is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live from Charlotte Motor Speedway this Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona, your home for NASCAR Xfinity.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Wolf, you just literally wolfed down your lunch during the break.
Interesting.
To get ready. I mean, this is method acting at its finest right now.
Yes.
Well, I think we all wolfed down lunch.
It's true. Well, we had to be prepared because there was barbecue in the
there's
building.
only one way to eat lunch. Basically, it's
quickly.
Wolf it.
Yes.
All right, Rick, what do you got?
The Arizona Cardinals have a get-right game Sunday against the 0-4 Tennessee Titans at State Farm Stadium. What are the keys to a victory for the Cardinals this weekend?
Don't turn the ball over. I'll just start there. I know we're going to go deeper on this in a little bit, but I'll just say don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, I would say run the ball well. I would say move the chains. I would say don't turn the ball over ever, and don't beat yourself. Can't have 12 penalties in the game. Can't have 8 penalties in the game. Don't beat yourself.
Over to the Arizona Diamondbacks, manager Torey Lovullo told Burns and Gambo they are running it back with the exact same coaching staff in 2026. Does this surprise you guys at all?
If you had told me this right before the trade deadline, with things feeling the way they felt then, and you had said, okay, Torey's back, okay, that wouldn't have surprised me. The entire coaching staff's back too. That would have surprised me a little bit more then. It didn't surprise me yesterday just because that's kind of the way it has been trending lately. But yeah, you go back to the middle of the season, it's like, well, if this happens and you miss the playoffs, don't you need to change something? And, this is one of those situations where you don't want to change all the players. But even if you did, you can't. So you usually end up changing the manager or the coaches.
Yeah, and when you didn't change the manager, that told me, okay, so who's going to be the sacrificial lamb here? Just to let our fan base know that it's totally unacceptable what happened, and we're going to make some changes. If we're not going to do it with the manager, maybe we'll do it with the coaching staff. Listen, I applaud the Diamondbacks for allowing Torey to make his own decision as to what he wanted to do. I applaud them for doing that. Because there are a lot of organizations that would say, come on, we got to think about ticket sales here. We've got to make some type of adjustment, or we're admitting that everything that happened last year was okay with us. So you can see the PR issue that they're faced with. I'm glad they made no changes whatsoever.
I'm glad
they let Torey determine that.
I'm glad they didn't make changes just for the sake of making changes for PR.
Correct.
They need to pitch better next year, though. However that ends up looking, that needs to be...
They must know, though.
Maybe they figured something out.
What the problem was.
Yeah, well, maybe they did, because they did pitch better later in the season. So hopefully that's something that carries over.
Because otherwise, Luke, I think that's where a general manager or even an owner might say, no.
Yeah.
We're doing something different
with
this.
You don't want to keep starting and stopping. I mean, there's definitely something to that. Look at the Suns a few years ago where it felt like they had a different coach every 9 months. You can't build anything that way. They didn't ever really build anything until Monty Williams got here, and then they stuck with something. But, this was a very, very disappointing season.
All right, guys, the WNBA Finals starts tonight in Vegas with the Phoenix Mercury taking on the Las Vegas Aces. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history, first since 2014. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now on ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, who will win the WNBA Finals? Mercury in 6 or 7, Mercury in 4 or 5, Aces in 4 or 5, or Aces in 6 or 7.
See, Rick is all over this. This is
I know.
Rick's thing.
Man.
So we're going to go with your vote, Rick.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Mercury, and I'm going to go in 6 or 7 because the Aces always seem to win this thing. I know they won last year, but they won the 2 years before that. But I'm ready for a championship to come back to Phoenix, and so I'm definitely picking the Mercury here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Mercury as well. What an incredible job they have done in terms of building a first-class organization right here in the Basin. I'm going to go with the Mercury as well, especially because I think they're a resilient group. But I think it will be 6 or 7.
Rick, do you know what their preseason odds were, just in terms of, relative to the rest of the WNBA?
I don't off the top of my head.
Because I think the Aces were favored, if I remember right.
Again, I'm not the biggest odds guy in the world.
That's becoming apparent. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't really check on that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Just because that's just never how I've been into sports.
Okay.
It's
But
kind of like losing the first game to the New York Liberty the way that they did, and then just storming back.
So
that's who they are.
Yeah. So here's my opinion. They've gone through the champion last year, the runner-up from last year, and now they're going up against the best player in the world in A'ja Wilson. So why not take them out too? But she is the best player in the world. So I'm going to go Mercury in 6 or 7. Let's see what the results say. Mercury in 6 or 7 leads at 58%. Aces in 4 or 5 is second, 18%. Third, Aces in 6 or 7, 14%. And fourth, Mercury in 4 or 5 at 11%. All right. Something else that we don't touch on that much here on the Wolf and Luke Show. I think this is the first time we've actually ever brought this up, but it's a big deal this weekend. Number 14, Arizona State Hockey gets its season going this weekend at Mullet Arena with 2 games against number 5 Penn State and top NHL draft prospect Gavin McKenna. Both tonight and tomorrow's games will be on NHL Network, and the tickets for this one, if you can find them, are steep. Could ASU hockey keep the sport alive in the Valley now that the Coyotes are gone?
And I was over there at Mullet on Wednesday talking to their head coach, Greg Powers, about this game because this is a very unique game. Gavin McKenna's the guy on Penn State. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick in June. Typically, when you know a guy's going to be the number 1 overall pick 2 years ahead of time, like everybody in hockey has with him, you're talking not quite Connor McDavid, but in that sort of range. And those guys almost never play college hockey because they grow up playing junior hockey in Canada. And until now, you weren't allowed to then go play college hockey. So he's one of the first ones to do it, and he's certainly the highest profile one ever, and his first college game is here tonight, which is why you can't even get in. If you typically go as a media member, it's packed because there's so many scouts at this game.
I was just going to ask you that. Why is this ticket so hot?
Look, it's 2 top 15 teams, so if you're just a hockey fan, it's a hot ticket, but there are so many media members and scouts here from out of town or out of the country because of Penn State's player who, Wolf, at one point last season was on a 54-game point streak in hockey. He had 129 points in 56 games in hockey.
That's pretty good. It's getting it done. You know what? Penn State, anything Penn State, I don't want to talk about it. So let's hope ASU hammers them.
Here's what I'll say about this. NHL, take notice what the Valley's doing for this college team. Seems like they like hockey out here in the Valley.
Take notice that there are a ton of good to great current NHL players that are from Scottsdale or Phoenix or Glendale, more so than there are from New York or Boston, places you would expect them to be from. Maybe not Boston.
All right, one more for you guys real quick. The MLB postseason is on to the divisional round in the American League. The Tigers will take on the Mariners, and the Yankees will face the Blue Jays. In the National League, the Dodgers will take on the Phillies, and the Cubs will play the Brewers. Which series intrigues you guys the most?
Dodgers, Phillies.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think, to be fair, those are the 2 best teams. I know that the records would indicate maybe otherwise. Milwaukee's had a pretty great year. Toronto, Seattle as well. I'd be interested to see Seattle get to the World Series because they've never been there, and there's a lot of former Diamondbacks on that team. But Dodgers-Phillies is the series.
I'm just thinking of Shohei Ohtani and what we're looking at. I think we've been watching a modern-day Babe Ruth. And, obviously you can make the comparison, but when you think of Shohei Ohtani, too, when you think of his stature, his build, everything about him is like, if ever there was a human being that was beamed down from the mothership, it'd be Shohei Ohtani. Mm-hmm. And to watch him actually go out and be super good in terms of being a pitcher and a hitter in today's Major League Baseball, you got to be kidding me that he is this good. Can you do it when it matters the most? He can. And is he going to do it again? We'll see.
Well, he's pitching great, and he led off their first playoff game with a home run. So he seems to be doing all right for himself. It is, I will say this, I don't understand why the Angels could never get to the playoffs with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. I'll never get it. Maybe not win the World Series, but get to the playoffs. The playoffs are better with Shohei in them because he is so unique, like one of one. Does he have to be on the Dodgers?
I think that is just so overrated, one of one, and yet it's so appropriate
he is one
for
of one
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, in this one
Unicorn.
case. The WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 now. When we come back, Cardinals Titans on Sunday. What are the keys to an Arizona victory? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Gather round, Basinonians. Yes, indeed, the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting just got a whole lot better, Basinonians. Everything in store and online is now 30% off. That's right. Everything in store and online is 30% off right now. Maybe you're upset your fantasy team isn't good. Well, get on over it, ladies and gentlemen, and get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale now through October 6th. Yeah, through October 6th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames, it's all 30% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. That's Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from Amco. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at Amco. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Football Red Friday.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
Let's get it!
All right, here we go. Much love to the city of Glendale and the listeners out there.
What up, Glendale?
Tuning in right now.
Yeah.
Possibly on YouTube.
Yes.
Special place in my heart for Glendale for all the
Glendale
Coyotes games I used to go to out there. And that's where the Cardinals will be playing this Sunday.
That's right.
So there you go.
Glendale. What a great town that is.
Cardinals and Titans on Sunday. Wolf, we've danced around this a little bit, but the keys to this game, when we were talking with Rick about this and Wolf and Down Your Lunch, the first one, if I have to trim it all down and streamline it to one key, it is don't turn the ball over. And you could say, well, yeah, obviously every week you don't want to turn the ball over. No, I'm saying if there's one thing I can have from the Cardinals this week, don't turn the ball over, because I believe if you don't turn the ball over, you will beat Tennessee.
Okay. Why do I sound so good to myself? And Rick says I'm in trouble. You can't hear me? Do you hear me
I
fine?
can hear you just fine.
Okay, that's great.
But we're going to isolate that cut of Wolf saying, why do I sound so good to myself? So we can play it right after the cut
okay.
of, a lot of people don't know, is
Jamal,
that Ron
do you
Wolf
hear
plays
me
the best
back
fullback
there?
ever.
Do you hear me?
I do hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick, do you hear me?
Yeah, it just sounds interesting back here.
Okay. Wow.
Like, just Wolf?
Yeah.
Just Wolf, yeah.
Man, okay.
Tell me it's Friday without telling me it's Friday.
Yeah, seriously.
So where were we on this beautiful
I
part
made
of the program?
a really intelligent point that nobody heard.
Okay.
And I can't make any more because that's my max.
That's
one.
great.
So, but they heard your reaction, and apparently they heard it in like triple HD, like 5K.
Something
I
happened
don't know.
there. Yeah, I don't know what happened based on earnings. I'm just going to continue to broadcast. Let's do that.
Yeah, walk through it. What's your key to the game?
You know, I've got three keys to the game. Three
Cheater.
things that I really want to see. Number one, I want to see him run the ball well. Number two, I want to see him not turn the ball over. No giveaways in this game whatsoever. No interceptions from Kyler, no fumbles. don't give them a reason to get jacked up on the field. And number 3 is get to Cam Ward. Those 3 things right there. I can go into detail, and I will go into detail. But those 3 things to me, going into this game, Week 5 against the Tennessee Titans, those are must-haves.
This game's a must-have. Here's Marvin Harrison Jr. earlier this week asked about something other than his targets and catches. He was asked about the Tennessee Titans.
They're a good team, and I feel like a lot of you see the record. The record is what it is, but obviously every team in the NFL is really good. They got talented players, especially for me. They got a good secondary. They're really tough to go against.
You know, the getting to Cam Ward part, which is not what he was talking about there, but I'm going to go here anyway because that's what you were saying. The Titans give up sacks. I believe they are number 31 in the NFL in terms of sacks allowed, 31 being bad. You know what I mean? I think they've given up the second most sacks in the NFL. And the Cardinals can get to the opposing quarterback, and you've got a rookie quarterback. And you've got a rookie quarterback playing in just his 5th game. We asked Zoe about this when he was in here yesterday. You know, how different is it for a rookie quarterback specifically? I'm not talking about a safety or an offensive lineman, but a quarterback. The difference between week 1 and week 5. Because you remember Bruce Arians used to say, I think it was Thanksgiving, right? He was like, once you hit Thanksgiving in your rookie year, you're not a rookie anymore. You've seen a lot. You're a second-year guy, basically.
Whatever, B.
but
we disagreed on a number of things, just for the record.
No fullbacks.
Yes.
No fighting in practice.
No fighting, of course.
Those are probably the only 2 things.
It's not really a fight, Coach. All we're trying to do is clear the air in that locker room, okay? That's all we're trying to do.
Well, whatever. Your differences of opinion with BA aside, he used to say that. And so we asked Zoe about it. He was like, yeah, but the difference between week 1 to week 5 for a quarterback is a rookie quarterback is not enough, especially when you're the first overall pick, because in theory that means you were on the worst team from last year. So the talent around you isn't great, and Cam Ward's just kind of been running for his life the first month of the season, and the Cardinals just have to keep that going.
Yes, they have to keep that going. And when I hear you say keep that going, for me, based on earnings, I'm going back to run the ball well. This is key number 1 for the Arizona Cardinals. They got to average 4+ yards per carry. And when you run it, that's what also matters. It's not just running the ball. It's when you run it that truly matters. Short yardage. 3rd and 1. How important is it that you can convert a 3rd and 1? It is huge. They need to be better in short yardage and goal line situations as well. Not only short yardage and goal line, the red zone. Man, they got to become a better red zone team. We were talking about this. They can't kick field goals in the red zone. They have got to convert red zone possessions into touchdowns. And that, to me, once again, is why you have to run the ball well. It's not just what you do. Averaging 4 yards a carry in the red zone is huge. That you can actually move the ball by running it against your opponent when the square footage is reduced. So they need to run the ball well. Get this thing going. This offensive line needs to fire off the ball.
Well, one of the biggest obstacles in that sense is going to be Jeffrey Simmons, who, if you recall, got into it with Cam Ward during training camp. So you would have loved it, and BA would not have loved it. But here's JG talking about Jeffrey Simmons.
Game wrecker. I mean, the first thing that jumps on the tape is this, for better lack of term, stamina. He plays a ton. Doesn't really come out of the game. You put 4 hands on him, he makes a play for a TFL. You put 4 in the run game. You put 4 hands on him in a pass game, and he sacks the quarterback. Like, he's all over the place. They do a good job of deploying him. He's a big, strong, violent guy. He's hard to block. So that's definitely a focus of ours. We cannot let him wreck the game. Understanding that, too, he's going to make his plays. He does it versus everybody. That's why he's who he is. But got a high level of respect for him. He's a good player.
I came in like a wrecking ball. That is Jeffrey Simmons, Basinonians. He is, and that's why you listen to JG, and he says game wrecker. That's what he said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Game wrecker.
He did not sing Miley Cyrus.
He did not sing that, but can I just tell you, he's a 3 technique. The most destructive force in the football universe. Never forget that.
Leads the Titans with 2 sacks. Not like they have a ton of sacks, but he does lead the team with sacks. He's a menace in the run game. I would say keep an eye on number 98 on Sunday, but I think you'll find him pretty quickly and pretty easily for Tennessee.
He leads the league in offensive linemen crying because they have to block him.
See, that's one of those advanced analytics I didn't have in front of me. All right, when we come back, what is Kellen Olson watching for tonight when the Suns begin their preseason against the Lakers? And what does he think about the Mercury's chances against the Aces? That's all coming up next. Our Arizona Sports Suns guru is going to join us. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Why do I sound so good to myself?
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think Torey Lovullo, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen, you heard from Corbin Burns, you heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovullo, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with Pro Smile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. Pro Smile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever best-of-7 WNBA Finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history. And here to talk about both games is Arizona Sports Suns guru Kellen Olson. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement. Don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns. Now.
How great is it to talk to Kellen Olson about basketball, about real basketball again now, Wolf? Kellen Olson is, of course, our Arizona Sports Phoenix Suns guru. He is joining us on the Arizona Sports line. Kellen, I kind of want to ask you a question that's really complicated and then immediately go to break, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to ask you how you're doing.
You'll do it in like 8 minutes like you normally do, you bozo. How you guys doing?
Just not right now. I'm doing good. Never been called a bozo before, but I feel like it's 1960. Kellen, let's just start big picture with the Suns. I was telling Wolf earlier, now that we're here, I actually am more intrigued by this upcoming season than I thought I would be. Where are you at just in terms of your interest level? More so than, look, it's basketball. We're all going to be excited for that. But just in seeing what this team can build this year.
Yeah, it's easy to go through the vibes nightmare that the last 2 years were and like write it off and say like never want to experience that again. But obviously I want to cover a team that has a chance to win a championship every year. And those two teams did have a chance to win a championship. This one does not. So with that asterisk aside, this is a refreshing year. It's already been refreshing to go in their building, and not to say it was riddled with tension the last 2 years, but you can imagine how the vibes and just the energy around the locker room and their facility was with the goals that they had set and the goals that they were drastically not meeting, and them, like everyone else watching this team, trying to figure out why, and then everyone using the 3 words, I don't know. Colin Gillespie used it earlier during Media Day when he was asked about it. So to have that out of the picture now and to be back to lower expectations is nice, but at the same time, there's this delicate balance of like, okay, you're going to play this new style. You're going to be grittier. You're going to play with more energy, but keeping that sort of style of play up and building a foundation through what will be a lot of losing this year is a challenging thing to do that every team in this situation wants to do. And we'll see if they can pull it off.
Killer, what young guys in particular are you really interested in watching this preseason?
Yeah, Kaman Malawach is at the top of the list because we're not really going to see Mark Williams. So not see Mark Williams tonight, at least. I don't know if we're going to see him the rest of the preseason. It's been a weird situation with him so far. That's not really what Suns fans wanted to hear, given his injury history and hearing a weird situation with him. But it is in a positive light in some aspects because the Suns are taking things very slow with him. He's been in the building every day for 3 straight months, basically, working at his body and changing up things that did not work in the past to try and make himself healthy for a full season. But that includes him not playing 5-on-5 yet. And you'd love to have him on the floor. With that, there's going to be more opportunity for other guys. I assume we're going to see Nick Richards start this game, but we're probably going to see lots of Kaman Malawach throughout this game. And then as well, Rasheer Fleming's really high. I think him and Nigel Hayes-Davis. Hayes-Davis is the veteran from EuroLeague, but him and Fleming bring like actual wing size and skills that this team just didn't have beyond Kevin Durant for 2 straight seasons. Essentially, like those are 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" guys who have perimeter skills, can defend a couple of positions, move well up and down the floor. And I'm really curious to see how they're used, where they're used, how they fit on the floor, and what these young guys bring. It's an exciting time in a couple of different ways.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, with Jalen Green, what in your mind is the best case scenario for him? Like he just hits his full potential in all the different areas that would make him a good to potentially great Phoenix Sun. What do you think his ceiling is?
Well, his ceiling's really great, Luke, but that is the age-old paradigm, whatever you want to call it, the situation that players like him find himself in, because you guys are going to have a handful of shows over 1 month a season where you're talking about that ceiling because you're seeing him hit that ceiling. He has had those stretches for multiple years now, and it's just more about consistency with him. It's more of a throwback with his situation because it's just a shoot first 2 guard who struggles with decision making and shot selection. And once those 2 things get much better for him, then he is going to be a tremendous NBA player. But until they improve, he's going to kind of be stuck in the rut that he's in right now, where he can score the basketball. He can do it in a couple of different ways, but him evolving the full player into the full player you need to become a true playmaking on-ball threat, like someone like Devin Booker is, for example. Like, Book's growth did not stop once he learned how to score the basketball in the NBA. He learned how to manipulate defenses in the NBA. He learned how to provide for his teammates in the NBA. Those are the steps that Jalen Green has gotten better at, to be clear, in the last 3 years, but he needs to get much better for him to reach that ceiling. And I think what you want to see more than anything else with the backcourt that they're going to have and those two together is him work on his two-way game a little bit more, become a better defender. He was serviceable as a defender at times in Houston, but he's going to have less of the ball now with Books. So with that, he has more energy to use on the other end, and they're going to need everyone to be using that energy at all times.
Killer, speaking of improving and evolving, what are your expectations for Ryan Dunn?
That is one of the bigger questions for me going into the year, Wolf, because Ryan has been incredibly intentional about the way that he has worked. And I've done this gig long enough now, especially covering the draft as close as we have with some of the Suns teams we've played. And to look at with all due respect to Ryan, like the complete zero on offense that he was at Virginia, to him actually being a threat offensively, not just as a catch and shoot guy, but scoring the ball a little bit last year. Like, you look at his point totals, his shot totals compared to 2 full years at Virginia, he did more in a full NBA season than he did in college. And you just don't see that type of growth that quickly. And it looks like he's working even more at it. Like, is he actually going to be a scoring threat? Like, can we expect him to be a double-digit guy scoring every single game? Because if he is, and he can be a moderately reliable three-point shooter, then you're talking about one of the more valuable players in the league, because everyone wants a wing like that who can score a little bit, provide a little bit, can space the floor. And then obviously the defender that he is, he's a very high-level defender. And honestly, everyone's talking about the offense. I'm more excited to see him on defense, because I thought he was solid last year, but was going through some rookie learning curves that everyone does as a defender, even with his reputation. I think he's going to be much better this year as well. And him and Dylan are going to be taking on a lot of the primary assignments. And that is an aspect of the team that was missing the last 2 years, having two defenders in place that are actually fit for taking on those responsibilities. Both those guys are, for sure.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, what's the biggest thing you need to see from this team overall this year to feel like they're moving in the right direction?
Knowing what they are, because when you guys would have me on in February and be like, what does this team do? I'd be like, I don't know. They play basketball. They try sometimes. They score sometimes. They defend sometimes. It was hard to peg an identity for what this team is. I've said this in a lot of different ways, and will continue to over the course of joining the show throughout the season. Don't care about the scoreboard. Don't care about wins and losses with this team. If they win 43 games, but we can't really tell what they are, that is much less successful than looking at them at a 23-win season, but we know the style of play that they're going to have. Like, Portland is a really good example, where 2 years ago, they started to kind of figure out what they were under Chauncey Billups. And then the second half of last year, they took off. Look at Houston a couple of years ago. They were torrid on a great pace in the second half 2 years ago. That led into this year, or last year, excuse me, when they were one of the best teams in the league in the regular season. So I think all of that together is more important than, like, again, win total or whatever. Like, do we see Jordan Ott's style of play? Do we see these players starting to mesh together, understand the way they're supposed to play, and then executing it out there? That's going to be more important than win total. And look, if they win 24, 25 games, they're going to have to live with the reality of that. They can't panic. They can't look around at things not working, them not winning games, and just have to accept the position that they're in right now. Even if lottery night is going to be anxious for them a couple of years, they're going to have to get used to that feeling.
Kellen, the WNBA Finals starting tonight. Mercury trying to bring home their 4th title in franchise history, but it's been a little while. It's been since 2014, playing a Las Vegas team that's won 2 of the last 3. Put this in perspective for us. How big of an upset would it be if the Mercury were able to pull this off now?
It wouldn't be an upset at all, and that speaks to what the Mercury have done this year. They are the best story in Valley sports this year. It is not even close. They have a very talented roster, don't get me wrong, but this team has zero continuity at all. They have a lot of rookies, but they're some older rookies as well, like Alyssa Thomas, Satu Sabali, and Kalia Copper. Getting used to playing with each other is something that you had to expect from them. And they weren't able to, because they dealt with injuries a lot in the first half of the year. And it didn't matter, because Satu was phenomenal. Alyssa Thomas was under MVP consideration. Copper did everything that she normally does. The contributions from people like Sammy Whitcomb, Manika Cole-Makani has been awesome. Should have made all rookie. They've just got this really deep team that looks like it knows, to the Suns' point, knows exactly who they are and looks like they've been playing together for a decade. And the teams that they have beat along the way are teams like Minnesota and New York that have all this continuity together. They've been battle tested in the playoffs, and it didn't matter. It's been a tremendous story. Nate Tibbetts has done an incredible job, and shout out to them. We should be giving them a whole lot more love on the air because it's been a very difficult year. Ever since Quinn Ewers checked a blitz at the start of the year, it's been pretty rough, and they have been the great story of the year, without a doubt.
Kellen, thank you so much, man. We're going to talk to you a lot here coming up. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We come back over to football. The injury report out for Cardinals Titans. How much do you read into this now as we get deeper into the season and these injuries start to pile up for every team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Ken, is there something you'd like to see Torey do differently next year in 2026 as the manager of the Diamondbacks?
Win more games.
anything beyond that, or is just win more games?
Sports news.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna lead the Sports Center update right there. That's for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. When you do, you'll realize it's October everywhere else, Basinonians. But at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it's Bronctober. That's right, Bronctober, and all Broncos are on sale right now at Santan Ford. Man, I love the big boy Bronco myself. I'm thinking about possibly getting one. I don't know if the Warrior Queen will be on board with that, but we'll see in the future. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels you could want. A legitimate selection, of course, all on sale big time. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Why do I say that? You can select Bronco Sports price below $29,000. Think about that. $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/25.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and way.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak. make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 6th to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, we got to score! We got to score!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's what I'm talking about!
Wolf and Luke.
That's what I'm talking about, boy.
Red Friday.
All right, thanks to Kellen Olson for joining us there.
Starting to get a little melancholy myself right now, based on Ian's. Yeah, it's game day, is it not, Better James? Get a little melancholy. Nothing wrong with that. Ready to broadcast. Here we go. What's on your mind right now, Luke, other than the blood sport?
Nothing.
See how I set you up for that? Other than the blood sport, what is on your mind right now? Well, you know what? It's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind. So gather on the transistor and press the ear because we're going to talk about it right now.
We got to talk to Monty Austin for it earlier today. Darius Robinson has been ruled out for this game on Sunday. I'm looking at the injury report just to give you a quick rundown real quick here. And I'm just looking at the Cardinals side of things. We have the whole thing up on ArizonaSports.com, but I'm not going to read you every Titans player. But for the Cardinals, Darius Robinson is out. Kelvin Beachum was on the injury report earlier this week, but it's just rest. He practiced in full yesterday. I don't think there's an issue there. So the other names to keep an eye on, Simi Fehoko and Zay Jones, both practiced in full. They were upgraded to full yesterday. The official injury report for today isn't out yet. But other guys that were limited yesterday, Evan Brown, Greg Dortch, John Gaines II, Will Johnson, Bilal Nichols, and Will Hernandez. Now, Will Hernandez has been practicing this season. He hasn't played yet, but he's not on IR. So you've asked Monty Austin about him a few times. In fact, if you want, I can play the cut here. But, Wolf, I actually have cuts from Will Hernandez earlier today.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So
from today?
From today.
Oh,
this
here
is
we
from
go.
like within the last, I don't know, not even an hour.
All right, here we go.
So I'm going to play these for you, okay?
Okay.
Get ready. I haven't heard them yet.
Yeah.
Because I've been doing the show with you.
Okay.
I'm ready for you to read into them as much as you possibly can, okay? He was asked, what would it mean for him to get back on the field this week?
To me, it's been a long time coming. I've waited literally a year for this. When I went out, felt like I was at the highest highs and definitely felt the lowest of lows. So to me, it's just more than coming in and playing a few snaps of football. It means everything to me. It's everything I've worked for my entire life, everything that I've always took pride in, a big part of my life. And so, it means literally everything to me.
That's one of the reasons why when you watch Will Hernandez play the game, it kind of looks like it means everything to him. Does that make sense?
They could use that.
It's interesting the way that will happen when you go out in between the white lines and you play the game with everything you have because you love the game and you love the essence of the game and you love going out there and glorifying God for what he has been able to do in your life through putting on a helmet and putting in a mouth guard and playing the game with everything you have as unto him. It is a beautiful thing, and Will Hernandez, I think, understands that and knows that, and man, could the Arizona Cardinals use him.
His last game was October 6th last season. That was week 5, right? We're going into week 5 of this year. So, I mean, if he is able to come back on Sunday, it will have been 364 days. Like you talk about putting in the time, as he just said, it's been a year. I was trying to find what the number one song in the U.S. was a year ago, Wolf, because I figured you would know it off the top of your head.
No.
And it was a bar song by Shabuzi.
Okay, yeah,
So
Shabuzi.
I
don't even know who Shabuzi is.
Jamal is
That's okay, really. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Actually,
I'm
seen
62,
Shabuzi
basically.
in concert.
Savage, but still 62.
Savage, but not Shabuzi Savage.
Right.
But that's how long it's been. It's been a year since Will Hernandez has played, and he was asked what he has learned about himself during this year.
Something I learned about myself is that I always used to, talk to the guys, motivate, give them the hoorah speeches here and there, especially to the, more in private to the offensive line, because it's always something that I believed in. But I also never been tested like this. And, it was great to see that everything I've always believed when it was good is still what I believe when it's bad. Mm-hmm. And by bad, I mean, what happened. But but we're on to the next one. We're back. It's feeling great, ready to get back out and actually help our team win.
Did anyone say, Will, yes, Will, will you pick me, please? Are you going to play this Sunday? Did anyone ever say that? Did somebody ask him that question?
I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
I would assume that's your Paul Calvisi impression.
No, I mean, Paulie would be a little bit more,
assertive.
A little bit more confident, I think you would have said it.
No, nobody. The closest we have to that question is what it would mean for him to get back out on the field this Sunday. So I don't have that. I do, as we've been talking.
Luke, when you ask that question,
yes.
Will, do you expect to play this Sunday?
But I don't know that he would answer it with anything of, certitude. I think he would just kind of be like, hey, I'm ready to go when they tell me I can go.
Man,
I don't know. Yeah, that's...
I honestly, I think that is a question that, you know what, I think I might play. Yeah.
Well, I have the updated injury report because it literally just dropped within the last 3 minutes. Okay, so this is through Friday now. So Darius Robinson out. Evan Brown didn't practice today. He's doubtful.
Oh, wow.
So he got downgraded.
Wow.
Denzel Burke showed up on the injury report today as limited. So he's questionable. Who needs corners? Just play without corners.
My goodness.
Greg Dortch, questionable. Will Hernandez, questionable. Will Johnson, questionable. Bilal Nichols, questionable. Nobody else is on there with an injury designation.
Okay.
So, I would assume that means Zay Jones is back. Semi Fehoko was full. John Gaines was limited, but he doesn't have a game status designation. So,
So is Isaiah Adams going to play left guard and Will Hernandez can play right guard? Because questionable to me in the NFL means you're playing.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment right there. Evan Brown being listed as doubtful, with Will Hernandez being listed as questionable. I'm going to put that in the positive category. I don't know if it's in Isaiah's best interest at this point to move him from right guard to left guard. Mm-hmm. He's been having a hard go of it so far. He's been improving. There's no doubt about it, but it's been a rough sled for him. He's taking his lumps right now, as many offensive linemen, young offensive linemen do, when given the opportunity to go out and show what they can do on a consistent basis, the way that he has this year, where other defensive coordinators and other players have tape of him and they break that tape down, and what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses, of course. So I think Isaiah Adams is making his way. I think Isaiah Adams is going to be just fine next year. Just fine next year, because he really didn't get a ton of experience his rookie year, of course. I think this, for the most part, is his rookie year. I know that he started the last 6 games, but to me, once again, I think he is still in a developmental phase, and I think he's going to be much better next year. Having said that, Will Hernandez, I would expect to play this week. If he's listed as questionable, and you've got Evan Brown as doubtful, I think we're going to see Will Hernandez.
Yeah, I mean, he is now listed, that's a good point, higher on the injury report than Evan Brown. If you just look at the injury report, you didn't think about the last year, what, Will Hernandez has had to go through even just to get to this point. And if you're just looking at the injury report, you'd say, well, the guy who's questionable is more likely to play than the guy who's doubtful. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. It's funny you bring up Isaiah Adams, Wolf, and I'm looking at the list of guys who are in their second year with the Cardinals, because we saw so many players from year 1 to year 2 make the jump last year, whether it was Paris Johnson Jr. or Garrett Williams or, even Michael Wilson or Keitrell Clark, Dante Stills. Guys made that jump last year. The jump from year 1 to year 2 this year from the 2024 class has been a little tougher. I mean, Trey Benson's hurt.
It starts with Marv.
Darius Robinson is now hurt. Max Melton, I would say, is making the jump. Tip Ryman's been hurt. Rabbit is looking good, but Rabbit was already looking good last year.
Yeah.
So as far as guys making the jump from year 1 to year 2 this year, it's only, we're just starting October. I'm not, you don't close the book on any of these guys.
Right.
But it hasn't been this quick jump. Like Garrett Williams last year, year 2 started and we're like, oh, this guy's great. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, honestly, though, you bring up an excellent point, Luke. That there are a lot of guys that we were looking at this year going, this is going to be great. Marvin Harrison Jr., it starts with him. He's going to get so much better going into year 2 as opposed to being a rookie. And that still may be the case. That's still, right now, as I sit here, I expect that to be the case with Marvin Harrison Jr. He's got way too much talent, and he's got a great work ethic. You put those two things together, Basinonians, and that is going to be a great player. My expectation is he is fully going to be everything they thought he was going to be. But right now, as you look at it, he's not developing as quickly in his second year as I thought he would.
I'm just looking at the first 6 guys from last year's draft for the Cardinals. Marv, who you just talked about. Darius Robinson, who was looking better against Seattle, but he's hurt now. He's out this weekend. Max Melton's probably the one, even though he got hurt earlier this year, that's making the jump right now because Trey Benson's hurt. Isaiah Adams, you just said, is kind of taking his lumps, and Tip Ryman has been hurt this year. So there's been a lot of injuries, really, to those first few guys. But that's obviously the lifeblood of this team, the way they're trying to build it. So they need those jumps to happen this year. When we come back, which players are most likely to swing Sunday's Cardinals Titans game? We're going to decide next with a round of Fulcrum Football, the Week 5 edition. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, your costume should be scary, not your retirement. But Trajan Wealth can actually help you take the fear out of financial planning. One of the reasons why you ought to give them a call today. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals, Basinonians. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of diversified portfolios, focusing on capital preservation, growth, and low-cost investment options. Pick up the phone and give them a call at 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another big weekend for Valley Sports. Tonight, the Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever Best of 7 WNBA Finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their 4th title in franchise history. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season Sunday at home against the lowly Tennessee Titans. Kickoff is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Week 5 edition of Fulcrum Football. The game is simple, but not easy. Picking players from the Cardinals or the Titans. We'll just draft quickly. Cardinals, Titans. Not the best players necessarily. The players most likely to swing this particular game on Sunday. You can take quarterbacks, but that is frowned upon, and you will be mocked and scoffed at behind your back on this show forever.
And sometimes, Basinonians, you actually have a theme to your Fulcrum Football, as I do many weeks.
Have you ever not had a theme?
Yes.
All right, it is time for the coin flip. Rick, would you do the honors? Oh, Wolf, you won.
Oh, okay. So I get to go first.
Really good at the coin flips this year.
Yeah. You know, I'm on a roll. Okay, my first Fulcrum Football player has got to be Yelda Frohold. Communication along the offensive line has sucked buttermilk. Ron Wolfley reporting they have busted multiple plays in protection and run schemes. Playing football is hard enough, Basinonians, without having mental mistakes on the line of scrimmage. Yelda Frohold has got to make sure everyone is getting the proper calls across the front, across that offensive line, and that is why he is the first Fulcrum Football player for me.
I can't believe you left this guy out there for me to take. It's looking more and more like he's going to play, so give me Will Hernandez.
Oh!
And they said the first house, not the first horse. You heard me. The first horse, but not the first horse.
So you're
First
going
house.
with Will Hernandez.
Going with Will Hernandez, Wolf, not just to spite you, although that's a big chunk of my reasoning. I'm not going to lie. I'll be as transparent as possible. But no, I think the idea that he really could bring them a jolt to the offensive line where they need one, you're talking about a guy who plays the game, as you said earlier, like it's what he loves to do, and he's had it taken away from him for nearly a full calendar year now. October 6th of 2024 is where he got hurt, and October 5th of 2025 is when they play the Titans. So he's what they need if he's healthy, and I think he'll have a little extra, too, in that first game back if it is indeed this week.
That's an excellent pick by Luke Basinonians. Will Hernandez, of course. Okay, my second Fulcrum football player has got to be Paris Johnson Jr. Yeah, the offensive line needs an attitude adjustment, and Paris Johnson Jr. is just the guy to give them that adjustment. Physicality starts deep in the soul and comes out of your body when you're between the white lines. It just does. Tapping into the rage tree during a football game is what you're supposed to do. And then you walk off the field, you love people, respect people, and treat them better than yourself. And that's why Paris Johnson Jr. is my second Fulcrum football player.
All right, my second pick, not a guy I necessarily expected to be picking this season. Give me Michael Carter.
To have agreements, all parties have to agree.
Accurate.
The brilliance.
What's the book you always quote, The Art of War?
Yes.
We need to have a
Sun
book
Tzu.
of Jerry Jones-isms that sound ridiculous when he says them, but if you really analyze them, they are, in fact, true. No, look, Michael Carter, and we'll see how this backfield breaks down this weekend, because I think Amari DiMercato might still ultimately have more responsibility when you consider his ability to protect Kyler Murray in third and obvious, but Michael Carter, it sounds like, is going to get a lot of the carries, like just the traditional running back carries, and he is stepping in off the practice squad and going to play a significant role in a role that the Cardinals need to fix in a hurry because the running game hasn't been there for them this year. So give me Michael Carter.
Okay, Michael Carter, it's an excellent choice as well. But once again, a theme is forming here on the Wolf and Luke show. My third Fulcrum football player is Jonah Williams.
I like big butts in the
I don't like big butts, I
that
know,
seems to
but
be the
Jonah
theme.
Williams, this guy has been pretty consistent over the first 4 weeks of the season. He's protected well, but needs to be more physical in the run game. As a matter of fact, they all need to be a little bit more physical in the run game. The Cardinals' offensive line was the strength in 2024, and Jonah Williams was part of that at the end of last season. Jonah Williams is my third Fulcrum football player.
Rick has The Art of War. He's holding it up right there.
Sun Tzu.
What do we?
Here's The Art of War if you're on YouTube watching.
What would the Jerry Jones book be called? Would it just be Unlikely?
The Art of Babbling?
No. Zeus Sun.
You think that's what Jerry Jones
The
book?
opposite. Zeus Sun. Not Sun Tzu.
We need to run through some
Zeus Sun.
Jerry Jones cuts at the end of the show today to find that exact title. All right, you took Jonah Williams. Is that what you just took right there? Is that
Yes,
what you
by
did?
the way, Sun Tzu was famous for saying, know your enemy and know yourself. Interesting.
Jerry Jones is famous for saying, what was it, to have agreements, all sides must agree?
Yep. Basically, yep.
What it is what it was? What is that, another one?
What it is what it is.
Also, not false. Give me Mac Wilson Sr. with my
I poke bears.
No, okay.
Mac Wilson Sr., I think at this point, needs to be picked in this game every single week. The way he is playing, the additional responsibility he has taken on this year. He's in the middle of everything, and that can be for better or for worse. But when you talk about a game where if the defense plays to their potential and the offense just doesn't turn the ball over, the Cardinals should win. Yeah, Mac Wilson's on my list.
Okay, let's see. My fourth Fulcrum football player. Who's it going to be? There is a theme. Isaiah Adams or whoever might play right guard. Okay, that's the way I'm going to answer that. The Cardinals are not running the ball well. Ron Wolfley reporting. And if they're going to get back on track, their interior offensive linemen, specifically their guards, need to play a whole lot better. Whether that's Evan Brown, who is doubtful now for Sunday, Isaiah Adams, or Will Hernandez, whoever two of those three guys are, they need to play at a much higher level for them to do well.
This makes me love my Will Hernandez pick even more, because now that I know your theme, it's like I blocked you in Connect 4. You can't do anything else.
You took the best guy,
I
too.
took it right there. Well, you had the first pick?
A dog!
All right, my fourth pick, give me Marv.
Baby. What?
What? Give me Marv. Was that Drake right there? Was that us singing
Yeah,
Drake?
that was you singing it.
I was trying to get
a lot of good Luke drops this week.
That's
interesting.
That's the setup right there for the Marv pick. Look, I don't.
Is it as good as I came in like a wrecking ball?
No, I'm surprised. That's getting played at some point later in the show. Also, when Wolf, what did you say? I sound so good to myself. that's getting played again later on the show. Let's not forget.
Why do I sound so good to myself?
Marv coming off that game he came off of, how is he not near the top of everybody's list? Maybe not even so much in terms of swinging this game this week in particular, but just like swinging the rest of the season. Are we seeing first half Marv from the Seattle game where everybody just hide? Or are we seeing fourth quarter Marv where it's like, all right, here we go. He's making the jump in year 2.
Yeah.
I want to see more fourth quarter Marv. That's going to be the name of my indie rock band in 15 years. Fourth quarter Marv. All right, that was Fulcrum football right there. When we come back over to basketball, what does picking up Ryan Dunn's option say about the Suns' direction and their faith in their young forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it. Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Suns preseason basketball is here. Suns Lakers tonight from Palm Desert. Pregame at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, thanks to all the listeners in New River, Northwest Phoenix.
Did you say New River?
Appreciate all the listeners in New River, yeah.
You know, it's kind of cool when you drive by New River on the I-17. It's kind of cool when you gas yourself up in New River.
Are you listening to Shabuzi as you're doing?
This is Shabuzi as well.
This is Shabuzi.
Is he from New River?
He's, I don't know exactly where he's from, but I'm going to go and play the field and say he's not from New River. And I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Shabuzi! Just like saying it. It's kind of cool.
This song was #1 in the U.S. last time Will Hernandez played for the Arizona Cardinals in an actual
Really?
game. Well, yeah, that's where this whole conversation started.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why I brought it up before. 1 year ago on Monday.
I figured this song was older than, like, #1 earlier than that.
It was #1 for a while. I mean, I just looked this up. I didn't know it off the top of my head, but it was #1 for a while last year. But that included October 6th, which is the last time Will Hernandez played a game.
Okay.
And then Wolf during the break was like, please play some Shabuzi. I haven't heard any in 10 minutes. And
Not.
we went ahead and connected Wolf's phone to the sound system here, and we just played it.
Yeah.
So there you go. The Phoenix Suns yesterday, not a surprise, but they did exercise the third-year contract option. So for next season for Ryan Dunn. Not a shock. This guy's one of your building blocks, but he talked yesterday about his mindset going into his second preseason, which, in case you haven't been watching too closely, that second preseason begins tonight for the Suns against the Lakers in Palm Springs.
Kind of same thing as last year, kind of just going out, competing, running a little bit more, just learning the game more, being more aggressive, offensively, defensively, just being a leader, being vocal, and just learning the results, living with results, trusting the process, continuing to work, all the work we put in this summer. It's just not go out and just have fun and play now.
Honestly.
Sounded like that was from the future.
I'm honestly, it's amazing how it would be nice if there was a place you could actually go and listen to them in a room, as opposed to always being out by the court. And because it's so hard to hear him, isn't it?
What would be the equivalent in the other sports? Like if the Diamondbacks did their interviews with players right next to the batting cage, those guys were just teeing off.
Yes.
like in the batting cage.
Or maybe you're doing blitz pickup drill and you're right there next to it and you're watching a running back pick up a blitzing linebacker and there's all this sound and there's yelling. And now that would be actually kind of cool when you stop and think about that. Somebody tried to actually conduct an interview during blitz pickup. That'd be awesome.
Just wear a mic during practice. Maybe that'd be easier. This is a big opportunity for Ryan Dunn going into this season. If you think about it, talking about a guy that was the 28th pick in the draft last year, okay? Now, are there players that have been picked late first round or in the second round that have had amazing NBA careers? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Draymond Green, Jalen Brunson, both Brunson was the second rounder, I believe. I mean, but generally speaking, when you're getting drafted 28th, you know, your thought, the scouting report on you is this guy can do something pretty well, but let's see if he can find a place to play in the NBA. Well, for Ryan Dunn, I would say a good first year. He's averaging 6.9 points a game. He's not like he's a scorer, but we know what he's good at. He's a really good defender, and he got better, I thought, as the year went on in that regard. And, you know, he was able to shoot well enough to stay on the floor. But now, Wolf, as he goes into year two, like you're talking about a guy that has the potential to be one of the faces of this franchise behind Devin Booker, just because of the situation and what he was able to do in year one.
Yeah, man. Ryan Dunn is a guy that I expect to take a massive leap in year two. This is something we've talked an awful lot about in regard to the Cardinals, but I really do believe this. It applies to every sport. I don't care if it's hockey, baseball, basketball. To me, once you have that foundational floor, you have that rookie season where you've proved to yourself that you belong where you're at. Then all of a sudden, Luke, from that point forward, who knows how good you're going to get? Who knows how hard you're willing to work? And I think Ryan Dunn is a guy that's going to get so much better because he is willing to work.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with it. Like he can be one of the faces of this team being one of the hardest working teams in the NBA. You know that's one of their goals. They brought in guys that aren't necessarily guys that are going to put up 20, 25, 30 points most nights, but they have a reputation of being hard workers. Or, in the case of Ryan Dunn, they drafted him last year, and they don't get to make a whole lot of more draft picks early anytime soon in the near future. They have a couple mixed in, but for the most part, anytime they have a first-round pick, it's been pick swapped so many times, it's going to be towards the bottom of the first round. But Ryan Dunn is a player that you drafted and are developing, and he is the face of what you want the identity of this team to be. You know, he also talked yesterday about the versatility of the wing group they have. So, Wolf, I'm going to play this cut and get ready to hear a basketball or several basketballs dribbling. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say the wing group has been very good. We're very long and athletic, and you know we're going to try to get up and down and work like that. So, and what you said with like guarding your yard, it's been something that we're trying to instill this year, and you know having that individual mindset and taking that into a group mindset can help us a lot. I do it sometimes until I get too much into the ball and maybe I forget an assignment. So just learning how to ease off like that. But I think it's just good for all of us to have that guard your mentality coming this season.
Of course, they all stopped dribbling that time when I set it up that way.
That's right. I love this, though. Think about it. Ryan Dunn, Basinonians, and Rasheer Fleming, Nigel Hayes as well. Those three guys specifically, man, I really look at the perimeter defense getting so much better for the Phoenix Suns. Those young guns, if you will, those guys to me, man, I know that Nigel Hayes isn't young anymore, but he is in terms of the NBA.
True.
He is. This is a whole new level. To me, one of the most fascinating stories is Nigel Hayes Davis and watching him develop. And how good could he possibly be? Because this isn't Europe. Frankly, this is the NBA.
Tell that to the Minnesota Vikings.
That's right. This is the NBA. This is the highest level of basketball we can play. He's got to prove that to himself all over again.
He does. And just while we're on the topic of the Suns, another player I wanted to throw out earlier when we were talking about individuals that you're just kind of interested to see what they can do this preseason, this season. I don't know how much Kobe Bryant is going to end up playing when the regular season starts. It's up in the air. But that's another name I would throw out there just because he is such a pure shooter, one of the best shooters in college basketball last year. And I just think anytime you are able to add one of those players, you got to just pay attention. Now, I don't know. Maybe he can't get the rest of his game to the level where he's playing significant NBA minutes. The jury's still out on that. They haven't played a preseason game yet. But you add a pure shooter like that through the draft, I think you at least just kind of keep an eye on his trajectory, too.
I just really like the athleticism and the length of Ryan Dunn and Nigel Hayes Davis and Rasheer Fleming. That's the one thing that I think separates them.
Those guys.
Their raw athleticism and their length.
Yeah, it's going to be a different experience watching this team, because if you're a longtime Suns fan, you feel like you've seen it all, right? You saw the Steve Nash years, you saw the dark years, and you saw Devin Booker join the team during the dark years, and you saw this team sort of emerge from the bubble and go all the way to the NBA Finals the next year, and then kind of regress the last couple years. So it's easy to just say this will be like one of the dark years, but I think it's different in the sense that Devin Booker is who he is now. You know, for part of the dark years, you didn't have Devin Booker. And then when you did have him, he's just breaking in the league. He was 19, 20, 21 years old, you know, and now this is his team, and just want to see, we talked to Kellen Olson about this earlier, I just want to see a definitive direction this season, where as the season goes on, as Kellen said, you know who they are. You know what their identity is. We're not trying to figure that out 70 games in. Hey, what does this team want to do? What do they want to be? You'd like to kind of know that this year and have a firm direction.
Yeah, it'd be nice to actually watch these guys come together when your expectation level is low. You don't know what to really expect. To watch them come together and play hard is going to be fascinating to me.
Yeah.
When your expectations are so high that you're disappointed, bitterly disappointed based on what you're seeing, it makes it hard to watch.
This is when Valley sports teams recently have kind of thrived, when there are no expectations.
It's true.
All right, when we come back, the MLB playoffs are hitting the division series starting tomorrow. We'll just kind of catch you up on everything that's going on and dive into some of the best matchups that are starting up tomorrow. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
ASU football, it's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another. These are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with two of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know, it takes more than muscles to actually have the ultimate moving experience, Basinonians. It also takes a military-like approach, and that is what Moving Team 6 does. They're going to show up. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable. It's one of the reasons why Moving Team 6, they hire veterans. They specifically look to hire veterans to join their moving team. That's the reason why they have this military-like approach. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. It's a family-run business. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave single, order in the app. Dave single, get it for $1.
wisely. Choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available only. Contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are two big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is another big weekend for Valley sports tonight. The Phoenix Mercury begin the first ever best-of-7 WNBA finals at the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. The Mercury are going for their fourth title in franchise history. The Phoenix Suns start preseason play tonight in Palm Springs against the Los Angeles Lakers. No Jalen Green for the Suns and no LeBron James for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the depleted Arizona Cardinals will look to improve to 3-2 on the season Sunday at home against the 0-4 Tennessee Titans. Kickoff for that one is at 1:05 Sunday and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Cardinals elevate against the Titans on Sunday? We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
I will say, Wolf, I have been more into these baseball playoffs than I thought I would be. I thought I would just be so bitter after the way the Diamondbacks season played out that I'd be like, I don't care about baseball. Yeah, football, hockey starting, basketball. Yeah, these have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth. Playoff baseball is incredible, and the reason why is because the pace of the game, even with a pitch clock, the pace of the game actually works to its benefit when every pitch you're hanging on because of the postseason, especially if you're looking at an elimination game. I just don't think there's too many more sports that I'd watch and appreciate more than that playoff baseball.
Can you imagine if we had to go back to not having a pitch clock now?
I know, and I was against it at first.
You were.
How in the world could this possibly be?
And you were justifiably mocked by Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen on this show, as you deserved.
Yeah, and I do. I did deserve it, and I accepted it then, and I accept it now.
We're at the point of the playoffs where, I don't know about you, Wolf, but I'm just living vicariously through friends of mine that root for other teams. Because when your baseball team is in the playoffs, anybody you know that is a Cubs fan or a Tigers fan or a Mariners fan, they're just so stressed out right now. So maybe that's why I'm living vicariously through them. I'm like, you know what? I don't have to get emotionally wrapped up in this. Diamondbacks aren't in it. You can go be miserable for the next couple of weeks because they all are.
Yeah. And honestly, what a great thing, too, that we had 3 game 3s of the wild card round, right?
Yeah.
3 game 3s. What was your favorite, Lou?
Cubs-Padres was great. 2 of my best friends are Padres fans, so I know they're miserable right now. But I know a lot of Cubs fans, too.
Padres.
I just thought that was the best. It's hard for me to say the Yankees advancing was great. And Tigers, Guardians, I don't know. That wasn't on the same level for me. Yeah, I mean, Cubs, Padres, that series was good. San Diego's going to have to figure at some point. They're going to have to figure out how to score runs in the playoffs, too, because they don't seem to do that ever. But what was yours?
You know, for me, it was the Padres and the Cubs.
Oh, it was? Okay.
I really, really appreciated that. What a good game it was. And watching Cubs closer Brad Keller fall apart in the ninth inning, that was interesting. I know that he's only closed part-time, but he was the closer in that situation the last 2 innings going out there. And the fact that Craig Counsell stayed with him as long as he did, you know, after giving up a solo shot to start the ninth inning, even though he pitched the eighth as well. Then all of a sudden he's beaning batters. It was just an absolute mess. 2 in a row, as a matter of fact. And you were thinking to yourself, well, okay, Counts, you're going to come out, right? You're going to get this guy out of here at some point in time, because even the broadcasters, think about this, national broadcasters that were doing this game, they were talking about the fact that, man, this is a massive meltdown by Keller.
Can you imagine if that had melted down all the way?
That, exactly.
With that fan base?
And that's what I was thinking. Oh, my goodness, here it is, the ninth inning. They have a 3-0 lead. This guy gives up a solo shot to start the inning, and all of a sudden he's beaning hitters after the solo shot. You could almost see the guy, Brad Keller, thinking, oh, no, I can't stop this. I can't. I've lost it. You know, all of his confidence, it just seemed to exit.
It does feel like there's a lot of tortured fan bases in baseball, more so than other sports. You know, I mean, Red Sox fans are not tortured, but they were for the longest time. And currently they are, because they just lost to the Yankees. Cubs fans are tortured fan base. Mariners fans, team's never even been to the World Series. The Tigers fans will tell you they're a tortured fan base. Cleveland, obviously. And then you have the Dodgers and Phillies. We were talking about this earlier. This is the series of the second round. Putting aside any hatred for the Dodgers or the Phillies you might have, your matchups are Cubs, Brewers, Yankees, Blue Jays, Tigers, Mariners, or Dodgers, Phillies.
Yeah.
That, to me, is the only one with 2 teams that could win the World Series.
Yes.
The intrigue, though, of the Cubs and the Brewers, to me, I feel like I'm most intrigued about that just because they play like an hour away from each other, and Craig Counsell left the Brewers to go manage the Cubs.
He did.
And there's a lot of beef there between those 2 cities.
Yeah.
I am very excited to see that matchup, and they're both great baseball towns. Like, I just went to a game in Milwaukee. They tailgate before baseball games like it's college football.
Well, and everything's so hyper exaggerated when the Cubs are involved with their fans.
Yeah.
If they win that series but lose a game, you're going to think that the whole city is just shutting down. But if they win the series, I mean.
So what are your guys' thoughts on Cam Schlittler?
Here, I have audio of Cam Schlittler, who stepped in. It was his.
That was really close. That was really close.
It was his 15th career major league start. Yes, it's the Yankees. Yes, we're all sick of the Yankees. I get that. But it was his 15th career start, his first in the playoffs. He beats the Red Sox.
Yes.
And he goes 8 shutout innings and strikes out 12.
I think, honestly, before the game started, just with the bullpen I had out there, I'm just very in control of all my pitches and being able to mix that. So, I think once I got past the, first, second inning, I was able to, really get in a rhythm. I got really good sleep last night. I wasn't, too worried about it. But, I woke up and I was locked in. So, I knew exactly what I needed to do and go out there, especially against my hometown team. So, as I told Andy yesterday, I wasn't going to let him beat me. So, I was just overconfident in that fact, but, making sure I wasn't getting too carried away with it.
Yeah, you have to
from
ask
Walpole,
yourself,
Massachusetts, too, beating the Red Sox as a Yankee.
Can
That's
you
rough.
imagine, man? It's just, you've got to be kidding me. But can you imagine, is this the next great Yankees pitcher that we're going to see?
Really?
Yeah. Is this? He became the first rookie with 12 strikeouts, 0 walks, and 0 earned runs in postseason history. I mean, and anytime you say that about the game of baseball, once again, you're saying something, man. You are saying something. To become the first rookie with 12 strikeouts, 0 walks, 0 earned runs in postseason history.
That is crazy. That is crazy. And the other thing that's crazy about baseball, and I'm not saying this applies to Cam Schlittler, but you will see guys come in early in their careers and go out there and just be amazing in the postseason. And then they're kind of just during the regular season. But then they're amazing again in the postseason when they get back. So I don't know. It's a cool story. The second you said this guy might be the next Yankees great pitcher, I lost a little bit of interest in it because the Yankees have had so much success, although their fans will tell you they haven't had enough lately. But either way, that was a cool moment, and it sets the stage for some really good second-round series. I don't think Tigers, Mariners, Yankees, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs, Brewers. I don't think all 8 of those teams can win the World Series, but I don't think any of them have no chance this round. You know what I mean? I don't think any of these series are a foregone conclusion. Dodgers, Reds was a foregone conclusion in round 1.
Yeah. Let me just say it one time, okay? Can I say this? Can I say his
try
name
this off the
correct?
air
Let me
first?
just say this one time.
Okay.
Cam Schlittler.
Oh, look at that.
How about that, Basinonians?
So from now on,
don't tell me I can't say it.
From now on, you could see Rick had his whole hand over the dump button just in case you messed up. From now on, anytime we talk about the Yankees and we need to talk about him, Rick, you can just play that cut of Wolf saying it so he never has to risk it again.
Right.
The WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces starting tonight, but next Wednesday you could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History is on the line. Be part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. All right, when we come back, how much could the Cardinals gain with a win on Sunday? Or how much could they lose with a loss? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, we had All Pro Shade Concepts come over to the Wolfley compound, and they met all our shading needs. They told us what our needs were and what we needed to get. I can tell you right now, they are the best in the business. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Basinonians. Voted number 1 by ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau as well. Installation is done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. And these shades, Basinonians, are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts has them all. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Kickoff by Ryland, lands short of the target area, which means Seattle's going to get really good field position here.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
Ryland. I'm begging you, please kick the ball as planned. Ryland. Please don't penalize us if you can. We just came back to tie the game. To blow it now would be a shame. So aim your foot, let's get the offense pinned. Then we can go to overtime. Just kick the football past the line. I know that you can do it now, Ryland. The offense made some better calls, and Marvin caught a lot of balls. I think we can steal this division win. Don't want to start off 0-2. Come on, Chad, we believe in you. I know the kickoff rules are dumb, Ryland. I'm begging you, please kick the ball as planned. Ryland. Please don't penalize us if you can.
Penalize. Oh my goodness, that is Greg Brady's best work right there. That's my favorite, man. Seriously,
just repetitive enough where it's going to be stuck in all of our heads when Chad Riley goes to kick on Sunday.
Oh my goodness, that was genius, bro.
All right, well, that was a good way to go into the weekend right there.
Yeah.
Not.
Are we going into the? Okay, see ya.
Well, no, you actually have to do the first hour of Burns and Gambo. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. As a matter of fact,
they were calling you.
Sorry, David Charles. I hope you have a nice weekend.
Sounds like you're not willing to do that. We started the show, Wolf, and I was like, I'm going to go, all positive to begin the show. Yeah, look at the Cardinals gain with a win this weekend. And you immediately shot me down. And you're like, well, how bad would it be if they lost this weekend? So maybe we should circle back to that to wrap up the show. This is a game that on paper the Cardinals should win, and it's a game the Cardinals, as we decided earlier, the proper terminology, it's not must win, it's can't lose.
Can't lose.
You really cannot afford to lose this game.
Yeah, once again, it's one of the reasons why I love professional football. I love professional sports because for the most part, you've got the best athletes in the world, and not all are the best athletes in the world, but you have the best players in the world playing basketball, baseball, football, hockey, whatever it might be. I love the fact that you go out and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good you're doing or how poorly you're playing. What matters is you're going to give your best when you walk in between those white lines. And that should be the way it is for every game. It's a player that I love and respect the most in the National Football League, and his name is Budda Baker. Because Budda goes about every game. It's not, Budda doesn't play against the opponent. Budda doesn't play against the Tennessee Titans. Budda doesn't. Budda plays against the white lines. Every time he steps in between the white lines, Budda knows it's go time. And there's only one speed There's only one way to play. It's with everything that I've got because of the white lines. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. It shouldn't matter who the opponent is. What it should matter is where is your standard and your level of play. And that's why I love Budda Baker and appreciate him so much. Because that standard is in between the white lines, and it doesn't matter who he plays. That's a rare dude. But that's his mentality, and you could see it.
Well, he spoke earlier this week about the offense they're about to face.
Yeah, you got the number one pick in Cam, and a guy who has a very strong arm, can make all the throws inside the pocket, outside the pocket. They got some lethal weapons at wide receiver, even tight end. Like they say, they're very close, and this is an NFL. This is an NFL football team. They have all the guys available to win, and with that quarterback, he's great at making those off throws, running outside the pocket. Sometimes throws that a quarterback wouldn't really make. He has the arm talent to make those throws, and that is definitely hard as a DB. You got to be plastering at all times because he can throw the football at all points. So great team that's coming in trying to get a W, and we're playing at home. Very excited for the opportunity to go against a good team.
Can't lose is a great way of saying it. Not a must-win, Basinonians, just can't lose. And I know it seems like we're splitting hairs there, but a must-win, as we all understand a must-win, to me, I think it's used way too often, way too willy-nilly. It's a must-win game. It isn't a must-win in Week 5. It isn't. The Cardinals could win every game after that. It's not a must-win, but it's a can't lose.
Yeah, well, it is, because you could go 2-3, and I'm sure there will be a team in the NFL. There might be a couple that are 2-3 after this weekend, or if they're on a bye this weekend. Which, by the way, way too early for a bye. If they're on a bye this weekend, the next weekend, whatever, they're 2-3 and they make the playoffs. That's not crazy. But where this team is, having lost 2 last-second games in a row, having lost all the pieces they have at running back, and I get it. And I was looking at the YouTube live chat earlier during the show. There's a lot of San Francisco talk in there today because there's a lot of appreciation, even by people who I'm guessing don't love the Niners, that they are able to keep winning despite injuries. And that's something you have to respect. But if the Cardinals come into this game after back-to-back last-second division losses, and all the extra that was kind of baked into those with the drops and the offense looking bad, and then they lose to Tennessee, it's going to feel a lot worse than 2-3. It's going to be like, okay, there's problems here. And if you beat Tennessee, you don't get to advance to the Super Bowl. I get it, but you at least get back on track. Beating Tennessee would be a prime example of a lot gets solved just by winning a game in the NFL.
Yeah. I would say, again, it's not just beating Tennessee, it's also how you beat Tennessee. I think at this point in time, I think that is, for me as a player, how I feel about it. Just win the game.
Just win.
Go out and do your job and just win the game. But as an analyst and as a fan that is out there, it does matter what it looks like when you win the game against a team like Tennessee
I have a producer question for you here real quick. Okay, I want to throw a couple things out. Lamar Jackson's out for this weekend, so anybody driving around, get him out of your fantasy football lineup. And if you're a Ravens fan, I'm sorry, because you don't have Lamar this weekend. And looking at the injury report, it'd be really nice to have Will Johnson back this week for the Cardinals, especially against a rookie quarterback. But here's my producer question for you, okay Wolf?
Yeah.
We come in here on Monday, and one of these guys had a great game, okay? I'm going to give you 2 names. You have to pick which one you want more. Okay? Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Carter.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Really?
No doubt.
Okay. Not even a hesitation?
No, Marvin Harrison Jr., because the Passepartout, the key that unlocks all locks for the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., and the chemistry thereof. Once again, if they light it up from a chemistry perspective, throwing the ball, that's going to help them be able to run the ball. It's going to help them be able to score points, and it's going to help that defense win more games. It'll help the entire team if they can just get that deep ball specifically if they can just get that to be a high consistency play for them, it's lights out.
That would be my answer, too. I'm guessing it'd be most people's answers driving around. I just didn't know if you were going to hesitate because I know you're so big on getting the running game right this week.
I know, but
if they can't run, but Marv has a big game, it does unlock a lot, but it also leaves this question of, man, if you can't run against Tennessee, who are you going to run against? So we'll see. Maybe they can just do both. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke.
Produce!
Got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Must win.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi? Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected.
Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro added last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report right now on Arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off at 5. Phoenix Suns' first preseason game is tonight. A lot of no-shows in this one due to injuries mostly. No Jalen Green, no Mark Williams. For the Lakers, no LeBron James or Luka Doncic. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 from Palm Desert. You can hear it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then how about hockey? College hockey. Back in the Valley. Huge matchup tonight in Tempe. Number 14 ASU hosting number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Say it with me. Say it nice and slow.
Cam
Schlittler. It's funny to hear Wolfley have the same problems you did. It was so the same problems.
Oh, yeah.
The same fears, the same worries, the same anxieties. It was hilarious.
Yeah, there's certain names you like, and
he's like, I was so afraid I was going to say it wrong. I had to take it nice and slow, basing over
because you talk fast. I talk fast.
Yes, you do.
I talk really fast.
Yes, you do.
So I put words together.
Schlittler.
Boy, was he dominant last night.
Really
Boy, was he dominant.
Really
and then McMahon with that Derek Jeter-like moment going into the Red Sox dugout to make that catch. Great performance. Happy. Always taking down the commies. So down goes communism. The Red Sox lose. There we go.
It's a victory for capitalism.
It's a victory for capitalism. We cannot let communism take over, especially in baseball. So it's always good when the commies lose.
Oh, God.
Start spreading the news.
Little Frank. You saw Frank at the Wells Fargo Arena, right?
I'm sorry?
Saw the basketball arena with the ASU?
No.
Or was it Sinatra?
No. I know what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was Billy Joel. Okay,
you're older than me.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
By about half a decade.
I'll be 60 next year.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll be 60.
So if anyone's
I
seeing,
don't feel it.
If anyone's seeing Frank Sinatra in concert,
it would have been me.
That guy right there.
Me, yeah.
It ain't this guy. It's that guy right over there. Yeah.
I didn't see him in concert. I wish I would have.
You know what? Honestly,
what about the rest of the Rat Pack? Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Who's the
My
other
father
guy?
loved Dean Martin. Loved Dean Martin. Loved him.
I bet he did. We'll talk about the baseball a little bit later, but congratulations not only your Yankees.
Thank you.
But Lawrence Cubbies, who
was
advanced
Vic
as well.
Damone was in there. Vic Damone was one of those
I can never remember
singers.
who. I just remember the three, and after that, I can never remember who else was in there. It was Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr.
That's the
Then
big
after
three.
that, I can't remember. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Weighing in on the Arizona Cardinals, who are trying to get that win this week against the Tennessee Titans. That game coming up on Sunday. We'll have former Cardinals coach Dave McGinnis, who is still calling Titans games on the radio as the color analyst. Dave McGinnis, he's going, Burnsy, Gambo,
Glad to be back here on a show with you guys. Let's talk a little Titans football here, all right? Let's go. Come on.
Oh, he was the best.
Can't wait to
he was
have
the
him
best.
on.
I loved Mac. I loved him.
Look, for a team in the Arizona Cardinals who are trying to figure some things out, trying to figure what their place is. The season hasn't gotten off to the start that they were hoping for. Along comes the Tennessee Titans, who in just about every way you could draw it up are just about the perfect opponent for the Cardinals to play this week. I mean, in terms of defense, offense, everything the Cardinals want to get right this week, Tennessee offers a terrific opportunity to get right for the Arizona Cardinals because of how bad they are.
Yeah, and the quarterback, it starts with the quarterback play, right? It starts with Cam Ward. No quarterback in the NFL has been sacked more than him. He's been sacked 17 times. He's turned the ball over 5 times. This is, he's really struggling. He's very upset. He took it out, on the "we ass" comment last week. Listen, there's talent there, but you're throwing this young kid in this situation. Their wide receiver group has been absolutely abysmal, just terrible. They can run the ball a little bit with Pollard, but they don't have a good offensive line. So you just and the dam always breaks on this team. They hang around. Hey, it's almost like a boxing match where you hang around for a little bit and then you just can't anymore and you get knocked out. There's always a knockout punch coming when you play Tennessee. Now, for the Cardinals, it could be the first, second, third, fourth quarter, but there's going to be a knockout punch that comes where they just put this team away. This shouldn't be a close football game. It really shouldn't. This should be the first one that's not a one-score game. It really should.
And I'm laughing because that was my number one takeaway in getting ready for the show today. It feels like, and I think I know what you're going to say on this, but I'm not sure what you're going to say on this. It feels like this weekend shouldn't just be about the win. It feels like this weekend should be about style points for the Arizona Cardinals. And if we're in here on Monday and it's not about style points and they barely got the win against Tennessee, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't feel it's interesting you say that.
This feels like the week you kind of need to dominate them a little bit. And if you don't dominate them, we're going to feel like something went wrong. You know what I mean? Like what we've said all season long up until this point. Hey, as a win is a win. You take it. You don't care how you get it. You just want it. You get it. I feel like this week is a little different.
I think
because
so.
of how bad they are.
I didn't feel that way against New Orleans or Carolina. I was just get the win. Just get the win. It's early in the season. You're still working some things. Just get the win. And they did. Then the 2 losses. Now you feel like this Titans team, like we've had so much time to prepare for the Titans. And I think that could be why, because we've had the extra days to start looking at the Titans, and you realize, God, they're really bad.
They're so
like
bad.
New Orleans, the first game of the season, you didn't know how bad they were. Carolina, second game of the season, you didn't know how bad they were. The Titans in the 5th game of the season, we know how bad they are. It is a brutal team.
Yeah.
They're terrible. They've got 7 red zone trips and 3 red zone touchdowns, both ranked 31st in the NFL. So their offense is terrible. Their defense, again, they hang around for a while, but the dam always breaks. There's always something where, like, okay, we're not going to win, and then they just give up a bunch of touchdowns late.
Yeah, it's Terron Davenport. He covers the team for ESPN. He was on with Bickley and Marotta earlier today.
Yeah, they're desperate for a win. I talked to Peter Skoronsky, the left guard, and he was like, we just need to know what it feels like again, right? To be able to have that feeling and get a W in the win column, like that would be huge. So it lets you know there's a level of desperation. They're not really caught up in the whole shift of play callers or anything like that. They, between Hardegree, Nick Holtz, and Brian Callahan, they had a synergy going regardless. And then you have other coaches involved in other aspects, like Tolbert, Bill Callahan, Randy Jordan. They all have their roles. So it's not really anything totally new to them.
So to go a little deeper, the Cardinals have had a hard time sacking the quarterback. You should be able to do that this week. The Cardinals haven't been great at forcing turnovers. You should be able to do that this week. The Cardinals haven't been great offensively. That has been well documented. You should be able to move the ball against the Tennessee Titans. You know, like everything that has ailed you, you look at them and think, okay, well, they don't do that very well, and the Titans don't do that very well, and they don't do that very well. And so because of all of that, if the Cardinals come in here and fail to do all the things they've struggled to do up until this point very well, I think we're going to be, even in a win, we might be a little more panicked about the state of the season because they should be able to do all those things very, very well against a Titans team that it's hard. Gambo, it's really hard to find something they're good at.
No.
And it's really hard to find something they excel at.
Yeah, and you look at the quarterbacks that C.J. Stroud was 22 out of 28 passing. Daniel Jones was 18 out of 25 for 228 yards. Taylor Rush for 100 yards. You look at the teams that they've played, and that's why I think this is a good game for Kyler Murray, because if you go look at the quarterbacks that played against the Titans, these guys had field days. Stafford threw for almost 300 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Boy, I can't wait to talk about that game last night, too. Jeez, that was unbelievable.
That was a great game.
Yeah, you go look
that
at
was a great game.
It really was. You go look at the opener with Bo Bo Nix wasn't great against them, but everybody else really had a lot of success. C.J. Stroud and Daniel Jones and Matthew Stafford. So this could be a really good game for Kyler because quarterbacks seem to play very well against the Titans.
Yeah, and because of that, I think we're going to be looking at Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a very interesting stat on azcentral.com today that you and I both saw. The number of times in Marvin Harrison Jr.'s career that he has had consecutive 6-catch games, 0. He's never done it before. So he's got a chance to follow up last week's 6-catch game with another 6. Can he do that? Will we take that as a sign that things are starting to get better? I mean, it's crazy to think. It's crazy to think that the number 4 pick overall in the draft a year and a half ago hasn't had back-to-back games where he's had 6 or more catches. That's nuts.
It is.
So you're talking, again, things to get fixed this week, things to make yourself feel better about you this week. Tennessee offers a lot of opportunity for that. Will they take advantage, or will it be a close game? And I don't know if we're going to celebrate a close win. We'll take it, but I don't know if we're going to really celebrate it and enjoy it if we have it.
No, I mean, the negatives are the injuries, and especially at the running back spot. But I don't think we're going to see a big disparity in pass run. I think that they're going to get the lead, and I think because of the lead, I wouldn't be surprised if they run the ball more than they pass it, just because I expect that they'll play from in front.
Yeah.
And by doing that, I think they'll run the ball a lot.
My Chemical Romance is headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale, but you can win a pair by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance. Again, text the word ROMANCE to 620-620. We'll stick with the Cardinals because injuries. Cardinals have some they need to manage, but Gambo's got some info you're going to want to hear about the injuries next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5? Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The Lund Mortgage team helping so many people out right now. Refinance, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. As a matter of fact, you go to the site that Matt Ishbia has, and you'll see that Matt Oliver from the Lund Mortgage team is recommended on there. That's right. He's recommended on there. When you go to the site of the mortgage matchup, they'll show you Matt Oliver from the Lund Mortgage team. They've been doing it for over 30 years. It's the only mortgage company that I use in the state of Arizona is the Lund Mortgage team. They've done a great job for me, and they can help you. Again, a lot of people pre-approved for a mortgage right now and doing it absolutely free. You think, well, free? Okay, yeah, find out what type of house you could afford, what type of mortgage you can get, and then if you're tired of renting, you can go out on the market and look for a home. The Lund Mortgage team is happy to help you. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go online at lundmortgage.com.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride. Be there.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Colin Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
All right, so we're speaking, as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show, we're speaking on this Cardinals Titans game coming up on Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One guy for sure has been ruled out. What did I say? Oh, yeah. One guy for sure has been ruled out, and I'll get to that guy in a second. First, I do want to thank everybody out there, all of our listeners in Maryvale, for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thank you, Maryvale. It's Friday. Jonathan Gannon, Darius Robinson will be out.
D-Rob will rule him out today. He's not going to make it. Everybody else, kind of see how today goes and then have that final report for you after practice.
Well, we've got that. Now, I know Gambo's got a lot of information about these injuries and a lot of kind of moving parts. We're going to get into it in just a second, but we do have the injury report. And today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Darius Robinson has been ruled out. Right guard Evan Brown did not practice today and is listed as doubtful for the game. Denzel Burke, who was not on the injury report at all until today, is now questionable for the game with a knee injury. Greg Dortch, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, and Bilal Nichols all listed as questionable the game. So Darius Robinson out, Evan Brown doubtful, Denzel Burke, Greg Dortch, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Bilal Nichols, all questionable.
Yeah, I put out the information yesterday. A lot of people were asking me Darius Robinson and the Instagram, and so what I reported last night was that he is going to miss a little bit of time, but they expect to get him back. They are not putting him on the IR. They believe it's not as bad as originally feared. So they think it's not as bad as feared. They are not putting him on the IR, right? There's no news today that they put him on the injured reserve. So they're going to try to hold off on that and not put him on it. And they expect that he will miss a little bit of time, but they're expecting to get him back.
Okay.
So at this point,
that feels like a win. That feels like a little bit of a win at this point.
Yeah, because they didn't put him on. They didn't put him on the IR today. That means that they probably feel, from my report, that they're not putting him on the IR, not as bad as fear, and they expect to get him back. But he is going to miss some time, and that's tough for a kid that really had a tough year last year, just a really tough year overall. For him to come back this year and played his best game that last week, right? Had the sack, felt like, oh, maybe he's turning a corner, and now he's going to miss some time.
I still think that's a win, only because given the injury, chest injury, pec injury, things like that, and the fact that he hadn't practiced this week, I was starting to fear the worst. I was starting to fear that it was going to be another completely lost season for Darius Robinson, and it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case. Now, the whole conversation about Will Hernandez, and like I mentioned, he's questionable for the game.
All right.
The whole conversation about Will Hernandez has been based on the idea of him stepping in for Isaiah Adams and doing a swap there at that position because Isaiah Adams is kind of the newcomer to the line. The fact that Evan Brown is now doubtful for this game on Sunday would seem to open the door for a Will Hernandez return. What have you heard about that?
Well, yeah, so I tweeted out earlier this morning, that I expect that we will finally get to see Will Hernandez get some run this week for the Cardinals. Now, we all said, okay, they didn't put him on the PUP list, and we were all speculating and we were more speculating that meant that they might be able to get him back to week 4. But the reason that he was never put on the PUP list wasn't about trying to get him back in week 3 or 4. It was get him to practice because he hadn't practiced in a year. Like his injury was almost a year ago. So a lot of that not putting it, because if you put on the PUP list, you can't practice.
Right.
So one of the parts of not putting him on the PUP list was to let him practice because he'd gone so long without playing because the injury was almost a year ago. So he got 4 weeks of practicing in to get to the point where there's a belief that he is going to play this week and he's going to get some run.
But it certainly seems like that if he's going to be playing for somebody this week, it's going to be for Evan Brown on the right side on the right and not on the left side. And then, not for Isaiah Adams on the right side. Right?
Tyler Drake spoke with him today.
I have it right here.
Oh, you have to? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Because Tyler did a good job speaking to Will, so let's play that.
What would it mean to get him back on the field?
To me, it's been a long time coming. I've waited literally a year for this. When I went out, felt like I was at the highest highs, and I definitely felt the lowest of low. So to me, it's just more than coming in and playing a few snaps of football. It means everything to me. It's everything I worked for my entire life, everything that I've always took pride in, a big part of my life. And so, it means literally everything to me.
Yeah, he certainly sounds like a guy who has a feel like he's going to be playing on Sunday,
Yeah.
Again, I think we'd all expected it for Isaiah Adams, and it's probably going to be for Evan Brown now is what we're thinking.
You wanted this one bad. You did.
Yeah, of course.
Because he's a mauler. He's the type of guy you see him coming down the street, you walk on the other side of the street. Because he's a mean, hard-nosed, tough SOB, and he plays with an attitude and a physicality. And, can he save all the problems that we've had on the offensive line and the running game? Probably not, but he can help. He can absolutely help.
Yeah, it's for 2 weeks now we've been having actually longer than that. We've been having conversations about Will Hernandez, and I want to make it clear it's never about one guy on the offensive line who's not doing their job, and by replacing that one guy that the whole offensive line is going to get better. They've all underperformed. I just think Will Hernandez brings everything that you're talking about to the table, and that by being on that offensive line, it will just lift everybody else up to kind of as almost an example of, hey, no, this is how offensive linemen play in this league.
You're talking my language right here. I'm big on certain guys elevating others around.
I think Will Hernandez is an elevator when it comes to the others around him on the offensive line.
I'm huge on that. Can Booker elevate the players around him? Can Kyler elevate the players around him? When you're around great players, when you're around really great players, they elevate you. You pick up your game. So I'm a big believer in that. That's a good point that he might be able to help those guys out.
One more from Will Hernandez on what he's learned about himself during this time.
Something I learned about myself is that I always used to, talk to the guys, motivate, give them the hoorah speeches here and there, especially to the, more in private to the offensive line, because it's always something that I believed in. But I also never been tested like this. And, it was great to see that everything I've always believed when it was good is still what I believe when it's bad. Mm-hmm. And by bad, I mean, what happened. But but we're on to the next one. We're back. It's feeling great, ready to get back out and actually help our team win.
Jonathan Gannon was also asked about it.
When we signed him back up there mid-August, it's been awesome, and then he's been working on his game every day.
Again, not confirming whether he's going to play, but because of the Evan Brown injury, it certainly seems like it. As far as the running back role status, Jonathan Gannon was asked today, somewhat in vain, about who's going to be playing, who's going to get the majority of the carries now with Trey Benson hurts.
Did a good job.
Now that the game is closer, how do you envision the split looking at running back?
We'll see. They'll all have their roles.
Is Mike the starter at that position?
They'll all have their roles.
Oh man, does the media just hate JJ?
Do they hate him? What do you mean?
It's hard to get an answer out of him. It's hard to get an answer.
But
he knows who's starting.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
He knows who's starting.
He knows how it's going to be carved out, and he knows how it's. He's just not going to say. He's just. But they're asking. They're asking, and those are the answers they're getting.
Carter's been a good back. I expect he starts. Bam's going to get some run, from what I hear. They're going to give Bam a little bit of run too. They want to see how it works out. It's going to be running back by committee, and it may very well be like who's playing the best. If Bam comes out there and he busts in a 7-yard run and an 8-yard run, you might be like, okay, let's give the ball to Bam. If Michael Carter comes out and he takes it to the sideline and goes 22 yards down the field, it might be that. So, as of now, look, they've had no discussions on trades. I do want to say that. They haven't had any discussions on trading for a running back. No one is trading anybody now. It's still early. They really like Michael Carter. He's a good back. Bam played very well in the preseason. He's supposed to get some run. We know what Amari can do as a third down guy. Trey's going to be out a month or so. So this is what it is till now. Now, that could change. And maybe they do go make a trade. But as of right now, there are no real discussions on trading for a running back.
The one last thing on the injury thing to keep an eye on is Denzel Burke popping up on the injury list today, now being questionable. Boy, you better hope Will Johnson's ready to come back because they just that room is so thin. It's so thin. If Denzel Burke, had no problems up until yesterday or today with a knee injury, and now he's on the injury report, you hope Will Johnson comes back anyway. But if you don't have Denzel Burke, that room gets awfully skinny.
Yeah,
when it comes to available bodies.
Thank goodness they have a terrible wide receiving core in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Thank goodness they have a terrible receiving core.
And a quarterback.
But they're going to be playing from behind, hopefully.
And might be
and
throwing the ball a lot.
They're going to throw the ball a lot.
Potentially. So that's your injury report, and that's what we'll be looking for coming up on Sunday. When we come back from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, the Phoenix Suns' first look at the new roster. Well, kind of. Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
The anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting just got a whole lot better, Bays and Earnings. Everything in store and online is now 30% off. Upset your fantasy team stinks? Well, get over it. Get yourself over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale now through October 6th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames. It's all 30% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
It's that time of year when golf is king in the Valley of the Sun. Hi, it's Jim Hill from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show.
And I'm Greg Ellis. The best place to catch up on golf from just about everywhere is right here.
So whether it's the PGA, the new TGL, or even what's going on with LIV, Bunker to Bunker is the place to be.
Join us for some fun and fill out our foursome Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock on 98.7 Arizona Sports, or hit up bunkergolf.com anytime.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Football is here. It's all around you, or at least it will be, when you get to Twin Peaks. There's no better place to catch all the action on their wall-to-wall TVs. Plus, brunch is now being served at your local lodge, so you can wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Contact your favorite lodge for availability and more details. And while you're there, enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs: burgers, wings, steaks, flatbreads, and so much more. Plus the great scenery they're known for. What more could you ask for? Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro added last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report right now on Arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off at 5. Phoenix Suns also in action. It's their first preseason game tonight. We will not see Jalen Green or Mark Williams for Phoenix. And the Lakers, their opponent, will not have LeBron James or Luka Doncic on the floor. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 from Palm Desert, and you can hear it right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tonight in Tempe, college hockey is back. Number 14 ASU hosting number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. It should be a good one. Puck drop is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or go to americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the new-look Suns look in their preseason opener? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show tonight.
Jeopardy. Greg Kinban?
Yes.
Greg Kinban. Our Love's in Jeopardy. Good song.
Baby. And even better, Weird Al Yankovic mock song.
I lost on Jeopardy.
No way.
Yeah, Weird Al Yankovic. Maybe my favorite Weird Al Yankovic takeoff song. He did an I Lost on Jeopardy to this song.
Oh, my goodness.
It was really funny. It was funny.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of good hits, but he had a couple of my favorite songs. The Breakup Song is one of my favorite songs by the Greg Kinn.
I thought you were talking about Weird Al Yankovic.
No,
You're talking about Greg Kinn.
I never listened to Weird Al Yankovic. But Greg Kinn had a song. It's called The Breakup Song, and it's a terrific song.
Yeah, it is a very good song. Very good song. So tip jar for that one. One of these days, they'll open up that pizza place down the street, and we'll pay off.
Lauren said there's like a neon light there now, right?
There's a neon open sign in there. It's just not open yet. The light's not on yet. So we're waiting for it. As soon as it's there, we're going to go get some Detroit-style pizza and call it a day, but it hasn't happened yet. Suns basketball returns tonight. Preseason NBA action. The Suns taking on the LA Lakers in Palm Desert.
I'm going YouTube for you here. This is Ron. Ron on YouTube.
Okay, Ron.
I can't wait for the Suns season to start, even though we might not have a good season. Oh, my God, I so agree with that.
Okay. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Because I hated the team the last 2 years.
Why? You've said that 1,000 times.
Because, okay, all right, you want me to give you other reasons? Okay, it's nice to not hate the team.
Okay.
It'd be nice to actually go and enjoy the team instead of hating the team. They're young. They're athletic.
Okay.
They're long. I don't have the egomaniacs on the team.
So getting back to the hatred.
I don't have to deal with
every other answer just goes just go hit us. I like this team. I hated last year's team. I like this team. I hated last year's. It just goes round.
I don't have to see a guy. I don't want Steph Curry knocking down a three and then some guy like laughing at it when we're trying to win a game. Like, okay, if you want, take the hatred of last year's team out. Take the Durant and Beal and all of that stuff out, and Budenholzer, because I couldn't stand him either. He was a joke. Honestly, maybe one of the worst coaching hires in the history of all Arizona sports was Mike Budenholzer.
God, that's saying a lot.
That's even worse than Wally Backman.
Oh, where you're comparing him to Steve Wilkes and Wally Backman.
Yeah, well, you have to pay Budenholzer more.
And I mean, you're that's a mighty fine. That's a Mount Rushmore. There was a lot of faces on it. So we'll
team was supposed to contend. They didn't make the play-in. I got Budenholzer as the worst coach in the history, the second worst coach in the history of all Arizona sports.
Okay.
Second worst. John Makovic was the worst. He cost a mutiny. Mutiny? Is that what it's called? A mutiny. And remember, they were going to quit. The U of A team was going to quit because
we call that a mutiny.
Okay, take the hatred out. They're younger. They drafted a bunch of players. This market loves players that they draft. You love Amari Stoudemire, Sean Marion, Steve Nash. They love the players that you, Devin Booker. They love when you draft a player and you develop that player. They loved Larry Fitzgerald. They loved Adrian Wilson, Antro Roll, Anquan Bolden, all these guys that you drafted. That's what this market loves, is those type of players. They drafted 3 guys. They drafted 3 players, and I'm looking forward to watching them play. I'm looking forward to a younger, more athletic team that is going to actually play hard. I want to see a Suns team that doesn't quit when they get down by 20 and fights to cut it to 10. Not a team that gets down by 20 and quits, and the next thing you know, it's 30. So I agree. I thought that was a great take by Ron on YouTube. I can't wait for the Suns season to start, even though we might not have a good team. I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
Okay, that's cool. I guess I'm not that excited about the preseason. That is all on. Like when we get 3 weeks from now and it's the regular season, all of those things, yes. Let's check them out and let's see what they got. Preseason NBA. Yeah, it's because no one's playing tonight. Luka's not playing. LeBron's not playing. Mark Williams isn't playing. Jalen Green's not playing.
Luka's not playing?
Luka's not playing. They just ruled him out about an hour ago.
Because I saw something you sent today. It showed him in the lineup.
That was from Bright Side of the Sun, but that was just a projected lineup. He's not playing.
You're right.
He's not playing. So it's like everything you said. Yes, totally. Just not tonight.
Yeah.
Just not tonight. Not in the preseason. Like I'm going to record tonight's game. Probably watch it over my coffee tomorrow and see what there is to be gleaned from it, see what there is to be learned from it. But we're going to talk about.
I got to record it too.
It's like the DeAndre Ayton game. This isn't to me the DeAndre Ayton game. Like we can talk about DeAndre Ayton and being on the Lakers and what it means, but preseason NBA basketball, it's maybe the preseason of all the sports that I like the least. I just don't feel like there's that much you can get from it. So, yes, everything you said about the Suns, they've piqued my curiosity, just not tonight. It's more like 3 weeks from now.
Fleming.
Are you talking about tonight now?
Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't know if you're going to agree with this or not, like, I am really excited to watch the game tonight because maybe Luke and LeBron aren't playing, but I'm not really worried about them. I'm worried about the Suns players. I want to see them play. Okay. I want to see how Jordan Ott coaches. I want to there's a lot of newness.
Do you think we're going to learn a lot tonight, though, about this team?
No. Okay. I think you're just going to watch. And then maybe somebody pops. This kid Fleming, he's a little bit of a wild card, right? But, they made 3 trades before the start of the second round to go get this kid. He is, as long as the day is short, or as long as the night is
He's as long as the day is long, is what you're trying to say.
He's as long as the day
He's
is
as
long.
long as the day is long.
Yeah, I don't think he can be as long as the day is short.
No.
He's as long as the day is long.
That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, he's got crazy athleticism, and I'm excited to see if he can pop. I want to see Kobe Bryant knock down threes. I want to see Malawach, block some shots. I want to see Mark Williams. So to me, I'm not happy that I'm not getting to see the Booker Green combination. I'm not.
But I don't think, you know what, even if Jalen Green were available, I don't think you'd see a lot of that tonight.
No, but they need to play them a little bit. They need to play them.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of Devin Booker. I don't even know if we're going to see a lot of Dylan Brooks. It's and I get what you're saying about the young guys. It is our first opportunity to get a glance at it. And to the young guys specifically, it's the last time we saw all these guys play. It was in a summer league setting, which is fine. But it's, summer league guys going up against summer league guys. Now we get to see these young players going up against actual NBA players.
Yeah.
And they'll be challenged a little bit more because of that. And they'll be pushed a little bit more because of that.
Good.
Let's see how they and let's see how they respond to something like that. More than anything, what tonight serves as for me is a reminder that, okay, we're close. We're about 3 weeks away now from this season getting started. And while expectations aren't going to be very high, you and I have vastly different opinions on how many games we think they're going to win this year. I will not deny that there is a real curiosity factor to see how it looks, how hard they play, how much fun the product is to, you know what I mean? Like all of those things that we're hoping is different from a year ago. Absolutely. Tonight's just kind of a reminder you're almost there. You're not quite there yet, but you're going to get a little appetizer on that tonight. That's cool. I'll take that.
Yeah. It's almost like a fresh start. It's almost like getting a divorce and starting over, and now you're dating somebody new and exciting, and it's just that, like I'm divorced from the Suns teams of Durant and Beal and Budenholzer, and I'm starting fresh with a new team. Why?
Nothing. That's
you listen to me. You had to watch every game too last year.
I did.
You
yeah.
can't. You cannot look YouTubers in the face right now that are watching and tell them that you enjoyed watching that team play last year.
Oh, no, I hated watching that
You
team.
hated watching that team last year. Mitch, you had to do the post-game show. Tell me, did you hate watching that team last year?
It became grueling.
Grueling.
But I will also look the YouTube audience in the face and say I also like watching wins, and I don't know if we're going to get a ton of those this year.
It's true. We didn't get a ton last year.
I know we didn't, but I don't think we're going to get a ton of those this year. I feel like this year the wins are going to be hard to come by. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong on that one. But I enjoy watching wins too. And I don't know if we're going to – the fun will only take you so far. The hard play, the scrappy, likable bunch of basketball players will only carry you so far. At some point, you are all judged by wins.
Yes.
And I don't know if this year's team's going to do that enough. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, after I remind you about the WNBA Finals, they're here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces next Wednesday, and you could be in the stands. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text the word finals to 620-620 now. Is first base for the Diamondbacks maybe more of a priority now, given the news on one of their own? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I tear and rain.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment, and after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. She's got our social media poll question of the day. You can vote on it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. Of course, we're also on Facebook and we're on Instagram. We're on TikTok.
AOL.com.
We're not on AOL.com.
No?
No.
Oh, because they shut the service down?
We're not on MySpace. Don't believe that exists
Why not?
anymore. I don't know.
Gambo did tease that we are on MySpace yesterday.
He was.
We are.
He was wrong. He was factually incorrect about that.
My wife, I never had a MySpace account, but my wife did.
I never had a MySpace account.
My wife had a MySpace account.
We're also on YouTube. Hello to the YouTubers, as we covered in the last segment of the show there. You can subscribe. You can watch us, our YouTube channel. You can watch us that way. Subscribe to YouTube or subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube. Anyway, lots of ways to interact with the show. This is one of them. It's the poll question. What do we have, Lauren?
All right, our poll question today is, which second-year Cardinals player are you most concerned about right now? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, or Trey Benson?
That's a really good question. It's a really, really good question.
Darius Robinson.
I had it down to two, Robinson and Benson. I'm not worried about Max. I think Max is good. Max may be a number 2 cornerback, but I think he could be good. Marvin Harrison Jr., even if he's not a superstar, I still think he's going to be a good player. I'll go with Darius Robinson as well. But I was thinking of the 2. I was thinking of Benson as well. But I'll go D-Rob.
Yeah, I think I'd put Marvin Harrison Jr. number 2 on my list. I think. In fact, no, I wouldn't. I would. I'm not going to think about it. I would put him number 2. But Darius Robinson, for sure. And I'm glad Gambo's news, I was encouraged to see it when he tweeted it out today that they don't think he's going to be out for the year, which is good. But, boy, it has been a rough start to his NFL career.
Yes.
Rough start to his career. So I'll pick him.
This poll question is truly a 2-horse race.
Okay.
In this one, 48% going with Darius Robinson, 44% going with Marvin Harrison Jr., 5% going with Trey Benson, and 2% going with Max Melton.
The fact that it's split so evenly between the 2 first-round picks from a year ago tells you everything you need to know about what the Cardinals have not gotten out of the 2024 draft so far. And that is the unfortunate residual of this poll question. Is just the reminder of what they have not gotten from that draft yet.
Was that the one you brought up, the Pro Football Focus?
Yeah, where they're all miserable.
They're all not very good.
They're all not very good in their career. So that's
still
the poll question.
Still time.
Of course, there's tons of time, but that's not a good sign. That is the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Speaking of Gambo was the one who told you earlier in the week that there are many priorities for the Arizona Diamondbacks this offseason. First base, finding a new first baseman, is not the top priority. It's not considered one of the top priorities. And I don't think that news, I'm guessing that news hasn't changed, or that ranking hasn't changed since the news came out about Tyler Locklear. But it's pretty bad news about Tyler Locklear, given that he has to have shoulder and elbow surgery from the same injury that he suffered this past season in September.
Yeah, what I can tell you is new information that I just received within the last couple of minutes is that there is not a definitive timeline on his return, but there is a best case scenario. So I'll give you that. I cannot give you a definitive timeline on returning from an elbow surgery and a shoulder surgery. But the best guess, the best situation is that he is back by the end of spring training, the end. If that timeline holds and he can come back by the end of spring training, then he needs a month to ramp up. That'll be his extended spring training. The team will start the season without him, and he'll take a month to ramp up, and then he could be back after the first month of the season. So I think, the best case scenario, plus or minus a week, is that you have him back May 1st.
May 1st.
That would be the best case scenario. That is a time, again, nothing definitive on the timeline, but if everything works out according to plan, they should have him back May 1st.
Okay, and even if he wasn't hurt, okay, even if he didn't have this question mark hanging over him and kind of the uncertainty about him moving forward, it is interesting to think about them not prioritizing finding a new first baseman, because this is not like third base, where they've got a clear-cut option in Blaze Alexander. You could argue maybe 2 clear-cut options in Blaze or Jordan Lawler if you trust him over there defensively. You don't really have somebody over there.
The fans don't want Pavin Smith. They're tired of Pavin Smith.
Well, I mean, can you blame him?
He strikes out too much.
He strikes out way too much.
He can't strike out that much.
He got off to a great start last year. The first month of the season, he was fine, and then the strikeouts caught up with him, and then eventually he had his own season-ending injury, and that was that. There's no... I think the reason why everyone's getting a little squirmy and nervous about them not prioritizing first base is they really don't... Even Torey Lovullo, the last month of the season, he had a quote where he's like, guys, have you seen who we're playing at first base? We don't really have one out there.
I think they played, was it 9 or 10 different first basemen last year? Something like that. It was something like 9 or 10.
Mitch is going to look it up.
Different
But that
first basemen.
I mean, at the end, it was Ildemaro Vargas. It was Tim Tawa.
Tristan English was playing there.
And so that's where I think fans get a little fidgety about this idea that they're not going to... I understand it shouldn't be their top priority, but the idea of just rolling with what they've got, I think, makes a lot of fans nervous.
But that doesn't mean rolling with what they've got. Me saying that it's their least priority, right? First baseman you could get. They're a dime a dozen. You could always get first baseman. What I'm saying is they're not going to go give Pete Alonso a 3-year deal for $90 million.
8 first basemen? They played 8 first basemen, according to me.
I think it's 9. You got 8?
On Baseball Reference, I see 8. So it's Naylor, Pavin, Locklear, Tim Tawa, Ildemaro Vargas, Tristan English, and then they have singular recorded games for James McCann and Geno Suarez.
Okay, so 8. Okay. Still a lot of first basemen, considering Naylor was your everyday first baseman for most of the year. So what I'm saying is their priority is starting pitching. They got to figure out, can they bring back Gallen or Kelly? And if they can't, they got to go get a starting pitcher. They have to have a starting pitcher. Number 2 is the bullpen. They've got to address the bullpen. They got a lot of young arms they like, but they definitely want to address the bullpen. And then after that, you've got to start looking at, okay, Gurriel is going to be out. You know, do you need another outfielder, or can you get by with what you have? Do you like Blaze at third? I think they do like Blaze at third. I think first base, I'm not saying it's not I'm saying it's not a priority. It's like after they've done all the other things, what first base? There will be first baseman out there. You go get your starting pitcher, your bullpen, address all your needs, then go look at what's out there at first base, go sign somebody to a one-year deal for $4.5 million, and then you've got competition at first base. I'm not saying they're not going to get a first baseman. I'm saying that it's not near the top of their list. It's at the bottom of their list.
Okay, I mean, and that's fine. I don't think anybody thinks this team is going to get Pete Alonso, if that's what you're worried about. Does anybody really? I mean, outside of maybe 2 guys on Twitter, does anybody think they're going to go out and get Pete Alonso? No, I'm being serious. Like, I mean, is that really? I mean, like, there's no credibility to that. We know they're not going to go get Pete Alonso,
right?
You know, we know that, and there is. I think there needs to be a little bit of trust baked in here too with Mike Hazen. We did the same thing last year. Christian Walker was going to walk. They were going to let him walk. People were trying to figure out what they were going to do, and bang, out of nowhere, on basically the day after Walker signs with the Astros, they make a trade for Josh Naylor. Now, I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen here. It doesn't sound like they're prioritizing the position as much that would, cause them to go get a Josh Naylor type. But all of this hand-wringing about what they were going to do at first base, and they made a very solid, credible move. I just think the reason fans look at this and get a little concerned, it's concerning what they have at first base right now.
Yeah.
They have to go get somebody. They have to go get somebody else. You can argue they don't need to get somebody at third base, and I think you'd buy it. You can argue they don't need to go get somebody in left, and maybe people would buy it. I don't think anyone's buying the idea that you can't go get somebody at first base on this roster. You don't have enough at the position. You just don't.
Right. And again, I don't want people to think that when I say it's less of a priority, it just means that they're going to check a lot of boxes and then they'll address first base. So that first baseman are a dime a dozen. You can go get those guys. So that's what they'll do. They'll address their needs, and then, okay, here's 5 other first basemen still looking for a job. Which one do we like the most? And then they can bring one in.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who will win the game for the Cardinals on Sunday? The offense or the defense? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Brand new at Liberty GMC. You're going to love it because it's just so convenient. Concierge service. So your car needs service and you don't have time to take it in. You don't want to deal with taking it in, but you know it needs to get done. At Liberty GMC, they will come to you. They will pick up your vehicle. They will perform the service. They'll return the vehicle to you, and that's that. You're a small business owner or you just crave the convenience of this. It's great. I mean, it's like you're getting it done, but you don't even have to worry about getting it done. They do all of the work for you. Plus, if your check engine light is on and you've been, kind of neglecting it the way some of us do, at Liberty GMC, they are offering a complimentary engine code diagnosis. They'll take the car, they'll plug it in, they'll tell you what's what with your vehicle, they'll explain it to you in plain English, they'll advise you of your options and get you back on the road as soon as possible. All of this at Liberty GMC Service Department, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. It's going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro reported last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report right now on ArizonaSports.com. The Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off at 5. Phoenix Suns will be in action as well. Their first preseason game is tonight, but we won't see many of the big names. No Jalen Green or Mark Williams, both of them dealing with injury. And the Lakers, the Suns' opponent, will not have LeBron James or Luka Doncic on the floor as well. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 from Palm Desert. You can hear it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then a big matchup in Tempe tonight. College hockey back in the Valley. Number 14 ASU hosting number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dan Bickley writes that the Titans game can give critics of Kyler Murray and the Cardinals the best medicine, a laugher. A full breakdown of Diamondbacks free agents, options, and qualifying offer candidates heading into the offseason, and Cardinals GM Monty Austin is not yet hitting the panic button after a run of running back injuries. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Welcome back. Cardinals Titans coming up on Sunday afternoon from State Farm Stadium. The Titans do represent a real get-right opportunity for the Arizona Cardinals, not only to improve to 3-2 on the season, but to just kind of fix some things that haven't gone the way we think they should have gone so far for the Cardinals, both offensively and defensively. And when you're playing, Gambo, a team in the Tennessee Titans that have the worst point differential in the NFL, on average, they get outscored by 17 points per game. They are bad, 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 to the point where trying to figure out which side of the Cardinals, offense or defense, should make the most hay. It's almost hard to pick. It's almost hard to pick one.
I have one.
Okay,
the offense.
You think so? This is the game for the offense to get right.
This is the get right game for the offense. I was looking at the Tennessean, and their score prediction is Cardinals 23, Titans 7. So they think the Cardinals win this game by 16. But they had an interesting angle on there. Opponents are completing 81% of their passes for 9 yards per attempt and a passer rating of 144.3 in the final quarters. The Titans' defense has been one of the worst historically in the fourth quarter. Opponents, 8 out of every 10 passes you're completing. 9 yards per attempt.
In the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
Right. So
this isn't for the game. This is for
the game. Yeah, so for the fourth quarter, for the final quarters. In the four final quarters that they've played, they're just getting lambasted. Just terrible. And then Murray, they point out that Murray has been at his best late in games. He has more rushing yards in the fourth quarter than the first 3 combined, and he's thrown as many touchdowns in the fourth quarter as the other 3 combined. You couple that, and I think this is one of those games where maybe Tennessee hangs around. No, I think the pull away will come earlier. I think the Cardinals will pull away earlier than the fourth quarter. I think the second half there'll be a pull away.
Yeah.
It might even be late second quarter, but I think the Cardinals will pull away from this team and win it by more than 2 touchdowns.
And it's one of those games where if there isn't that pull away, I think the longer we go into the game without that pull away, the more nervous we get that the pull away is not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those.
Let's go worst case scenario. You lose to the Tennessee Titans, and there's not a person in this market that's going to think this is a playoff team.
Oh, you lose to the Tennessee Titans, it's the worst loss in the Jonathan Gannon era.
Yes.
I mean, like, period, end of story. Right? Like, even compared to some of the ones they lost, like the previous worst loss in the Jonathan Gannon era was last year against Carolina on the road. The game that undid the playoffs.
That was a bad one.
Now, there was a lot more at stake then than there is now.
I agree with you.
But that team also wasn't as bad as this team that you're playing, and that was on the road last year, and you're at home this year. This would be man, you guys have a lot of work to do, and you're nowhere close to what you thought you were going to be kind of loss if you lose it, and then we're all questioning what the rest of the season is.
Worst case scenario is, I mean, I can't even imagine being here Monday they lost. So Petzing's got to get fired. Gannon's not the right guy. Get rid of I mean, it's people are just going to lose their minds. I don't think that's going to happen. The Cardinals are a much superior team. Tennessee is really struggling. They're not very good like I mentioned this stat earlier. I'll say it again. They have 7 red zone trips and 3 red zone touchdowns. That's 31st in the NFL. Well, they don't even get in a red zone.
And that's why I think I actually think this is a better game. Not that the defense is wrong for the Cardinals, but that this is a get-right game for the Cardinals defense. And when I say that, the Cardinals defensively have less they need to do to have a get-right game. The Cardinals defense has been fine. They've been more than fine. They've been good this year. They're one of the top 10 in the NFL in points per game allowed, right? They've been good. We've gone over the reasons why they've been good. But they haven't been as good as I think we thought. The pressure rate, the number of sacks, the number of turnovers that they've forced. It's all very similar to last year. We went through some of those numbers yesterday or the day before, and we were genuinely surprised at how similar to last year's defense this year's defense has been. For me, given that Cam Ward has thrown 17 or has been sacked 17 times, given that they've turned the ball over, 5 times, I think, so far through the first 4 games. I think this is the get-right game for the Cardinals defense. I think this is the one. I think this is the one where they just. I think
what needs it more though.
Oh, the offense.
The offense needs it
way
more.
needs it more. I just think it's going to be the easier for the defense to do it.
The one
because
thing
I think
they
Cam
do-
Ward presents that opportunity for you to have that get-right game if you're the Cardinals.
Yeah, the
defense.
one thing they do is they've got a really hard runner in Tony Pollard. And he had 14 carries for 64 yards last week, a 4.6-yard average. He's got 261 rushing yards. He's on track for 1,000 yards. They could get Tyjae Spears back. He's supposed to come off injured reserve. I don't know if that's been official yet, but he is he can hit some big plays. He can give you some home run plays. So the running game has a little bit of talent there, but the offensive line. Here's the thing that's to your point on the defense and the sacks and the turnover. Ward's been pressured on 45% of his dropbacks.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Go get him.
You're getting pressured on half the dropbacks?
Go get him. You know, I see something like that, and to me, it's like go get him. Because you mentioned Tony Pollard. Cardinals are a top 10 defense when it comes to rushing yards per game allowed, right? They've actually been, it didn't look that good last week against Seattle. They've been pretty good. Christian McCaffrey didn't gash him. Hubbard didn't really gash him. Kamara didn't really gash him. So if they can shut down Pollard, I'm looking at stuff like, okay, here are the stats from Teo Mackey that he had the other day that we cited. Plays of 15 or more yards given up. It's actually up compared to last year. This year's Cardinals team is averaging 7 per game. Last year, it was 6.6. They're giving up more big plays per game defensively this year than they did last year.
But you would even say it's close.
It's close, but it's
still more, yeah.
But it's still more. Turnovers, the number they're forcing per game, exactly the same as a year ago.
Sacks.
Down. 2.0 per game this year, down from 2.4 last year.
I would have bet a house payment that number would be up.
I think we all would have.
And a house payment. That's not a car payment. That's a house payment.
That's where I look at Cam Ward and his 17 sacks and an offensive line that's giving up a pressure rate at half the time.
What's your over-under on sacks?
In this game,
3.5?
3.5, yeah.
Okay.
3.5 sacks.
I'll take the over.
I'll agree with you. We're looking more towards the offense. Because the defense has been good enough. I think most of us can agree, well, it could be better. The defense has been good enough. The offense has been nowhere near good enough for the Cardinals.
And we have no clue how the running game's going to fare.
And I think we're
going
to feel better if we come in here on Monday and Kyler Murray put up a big passing game. And Marvin Harrison Jr. had 7 catches for 100 yards, and they ran the ball well to make us feel better about their ability to run. If we come in here on Monday and the offense has continued to struggle even against this defense, people are going to be freaking out about this offense.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. I think the offense will click here. And I think, listen, I think they're going to be able to have success both ways. Again, the Tennessee Titans defense has been they've kept the team in games. They've kept the team in games, and then eventually they just can't do it anymore, and the dam breaks. But even if the Cardinals were one-dimensional, and I don't think they will be, but even if they were one-dimensional, I would think that they'd be able to have success against this team. I mean, there's even talk about Callahan's the first guy that's going to get fired, and all that talks around Tennessee. People hear that stuff.
The WNBA Finals, they are here. They start tonight, and the Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3 next week. They're taking on the Vegas Aces next Wednesday, and you could be in the stands. Text the word FINALS to 620-620. It's your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. You can be a part of it. Text the word finals to 620-620 right now. When we come back, ASU 4-1 on the season. How convincing is this 4-1 start to the season? We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You know, your financial advisor has responsibilities to you, and that's where I recommend Stuart as a fiduciary to make sure that you understand the markets, the highs, the lows of the market. And as you get older, most people want to protect their money a little bit more. They want to be more in index funds. They want to be more, instead of more heavy in stocks, they want to be more in bonds. They want to protect themselves in case there is a market adjustment, a market crash, or you don't want to lose 20, 25, 30% of your money. So it's imperative that you have a financial advisor that knows your needs, your desires, your wants. They knows your risk level, whether you want to be high risk or low risk, and understands that as you get to a certain age, you want to take less risk. You don't want to work so hard to build that nest egg up. You don't want to all of a sudden lose that nest egg because of a bad year in the market. Because again, you may want to use that money in retirement and not roll it around for 5 more years. That's why I recommend you call Stuart Willis at 602-877-PLAN so you could have the same financial advisor as me, helping you make the right decisions. You get a free portfolio review. There's 5 locations in the Valley. He'll meet you at any one of them. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday. Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go!
You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride. Be there.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Cardinals be over 500 entering Week 6 of the NFL season, or will they be scrambling to figure out how they just lost to the lowly Tennessee Titans? We'll talk about that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, 2 things. I need a tip jar for the Black Keys and Little Black Submarines. Thank you. Secondly, a shout-out to our listeners in Youngtown. We appreciate Youngtown hanging out with us here on this Friday afternoon.
Where is that?
It's on
Never
the
heard of it.
west side of the valley, kind of Surprise, Peoria area.
First time I've ever heard of it.
Never heard of Youngtown before?
I've never heard of it.
Right up there in that kind of northwest part of the valley. Yeah.
Okay.
As we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Gonna miss watching ASU football. tomorrow for sure.
But you got that 9 a.m. game. You're locked in.
Well, I don't know about locked in, but I will certainly be watching Iowa State tomorrow at 9 a.m. Iowa State and Cincinnati. It's actually Cincinnati's favorite.
Cincinnati's
in that game.
favorite at home.
We were surprised to learn yesterday. It's ASU has once again, like they did last year, captured our attention. They've got us. We're very invested and excited about this season and what it could be. Their 4-1 start, their 2-0 start in conference, and while they certainly could use the bye. As we documented yesterday, their 4-game stretch coming up is tough, and it's nice to have a little break before you go into that 4-game stretch. I'm going to miss watching them play because I enjoy very much watching them play. They're fun. They're energetic. They've got stars. They've got guys who pop. They've got a defense that's been a really nice surprise so far this year. They've been fun. And for the second straight year, they're 4-1. And somebody over at Devil's Digest compared the 4-1 teams side by side with their stats.
I love it.
And while there were a couple of differences, mostly, for the most part, yardage, points, it's about the same. They're about this, in terms of the numbers, they're about the same as they were a year ago.
ASU had played a terrible Kansas team to get to 4-1, a really bad Kansas team. What was interesting about that game was that it was 107 degrees at kickoff, tied for the hottest home game in ASU football history. So that was last year around this time. It was October 9th or something around that. It was 107 degrees, tied for the hottest ever. And they clobbered Kansas. There was a packed house. They had 54,639.
Had to come back to win that game, if I remember right. They were trailing with 2 minutes to go.
It was a crazy game.
Yeah, they
it was down 31-28 after this touchdown pass with 2:04 left. But then Cam had this huge 39-yard run to the Kansas 27, and Sam had a 10-yard run. They took a timeout with 30 seconds left. And then Levitt ran for 4 yards on the 3rd and 3. Kansas called a timeout, and then eventually they were able to score and get in and win the game 35-31. What I thought was interesting too was I always do a what it means, right? I always do every game what it means. They were playing Utah right off of that. Like their next game was Utah. Just like the Sun Devils' next game now is Utah.
It's Utah, yeah.
I thought that was interesting, except Utah came to ASU last year.
Yep.
And now you're going to – so 4-1 home against Utah, 4-1 on the road against Utah.
Yeah. Yeah, and remember, the one of the differences between this 4-1 start and last year's 4-1 start is that the one loss last year was a conference loss. It was Texas Tech.
Yes.
They had lost to Texas Tech on the road. This year's team. So this story dove in. It compared Cam Levitt's stats this year to last year. The numbers are better. Compared the rushing stats this year to last year. Last year is a little bit better. The touchdowns are the biggest difference, and we talked about that a couple of days ago. Yeah. The ability to run it in the red zone. Cam Scadaboo was so good at that. This year's team is still kind of finding their way. So last year's rushing attack was better, and in particular had accounted for more touchdowns. The big difference is Jordan Tyson. Through the first 5 games of 2025, Jordan Tyson has already recorded 39 catches, which is 3rd in the FBS, for 483 yards, which is 5th in the FBS, and 7 touchdowns, which is 1st in the FBS. His yardage mark was something that last year he wouldn't eclipse until week 8, and his touchdown mark he wouldn't eclipse until week 9.
I think a lot of that is just how heavily they relied on Scadaboo. Like in that game against Kansas, he had 25 carries and Raleek Brown had 7. That's 32 carries. And you throw in Levitt had 10 carries. That's 42 carries for 3 guys. Like they were very reliant on, and they had a lot of success. They had 313 yards rushing against Kansas in that game. Mm-hmm. So they were very reliant on their running. And then I think eventually, look, the game against Kansas was Tyson that had the touchdown that won them the game with no time, barely any time left. Yeah. So I think that was kind of the start of him getting it going.
I would agree. Last year also, remember, they had Guillory and Stovall, who were, good second receiver options, third receiver options, and that's something they don't really have yet this year. They've got Mateer, who's there, but certainly last year was a little more well-balanced than it was this year. This year, and I think that's also reflected in Jordan Tyson's stats about how they're a little more reliant on him last year and this year, and then last year they're more spreading the ball around. The difference, obviously, is the defense. Last year, through the first 5 games, they had 3 defensive touchdowns, but they only had 12 sacks and only 27 tackles for loss. This year, they have 19 sacks and 42 tackles for loss through the first 5 games.
Yeah, well, last week was incredible how well they played. Their defense was just absolutely incredible.
And that's what led them to write, and this was my key takeaway from the whole article. In some ways, the deja vu after 5 games is uncanny. Same record, similar offensive totals, and a quarterback who's putting up an almost identical stat line. But this season feels less fragile. And that line popped to me.
Okay, why?
Because of the defense. Because for me, it's because of the defense. Now, they cited Jordan Tyson. They cited Raleek Brown. They cited some of the things that have allowed them to maintain what they did offensively last year. I think this year feels less fragile because you can trust the defense this year way more than you could have trusted it last year.
Okay.
I don't think there was much trust in the defense last year. It was fine. But this year,
they had their moments. Like the Utah game, they beat the hell out of Cam Rising.
They did. They had their moments. But do you feel as good about the defense then as you do now?
I feel better about it now.
And that's what makes it feel less fragile. Now, that doesn't mean that this year is going to be better than last year. Just that they might have more ways to beat you this year than they did a year ago. And on that, I would agree. I think this year's ASU Sun Devil team has more ways to beat you than last year's did. Doesn't mean they're going to win more games. Doesn't mean they're going to repeat what they did from a year ago. But I do think they have more ways to beat you.
They had 13 tackles for a loss in their last game. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Like, they had 13 tackles for a loss in that win against TCU.
They got after it again. They got after it against Baylor.
Yeah. So I would agree. It's a very fair point. There were times last year the defense really shined. But most of the emphasis is what we always talked about, the offense. Where this year, like the defensive performance, I can't even count. The amount of big plays that they had in the TCU game was ridiculous. Yep. We've talked this year about the running game is kind of fine without Scadaboo, except when you get near the goal line.
That's the one thing offensively I think they're missing. Truly.
Who do you give the ball to on 4th and goal from the 2-yard line?
If they can get that figured out, and I have no reason to think that they won't, it's hard. I think this year's team is better than last year's
because
team.
now
if they can get that one thing figured out.
They get to the 1 or 2 yard line. I'm thinking, is Sam keeping it? Are they throwing it to Tyson? Are they giving it to Raleek? I don't know what they're going to do. Last year, like you could tell the other team, we're going to give the ball to that guy, and he's going to run 3 of your guys over and get in the end zone.
And you can't stop him.
Like, we'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to hand the ball to that guy. Like last year, you knew knew what they were going to do in those situations.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show.
Good night, everybody.
No, you got somewhere you got to go? You got a hot date? Where are you going? 3:25.
I'm just by myself for the next few days. So I figure out what I'm going to do for dinner tonight.
Well, then you've got nothing better to do than
I got nothing to
stay here and do your job.
I got nowhere to go.
When we come back, is there a new front runner in the NFC West? Can we have this conversation every week? It feels like that's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle. Not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro, sorry Gambo, he reported last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report for this Sunday right now on ArizonaSports.com. Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their fourth championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off at 5. Phoenix Suns will be in action as well. Their first preseason game is tonight against the Lakers. No Jalen Green or Mark Williams for Phoenix. Both are dealing with injury. Lakers will be without LeBron James and Luka Doncic. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 from Palm Desert. You can hear it right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then college hockey back in the Valley as well. The number 14 ASU Sun Devils host number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Let's go! Come on! Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Yeah! This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Somewhere Graham Rossini is smiling.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch through the hockey and the update. Yesterday, if you missed it, when Kramercini was on, he's like, "Yeah, how come no mention of hockey in the update?"
Game tomorrow, Penn State. What's going on
What
here?
are we doing here? Way to react to the will of the people, there, Mitch.
It's the only hockey team left.
It is, yes, and it is a big matchup because the kid on Penn State is going to be the number one
He's
pick
projected
in the
that way,
NHL
yeah.
draft. Yeah, he is that good, and I guess I was hearing Luke Lipinski talk about this earlier. There are going to be a ton of NHL scouts to watch this series this weekend to watch this guy.
I saw our old team traded the backup goalie Connor Ingram.
Yeah, they
Did you
traded
see
him to
Edmonton, I think.
Montreal. I think it was Edmonton. Yeah. It's like do you pay a lot of attention to Utah?
None.
I neither. Hardly
None.
any at all. Yeah, hardly any at all.
They're in Utah?
Yeah, I don't know if you missed it. Cool jerseys, powder blue, black.
I saw they debuted the Mammoth last night.
Yes. Oh, did they do? Was that last night? I didn't see that.
They're not the Kraken?
No, they're not the Kraken. Oh, that's a pretty good mascot too. No, last night because I wasn't watching that. I was watching that Thursday night football game. And I tell you, as a Cardinal fan, it's hard not to watch that and be a little pissed off. This division is so good. It's got so much talent. The coaching in this division is so good. Right, like Kyle Shanahan.
McVay was very upset with.
McVay was pissed at himself for not necessarily going for it on fourth down, but calling the run play on fourth down the way he did. I think he wanted to throw it if he could do it all over again. Kyle Shanahan, with everything he didn't have last night, cooked up that win on the road against the LA Rams. And all I can do when I'm watching that game is think, this division is brutal. It's brutal how hard it is.
So I'm watching the game, right? The Yankees game is over. I turn on the 49ers game. It's on Amazon Prime. So I go to Prime and watching the game. The 49ers force a fumble at the 1 yard line after the 49ers had taken the lead with the field goal. The Rams are just about to score with like a minute left, and they force a fumble. They get the ball to 1 yard line. I walk away, and then I see that the 49ers won it in overtime. I'm like, wait, the game was over. I had to go back. I hadn't shut the TV off, and I wasn't recording
So you had to go back
it.
and find out how it
So
happened.
I had to go like, what the heck? Like, I literally went into the office to do some work because I like, okay, that's it. Game's over. You know, they just forced the fumble. There's like a minute left, but I guess timeout. Punt from the end zone, get the ball back, couple of plays. All of a sudden, now we're in overtime. And then they go for it on 4th and 1. The Rams, instead of kicking a field goal to tie it, how long was that kick from the 49ers guy?
58.
Oh, my
From
God. That was
Pinheiro, I think it was 57 or 58 yards. Yeah.
I didn't even look to see how long it
Yeah,
was because I had to go back and rewatch it.
It was a doink shot. He glanced it off the upright, and it still went through.
Crazy, but I literally walked away after they stopped him on they stopped him with a fumble at the goal line and got the ball back.
Here was Sean McVay after the game. You said he was pissed. Here's Sean McVay pissed.
Thought about maybe trying to draw them off sides. I took one, they took the other, and it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, the Kyron Williams fumble at the goal line is going to be the big one. The blocked extra point on the touchdown that tied the game, that's a big one.
Don't look now, but like Mac Jones.
Oh, that's the thing that pisses me off.
3-0.
Mac Jones is 3-0. Mac Jones threw for 342 yards and 2 touchdowns against that defense on the road last night. And you look at the coaching in this division, and this is going to sound like it's a knock on Jonathan Gannon, and it's not meant to be at all. Kyle Shanahan is really good at what he does. Sean McVay is really good at what he does. Yeah. Mike McDonald is showing to be really good at what he does. Like, you have to be buttoned up big time in this NFC West if you're going to compete in this division, because it's got some of the best coaching in the National Football League.
They had no players last night. They had McCaffrey, and that was it.
None.
Here's these numbers for Mac Jones are absolutely ridiculous. Mac Jones in 3 starts, 904 passing yards. So he's averaging 300 yards a game. 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. 8 touchdowns. He's averaging 300 yards and almost 3 touchdowns a game, and he's got 1 interception in 3 games. Mac Jones is going to get a starting job next year. He's going to be the next, like, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield type guy that, he's resurrecting his career in San Francisco.
But he might also be resurrecting his career because he's being coached by Kyle Shanahan.
And it just shows you.
And that if he goes somewhere that's not Kyle Shanahan, he might not be the same Mac Jones. This stuff matters.
Yeah, it matters where you end up. You always think about that. What if Matt Leinart had never ended up with the Cardinals and went somewhere else? Would he be okay? What if Josh Rosen didn't end up with the Cardinals? Would he be okay? Think about all these. What if Bryce Young didn't end up in Carolina?
Yep.
You think about it all. I mean, it does. It matters where you. It matters where you end up. It does. That's why you've seen John Elway and Eli Manning and even Deion Sanders try to push his kids to certain places because they want their kids with good coaching. They want them to be in a good system, stable environment. Mac Jones with San Francisco. That was crazy that they won that game. It really was crazy they won that football game.
He got hit 9 times last night in that game. 9 times. Nine times.
They changed after because he got hurt, right? And
he was on the turf for a while, and it took him a while to get up. But Jared Verse knocked him. Byron Young knocked him, and yet he still comes back for 342 and 2 touchdowns. And you're just thinking to yourself, I'll take the L on this one. I looked at the NFC West, and I thought, ooh, Stafford, his back. Yeah, maybe they're not going to be as good. The 49ers, they're always injured. Yeah, maybe they're not going to be as good as everybody thought. Seattle, oh, come on, it's Sam Darnold. What are we, and part of my over-enthusiasm for the Cardinals was based on thinking that the division was gettable. And instead, in a complete 180, the division is so tough and so hard and so loaded that in a game where, even with Stafford in his back, he's still lighting it up. And even with Mac Jones...
Stafford lit it up.
Even with Mac Jones having to take over for Brock Purdy, even with Sam Darnold as the quarterback in Seattle... Seattle's 3-1. They're hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this weekend. They could be 4-1.
Isn't Tampa without their running back?
And Tampa is without Bucky Irving. He's not going to play because of a foot injury. Yeah. So it's just this division.
The 49ers.
I underestimated how brutal the NFC West was going to be. I really did.
The 49ers were an 8.5-point underdog. And they won. They haven't won a game outright as that big of an underdog since 2011.
Mac Jones said after the game that Shanahan went up to him and said, "Can you believe we're 8.5-point underdogs in this game?" That pisses me off. That pisses me off that somebody thinks we're 8.5 points, just to try to get under Mac Jones' skin a little bit. And it worked. Here's Shanahan after the game.
I can't say enough about the guys. They were unbelievable. We talked how long this game was going to be, how focused we had to be, how competitive we had to be for the entire time. And started out great. But, it was a good team. They tightened it up, got real tight then, lost a number of dudes who we had to overcome, losing 2 D linemen in that game, and the D line still stepping it up big. Alfred getting that strip at the end. It was a huge character win. We've been in tight ones how many have we had? All 5 of them. Had a chance to pull out last week. We didn't. Pulled this one out, and can't be more proud of the guys.
33 out of 49 for Mac Jones. But get this, 33 completions out of 49 passes. 10 yards or under, 28 out of 37.
It was dink-dunk, dink-dunk,
so
dink-dunk.
37 of his passes out of 49 were 10 yards or less. Now, no Ricky Pearsall, no Brandon Ayuk, no George Kittle, no Juwan Jennings, no Brock Purdy, right? Like they were without. They dinked and dunked their way to a victory.
And it's great that you caught on to that, because one of the things I was thinking about watching that game last night too was, here's how a dink-dunk offense can succeed. Like you hear the words dink and dunk offense, and maybe it's not sustainable, and maybe it's apples and oranges when comparing it to the Cardinals dink and dunk, but that was total dink and dunk last night, and it was brilliant. It worked perfectly for San Francisco.
Well, they couldn't stop it.
Perfectly.
His completion percentage on those passes it's insane. 28 out of 37 for 258 yards and 2 touchdowns. With everything being a short pass.
The Cardinals are going to rue the day they didn't win that game in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago. That loss is going to haunt them this year. In ways that we probably couldn't even imagine in the moment. I think that game will haunt them this year.
I think it would have been better for the Cardinals had the Rams won. Because I look at games in that way.
Yeah. Maybe.
But who
maybe.
knows? Who knows?
Coming up, as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, the divisional round in the MLB playoffs is set. Lauren's happy, Gambo's happy, and Mitch and I are here just along for the ride. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, ready to help you with 2 years of interest-free financing. Yeah, I want to get you off the fence. Like, all right, I'm thinking about that LASIK surgery. Your eyesight's not great. How many of you wear glasses, contact lenses, readers? How many of you have to change your glasses a bunch of different times? How many times I want to show somebody something like, oh, hold on, I got to get my glasses. I can't read it. I'm just putting it right in front of your face. I can't read it. All the time, I run into people. Hey, let me show you this. Let me show you. Can't see it. They got to put their glasses on. You know, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can basically eliminate or reduce your need for glasses and contacts with a vision correction procedure. How do I know? I had it done. LASIK surgery 15 years ago. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You can get 2 years of interest-free financing. That way you get the vision correction procedure now and you pay it off over time. Why not? Call 480-483-EYES or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water, but you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Cardinals elevate against the Titans on Sunday? We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
And Duran pops it up, giving chase and making the catch and flipping into the Red Sox dugout. What a catch by McMahon!
I know you've got the bachelor party this weekend because the family's out of town. but I did the Gambo thing last night with my family.
You did?
I did the Gambo thing where I'm like, honey, come here, you got to see this play.
Oh,
like stop what
man.
you do. I mean, like, and I know she's from Boston, so she's a Red Sox fan. She was in the kitchen cooking dinner. I'm like, honey, you gotta come. This is a pretty special play, which has happened.
It was a special play.
McMahon flip into the dugout for the catch last night to help the Yankees eliminate the Red Sox. It was Jeter-esque, man. It really was.
My group chat with all my friends is like, which is that better than the Jeter play? I think it is better. He went full like they were all like comparing it to the Jeter play, and it was a terrific defensive play, and it was a terrific pitching performance by Cam Schlittler.
There you go. Nice.
Schlittler.
Nice. And so, does Jake Peavy have any problem saying it? Let's see.
It comes down to stuff and dictating the count. 22 of 29 batters faced saw a first pitch strike. What you're seeing right here is first pitch strike and then the put away to each one of them. When you get ahead with this kind of stuff, and just like you said earlier, Steve, the fastball is straight, but it's also sinking and running at times. When you sit on it, here comes a slider. All night long, I've never seen anybody in such a winner-take-all game come out and pound the fastball over and over and over, and one team just not have an answer for it.
All right, that 36-second soundbite.
He didn't mention his name. He was smart.
Name one time.
He was smart. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name.
I'm just going to go him, his. Yeah. I'm not going to say
I'm not going to say his name. It was such a dominant performance. I mean, he was blowing the Red Sox away, and they kept putting him out there. I was so happy to see it. To run him out there and throw.
That was cool. It was old school. I mean, what Aaron Boone
coming out for the 6th, coming out for the 7th, coming out for the 8th.
They had that cutaway where they showed Aaron Boone like, you're going out there, you're not done, you're going, you're going back out. Just you got one more inning, dude. And I'm like, oh yeah,
I love it.
That's some old-fashioned, old school baseball.
It is because
right
all the new school is, we got to get him out before you face the lineup a third time because they're going to know what you. He was throwing the ball 100 miles an hour, nobody could hit it. He didn't have to change very much.
Yeah.
Here, I got a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. You can't hit it. Just keep doing that. He was so strong. 12 strikeouts. 12 strikeouts. It was, again, a historic performance. The Yankees scored the 4 runs off Connolly early in that 4th inning to kind of put it away. That kid was the youngest Red Sox postseason pitcher since Babe Ruth in 1916.
It's crazy. So the Yankees advance. They'll play the Blue Jays. The next round of the playoffs is all set, and I think it's
going to be good.
There's a very clear and distinct series that you got to watch. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the other game that happened yesterday and the controversy that came from that other game. And this is the manager of the San Diego Padres and his reaction to that called strike 3 in the 9th.
Look down to me, but I don't see great, and I'm kind of far away. But most importantly, Bogey felt like he was down. He's not a guy that is looking. Not any of our guys really, but Bogey also in particular is not a guy that's overly dramatic about close pitches, and it's a big pitch. It's a big swing pitch.
There's a video that's going viral over the last 24 hours or so. We'd play you audio from it, but you're not going to really get anything from it. We'd have to bleep out half of it.
Well, you could explain it.
The Padre players were pissed.
So the umpires had to go through the umpires had to go through the Padres dugout
to get to their locker room.
Locker room.
Yep.
And when they went through,
often the case,
and you could just see a bunch of the Padre players screaming at the umpires, just screaming at them as they were walking by. Because look, I mean, if you would have bases loaded, nobody out. You would have at least had a sac fly, and who knows what happens. But instead, they called Bogaerts out and changed the whole inning. It changed the whole inning. They gave them an out, and Cubs went on to win. But it was definitely a ball. Even Lauren, a Cub fan, knows it was a ball. But after it was over, man,
Lauren doesn't care.
No, you don't care.
Lauren doesn't care.
Don't care.
And nor should she. She doesn't care it was a ball.
Yeah.
Her Cubbies are advancing. And look, and next year, now this is where next year's challenge system is going to I can't wait to see how it's used. I can't wait to see the strategy behind it. Each team is going to get 2 challenges. It cannot be initiated by a manager. It's either got to be the hitter, the catcher, or the pitcher who initiates it. They have to initiate it within a second. They have to touch top of their head.
You can't do it from home like in golf. Wasn't there times in golf when somebody would actually call in and say,
hey, that's a rules violation 2 holes ago. Yeah,
I think that's actually happened in golf tournaments when somebody just called in.
We saw it during the All-Star game. We saw it during spring training. It's a very fast, efficient It won't be time-consuming process. And I think it's going to be great. I think the strategy is going to be making sure you save a challenge for late, or being confident enough in your ability to, if you ask for a challenge, being right. Because if you're right, you get it back, right? So you could perpetually have 2 for the entire game as long as you keep getting them right. But I would imagine most managers are going to want their guys to save their challenges for moments late in the game or later in the game, right? If there's a big bases loaded situation or a call, you've got to be very, and I would imagine Torey Lovullo and others around baseball will have very specific strategical conversations about when to use those challenges and when to save those challenges. Because can you imagine if they didn't have a challenge in last night's game because they already used both of theirs?
Right.
And how screwed they would have been by that because they wouldn't have had one in their back pocket?
Yeah, People lose jobs over that.
Just something to consider. So the 4 series are set now for the next round.
Dodgers, Phillies, is that the one you had your eye on?
I mean, absolutely. That's the one, right? That's the one.
Yeah.
All that payroll, all those stars.
Cubs, Brew. They're all good.
They're all good, but
they're all good.
Dodgers, Phillies is the creme. It's I think. You look like you disagree. I think it's the series to watch.
I do. And I would love to see the Phillies beat the Dodgers because of how much I hate the Dodgers. The Dodgers have one kryptonite. Their bullpen sucks.
Terrible.
It's a terrible bullpen. So if they get, and they had to play while the Phillies didn't, the Phillies will probably throw a bunch of lefties at them like Sanchez and try to take away from, that lineup with Freeman and Ohtani and those guys. But I think close games will favor the Phillies because the bullpen for the Dodgers is just really bad. It's their weakness. It's the thing that will probably doom them if they don't advance. That it's the bullpen.
Yeah. I think, no offense to your Yankees, honestly, I think that's the one I'm probably the least interested in, to be honest.
Okay.
Just because the Mariners with all those former Diamondbacks I find very intriguing.
Me too.
Cal Raleigh I find very intriguing. Detroit with Skubal and, you got the A.J. Hinch factor. Not that that's a huge one. But I think those are 2 very compelling teams. And the Tigers were basically the best team in baseball up until the last 3 weeks of the season, right? They were dominant in baseball until the last 3 to 4 weeks of the season. So
but how about Craig Counsell against his former team?
Oh no, I was just going to say.
I mean, Craig Counsell against his former team and Pat Murphy.
The Brewers have all the opportunity in the world to exact hella revenge on Craig Counsell.
Yeah, you left us.
Oh, you took the money to go manage the team right then. Was it what's the freeway? Is it I-90? What's the freeway that connects Milwaukee with Chicago? I thought you don't because you're Chicago. Okay. The 2 are only separated.
What was the World Series called with St. Louis and
that was the
freeway series? Kansas City, St. Louis, Kansas City. What was that World
Series? I-70 series?
I-70?
I think it was the 70.
Okay.
That connects those 2.
It was a
freeway, but I mean Milwaukee and Chicago, it's one freeway that, and I can't remember the number of the freeway, but it's that one's huge. It's going to be a lot of fun. And on behalf of Lauren, I'll root for her Cubbies in that series. You've got my vote. Doesn't mean anything, but you've got my vote.
I got to go Brewers. They've never won a World Series. They've never won the World Series.
Plus, you're kind of and I'm not a Pat Murph guy, but you're a Pat Murphy.
Oh, I love Murph. Yeah. I was with Murph last year. We were in Graham Rossini's suite for an ASU game, and we chatted baseball for a long time. He was there.
Name dropper.
What?
Well, Pat Murphy and I were hanging out in Graham Rossini's
I love Murph.
Brett Yormark was there, too. We hung out and had a couple cocktails with him.
We hung out. We didn't have any cocktails. I mean, Brett Yormark was there, too. I'm sorry.
When we come back,
kind of a big deal around here. I get invited to big events.
Burns and the Name Dropper show here on Arizona Sports. It's going to catch you up on the top sports stories of the day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, one of my favorite reasons to bank with Global Credit Union, and one of the best benefits, I think, of banking with Global Credit Union. I'm always reminded of it every single time Friday rolls around, because Friday, for many of you, maybe this Friday was your payday Friday, and you woke up this morning, and if you have direct deposit set up with your employer, you woke up this morning and there was a paycheck waiting for you in your account, and that's great. But if you banked with Global Credit Union and you have direct deposit set up with your employer, that paycheck that you got on Friday, you could have accessed it on Thursday. You could have gotten at it on Wednesday if you needed to. Global Credit Union offers you the opportunity to access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. So payday on a Friday doesn't have to be on a Friday. It could be on a Wednesday if you needed it to be. That is one of the many, many benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union. There are many, many others. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located in the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro added last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. The Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever 7-game series for the WNBA Finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off an hour from now. Also in action tonight, the Phoenix Suns, their first preseason game taking on the Lakers in Palm Desert. No Jalen Green or Mark Williams for Phoenix. Lakers will not have the services of LeBron James or Luka Doncic. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And a big one in Tempe tonight. College hockey back in the Valley. Number 14 ASU hosting number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Friday afternoon, it is our chance to get caught up on everything going on in sports. We hit the reset button. Lauren goes through the top stories of the day, some of the stuff we have talked about, some of the stuff we haven't. Lauren, the stage is yours. Take it away.
All right, guys, we're going to start with the Arizona Cardinals because they're gearing up to face off against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. And here's your full breakdown of the injury report because it's a long one. Denzel Burke is questionable with a knee injury. He was just added today.
It's not a good sign.
Injury report.
It's not a good sign.
Not good at all. Greg Dortch, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, and Bilal Nichols, all questionable. Evan Brown is doubtful with a hamstring injury, and Darius Robinson has been ruled out with that pec injury.
Gambo, I know you have something to add to this conversation.
Yeah, D-Rob, their plan is to not put him on IR. They feel that he's going to be able to get back in a short amount of time, so they're not going to go for the 4-day IR. My report earlier was that they're not putting him on IR because they don't feel it's not as bad as feared. It's not, so he's going to miss some time. So he's not going to play these next few weeks, but they do expect to get him back.
And then the Will Hernandez news, you had tweeted out that you expected
him
this
to play.
might be the week that he would play. And
he's going to get some run this week. He's
I
gonna play.
read into that as for Isaiah Adams, but now with Evan Brown and him being doubtful for the game, it would appear that that would be the window for Will Hernandez to get into the game action and not so much in place of Isaiah.
Yeah, and the reason to not put him on the PUP list was very simple. They just wanted him to practice. It wasn't like we can get him back in week 3, week 4. It's like he needed the practice because he missed most of last year with the injury.
I can't wait to see what Will Hernandez, if indeed he is out there on Sunday, to what extent does that change the fortune of the offensive line?
Well, how much of that is a product of Tennessee, though?
Well,
if they rush for 240 yards and
that is going to be hard to discern between the two. I'll give you that. But it also maybe is a nice soft landing for Will Hernandez to help that offensive line too. Either way, I think he's going to make a huge difference.
And I won't even waste time playing the sound bites for you guys from Jonathan Gannon today, but he was asked about Walter Nolan and B.J. Ojulari, how they're doing, recovering from their injuries. And he responded with, quote, "He's doing well," to both of them.
Yep, not going to give away the company secrets when it comes to either one of those guys. That is very Gannon-esque, which is what we've come to expect.
Yes.
Very Gannon-esque.
Yes. And he's very short with the answers. Nope.
He likes to say, those are hypotheticals, and I don't deal in hypotheticals. You know, is B.J. Ojulari coming back? Well, that's a hypothetical. And that's fine. That's his prerogative as head coach of the Cardinals to be that way about
hypotheticals.
When you look at it that way, it is. He also was pretty steadfast in not giving away anything in terms of the running back rotation.
Nothing.
And how many looks each guy was going to get, though most seem to think Michael Carter is going to be the lead back on Sunday.
Yes, but I do think Bam Knight's going to get some run there, too. Running back by committee is my understanding.
And the Niners, they got it done against the Rams last night, 26-23, due to the Rams going for a bad fourth down call late in the game, a Kyron Williams goal line fumble. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan told reporters after the game that tight end George Kittle, who's been on the IR due to a hamstring injury, is more likely to return week 7 versus Atlanta than week 6.
Okay. So another extra week for him.
Yeah, but all these wins, 3 wins with, your backup quarterback is 3-0. Your backup quarterback is 3-0.
Who's down in bananas on the sidelines to keep up with those cramps.
A couple of more wins away from forcing a conversation there in San Francisco. A crazy, weird conversation.
Does Purdy get his job back?
I know he's got the contract, and that's going to be problematic at some point. But boy, there seems to be a mesh between Kyle Shanahan
You
and
sound
Mac
like
Jones.
Ryan Clark on Twitter today.
Is that what he said?
He wanted to draft him.
He did.
He wanted to draft him
back in the Trey Lance
instead of Trey Lance.
They seem to vibe with each other, and there's something to be said for that. Money aside, there seems to be something to be said for that.
And an injury report look around the NFL this week. Ravens have ruled out quarterback Lamar Jackson, who strained his hamstring against the Kansas City Chiefs last Sunday. The Buccaneers have also officially ruled out running back Bucky Irving due to a sprained foot. He was even seen in a foot cast and crutches on the sidelines during practice this week. Jets running back Braylon Allen is expected to miss 8 to 12 weeks with that injury. J.J. McCarthy remains out for the Vikings this week in London. They're hopeful to get him back next week. That means Carson Wentz is starting for them this week. Jaden Daniels, who missed the past 2 games with a knee sprain, he's back. He will play against the Chargers. And in a random bit of NFL news, but I thought I'd throw it in here because it really amused me. Meow Mix, a popular Carolina Panthers podcast that started in 2019, is shutting down indefinitely due to the team's poor performance. The podcast announced they can't justify the time spent away from their wives and children on Sundays anymore.
Wow.
We're shutting down the podcast because the team is so bad. It's not worth our time
I was
anymore.
sad when the guy that used to breathe, like the Andrew Luck guy on Twitter.
Oh, who did the Sergeant Andrew Lutz?
Colonel or whatever it was, like Robert E. Lee or something like that.
Captain Andrew Luck.
Captain Andrew, yeah.
I write this dispatch from the northern plains of
Right,
Minnesota.
that was so good.
Where I'm
Really
encountering
funny.
Viking-like creatures. And it was very funny. It was very well done. Yeah. Oh, that's.
I'll throw one in. Okay. This is just a sad note. This is funny. You know that Yosemite that Bernsey hiked just a couple months ago? Some guy fell from Yosemite and died today.
Oh.
Some popular guy. I was just looking at it. Climber falls to his death where Bernsey climbed.
No, how many times do I have to tell you it's not the same mountain I climbed?
It's Yosemite. It's close enough to me.
No, it's
a mountain in Yosemite.
It's a totally different hike. My wife is listening right now. You're probably scaring her to death. It's a totally different mountain than the one I hiked.
You defied death.
I did Half Dome. He was on El Cap. It's totally different, but may he rest in peace, because I guess like 500 people were watching it on a live stream when it happened.
Yeah.
He just repelled.
He actually made the climb up, but then he went to go get some
down.
gear that it got stuck on a rock and he fell over.
Same
Terrible.
national park, totally different mountain. What I was doing was nowhere near that crazy.
I thought you were going to bring up the Kyron Lacey thing. I thought that's where you were going with that. About how Kyron Lacey was charged in the murder of the guy. He got in a car accident a few years back, and then because of that, Kyron Lacey committed suicide, and they released the video footage today, and he has nothing to do with it.
This 4 o'clock reset got dark, people.
Yeah,
Gambo,
sorry.
Gambo led us into this dark road. You're leading us into a dark road. Can we lighten it up around
The
here,
story
please?
just popped up on my thing about you. So I'm like, Bernsey, is this where you hiked?
Okay, the WNBA Finals.
Thank you.
They
Let's go,
start
Merc.
tonight.
Cheer me up a little bit.
The Mercury are in Vegas to take on the Aces. That game starts in just about an hour from now over on ESPN.
I was pleasantly surprised to see. I didn't read too many series predictions on it. I did read one today on The Athletic, and both of their WNBA writers picked the Mercury in 6. I like that. Like
I saw a 7 prediction where 4 was Vegas and 3 was the Mercury.
Okay. It's the reigning MVP in Asia Wilson, and but the Mercury have already beaten, last year's champ, last year's runner-up in the playoffs
New York Liberty.
so far.
Minnesota
it
Lynx.
should be a really good series at a time.
Good for them.
When the WNBA has a lot of weird attention on it right now.
Yeah, because of their commissioner.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I'm going to predict this is going to be one of the more watched WNBA finals because of all the weird attention that's on the
I
league
just
right
want to see when she goes to hand out the trophy if they actually accept it and shake her hand or anything.
I didn't even think about that.
Like when she goes, here you go, here's the
that could be nasty. That's got the potential for nastiness.
If she was smart, she would just have somebody else do it.
We'll see.
To not make it awkward.
And the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action tonight. Preseason action, that is this game start against the Lakers is at 7 p.m. That one will be live right here on 98.7 from Palm Desert. The Suns will be without Jalen Green and Mark Williams. The Lakers will be without Luka, Maxi Kleber, LeBron James, Marcus Smart.
Preseason basketball.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know. like, I went on my app and I'm trying to record the game because I do want to watch it, and it says I don't know, Wheel of Fortune's on. Is it on the Family TV one?
That's what I've heard. Yeah,
I'm on my app, and it says Wheel of Fortune. I just taped Wheel of Fortune, followed by Jeopardy. I'm just have to read everyone's a half an hour.
So while Gambo goes through
Channel
his
3
app
or not?
recording his shows, that's what I've. But I watch the Suns games on their app, so I'm not totally sure. But I've read that it's on Channel 3.
All right.
I was trying to scroll through the Cox guide really quick
see
in
if
here.
it's on Channel 3.
I
Where's
know.
my guy
I
Mark
haven't seen it.
McClune? Is it on or what?
Well, Gambo, we'll get you an answer.
Gambo, we can get to the bottom of this
We'll
quite
find out
easily.
for you, Gambo. Yeah, we'll find
Or you
out.
could just listen to it right here on 98.7.
I'll be home by then.
So
The
you
app.
can't listen to the radio at home.
I'd like to watch it on TV.
All right.
Boy,
okay.
that's a sterling commercial for everything we do around here.
But if I was in a car or like if I was somewhere I couldn't watch
Keep talking, Gambo. That's great. Good job.
Good night, everybody.
That's your 4 o'clock reset.
God, seriously,
good enough.
Put this thing
2
out of its
hours and
misery.
15 minutes is enough of a show for today.
Love, my God.
Done.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention. We'll keep our attention on the Suns. In addition to whatever channel it's on, what should we be keeping an eye on when it comes to the preseason game tonight? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Luke Lipinski back to remind you that nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. They've got great deals. They've got an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Plus, the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for and football on a lot of TVs. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Wolf. Join us Monday at 10 a.m. as we'll be reacting to what we saw from the new-look Phoenix Suns in their preseason opener against the Los Angeles Lakers. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. A shout-out to our audience in Fountain Hills, the home of Dan Bickley.
That's where Bickley lives?
I believe so.
Never been to his house.
Neither have I, but I believe he's... You hear that, Bick? Can we have him in your house? What the hell? I believe he's out there in Fountain Hills. Anyway, a special shout-out to our listeners out in Fountain Hills. And Wolf is absolutely right. Tonight is the preseason opener for the Phoenix Suns. It's an early look. It's a preseason game. We had a conversation about this earlier. I'm not the biggest fan of preseason NBA action, but I do recognize the opportunity to at least get a little bit of a sampling of how this is going to look and how this is going to work. Now, you don't have Mark Williams tonight. He's been ruled out. They're taking it very cautiously with him. He's missed over half the games he's been eligible to play in his last 3 years, so you understand why. Jalen Green, he's not available with the hamstring injury. That's kind of a bummer because you want to see him and Booker play and figure out that backcourt a little bit. But there are other guys to watch, and I guess more importantly than anything, and we got a list here of 5 things to watch in tonight's game to kind of pay attention to, probably none more so than anything else, is Jordan Ott and kind of the style of basketball that Jordan Ott wants to play and coach at the NBA level, I think is going to be a little bit on display tonight.
I think so, too. Are they going to play faster? Are they going to try to get up and down the court? I mean, I'm not saying they're going to be 7 seconds or less with the offense, but AZ Central did a piece on here's 5 things to watch out for, 5 things to keep in mind with the game tonight, and that's one of them. I mean, one of them is the pace of play. I mean, they're younger, they're more athletic. You don't have to wait for older guys and slower prodding guys to get up the court. You could run a faster pace offense with the guys that you have. So I do think that that's something that's interesting. What to watch for the Suns preseason opener versus the Lakers, and offensive strategy is absolutely one of them. And I'm looking forward to seeing it too. I want to see an exciting brand of basketball. I want to see grab a rebound and go. Let's go. And Book's going to run the point for the season. Him and Jalen are both primary scorers. But push the ball. You still got Royce O'Neal who could shoot threes, and Grayson Allen could shoot threes. And I'd like to see what happens with Kobe Bryant and if he makes the roster or not. But I am excited to see that brand of basketball.
Jordan Ott yesterday was asked about his curiosity level with the team.
Giant. I think that's the best part of this for all of us. It's not just coaches or staff or management. It's for the players. They want to go out there. They've worked all summer to put themselves in a better spot than they were when last season ended. So I think it's everyone. The anxiousness of going out and playing, felt that today, waking up like, okay, I wish we could fast forward to tomorrow and have it be game day. So we're excited that we get to play early in this preseason. That's good. And then again, see exactly where we stand against another team.
Ott had previously said that the offense may look like chaos, but that they know what they're doing. Utilizes screens, cuts off of the screen, and making the right reads depending on the coverage. So that should make it look fast-paced.
Yeah.
We'll get a feel for that stuff.
Well, with Durant, it would be like he didn't like to run to the corner, so he liked to play, above. So it was the offense a lot of times. Now, sometimes they would get the ball movement going, and because they had all the veterans and everything, it was a pretty thing to see. But getting into the offense a lot of times was difficult for them.
The center rotation without Mark Williams, like I say, he won't play tonight, but they've got a lot of centers on this roster, and between the rookie Malawach, between Nick Richards, between Oso Ighodaro, last year's second-round pick, They got a lot of bodies at the position, and while we won't be able to glean any insight into what the rotation is going to look like during the regular season because Williams isn't going to play, I do think we'll get at least an idea of how he prioritizes his usage with centers and who he feels like is his second best guy and his third best guy. Malawatch, I think, is a huge curiosity going into tonight to see how he acclimates himself to NBA action.
You know, sometimes you want to play small ball, and a lot of times they would play small ball 5 with Kevin Durant. The only problem is Durant didn't actually want to, block any shots at the, at the rim or put his body in danger when guys were coming in there. So Oso could play that role. But you're not going to do that with Richards. You're not going to do that with Williams. You're not going to do that with Malawatch. So I am looking forward to when they want to play smaller, what kind of lineup they use.
Yeah, and any small ball lineups with Oso, you got to be a little careful because it does expose his poor shooting. And it does, that is, maybe Kevin Durant didn't want to do all that stuff you're talking about, but he did like to shoot the ball, and he was kind of good at it. And Oso Ighodaro does struggle a little bit with that. I think one of the things I would have liked to have seen tonight, and I don't know how much we would have seen it even if Jalen Green were healthy, the Jalen Green, Devin Booker backcourt and how it's going to work. Okay, we don't get to see that tonight. I do think what we will get to see, though, is probably a lot of Colin Gillespie. And while that might not sound like a big natural appeal to the game, I mean, he really is the only pure point guard, well, not the only one, Jordan Goodwin too, but in terms of a guy that they feel like he's got a future at the position, Colin Gillespie's kind of carrying that weight a little bit, and I'll be really curious to see how he looks with that new role.
So in the offseason, when I reported that they weren't going to go get a point guard because they like Colin Gillespie and everybody lost their mind, how could you not have a point guard? We're going to have Booker on the point guard. And so they like Colin Gillespie. They feel that he could take that T.J. McConnell leap this year. And I think that's something we've got to keep our eye on.
Absolutely.
Can he take that leap to become a 20-minute-a-game guy that comes in and gives you a spark, can shoot the ball, can run an offense? They really like him. They value Colin Gillespie to the point where they didn't go out. Tyus Jones left. They didn't go out and get another point guard. They're going to run with what they have, and I think Gillespie's going to get the opportunity to be that backup guy.
Yeah, and he's got an attitude. And if there's one thing, and I don't mean that in a bad way, I mean that in a very, very good way. There's, Dylan Brooks is bringing some attitude with him. I think even he has recognized that Colin Gillespie's got some of that attitude in him, some of that real like street fighter kind of thing that Dylan Brooks brings to the table. So I think we're going to get a good long look at him tonight. And certainly with a Jalen Green injury, I don't know how much he's going to play this preseason. We might get a lot of good long looks at Colin Gillespie and kind of how he fits, which is good. But it's also, it does nothing against Gillespie. The number one question about this basketball team in terms of wins and losses is going to be the Booker Green backcourt and how it works, right? So anytime you're depriving yourself of an opportunity to see those two together and work together, you're kind of delaying the work they need to put into this to make it work.
They've had as much failure as success when it comes to putting backcourts together, right? Chris Paul and Devin Booker worked. Backcourt 2000 with Jay Kidd and Penny Hardaway did not. The whole Goran Dragic, Isaiah Thomas, Eric Bledsoe did not work. The Bradley Beal, Devin Booker did not work. So now we'll see, if Devin Booker and Jalen Green can work.
Steve Nash in just about every backcourt.
It didn't matter.
Didn't really matter. Steve Nash was so good. It's like Raja Bell, Leandro Barbosa. It didn't matter what guard was playing next to Steve Nash. He found a way to make it work. And
KJ?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Kevin
Johnson and Jeff Hornacek, that worked very well. Kevin Johnson and Dan Marley, if you want to count Dan Marley as a guard, he really wasn't, but yeah.
Didn't they bring him back out of retirement?
Sure.
To play with, was it with
Jay Kidd and Steve Nash?
Kidd, yeah.
Jay Kidd, Steve Nash, and Kevin Johnson were on the same team at the same time. It was fantastic. Lakers, by the way, and if you want from the Lakers standpoint, we haven't talked about it a lot, but DeAndre Ayton, one of the few guys who's actually going to play tonight. No Luka, no LeBron, no Maxi Kleber. He's not going to play tonight either. So that's what's going on from the Lakers' point of view. When we come back on the Burns and Gamble Show, who better to talk about this Cardinals Titans game than someone who has coached for the Cardinals and calls games for the Titans? Dave McGinnis is going to join us next on the Burns and Gamble Show. Next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think Torey Lovullo, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen, you heard from Corbin Burns, you heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovullo, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their managers. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bronktober. Yes, that's what we're calling it. Bronktober, because the Bronco deals at Sanderson Ford, unlike anything they've ever had, so they're actually calling October Bronktober. At Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, you can lease a new 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben for only $399 a month for 36 months. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. And you could purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9% financing for 72 months. Don't miss the Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from Amco. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at Amco. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Our John Gambadoro reported last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. The Phoenix Mercury begin their quest for their 4th championship tonight. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 from Sin City tips off at 5, so just a half hour from now. We'll keep you updated during the last hour of Burns and Gambo. Phoenix Suns will be in action as well. Their first preseason game is tonight, taking on the Lakers in Palm Desert. No Jalen Green or Mark Williams for Phoenix, and then no LeBron James or Luka Doncic for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. You can hear it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And an exciting night in Tempe as well. College hockey is back. Number 14 ASU hosting number 5 Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy, and if you need your roof checked, you can save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or go to americaroofingco.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Cardinals elevate against the Titans on Sunday? We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Just hearing his name brings a smile to our face. It really, really does.
Still my favorite Cardinals coach all time.
And brings back just a flood of memories. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show to help us preview this game, former coach of the Arizona Cardinals. He's been the Tennessee Titans radio analyst for a number of years. We're happy to welcome back to the program Dave McGinnis, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Coach, how are we doing today?
Hey, guys. Doing good. Looking forward to coming out there to the Valley.
Coach Mack, so excited to hear your voice, my friend. You doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just working through this season with this young rebuilding team, but that's life. I'm really enjoying the broadcasting part of it. This is my 9th year doing it.
Wow.
I just came here to do it for a minute, and all of a sudden, here I am 9 years later.
Yeah, well, you're probably surprised that Burnsy and me, Gambo, that we're still doing this thing all these years later.
No, I'm not surprised. You guys started crushing it early on, and you're still crushing it.
Wow. Listen, I think a lot of people may not know this, but we have you to thank for Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitzgerald would have never been an Arizona Cardinal if it wasn't for you beating the Green Bay Packers, knocking them out of the playoffs, touchdown to Poole. The Cardinals were going to have the top overall pick, and you knocked them down to 3rd with that win.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like we said we're going to do it, get an onside kick, and then go 4th in a million, and have Josh scramble around back there and have a force out in the end zone at the last second. Every time we do a game now with Minnesota Vikings, Paul Allen always has to talk about that because that was one of his first calls ever. He's still having a hard time believing it.
The one where he screams
the Vikings out, yeah.
This where he screams, no. Yeah, we still remember
classic. It's classic.
It is such a classic.
The Vikings. I said the Packers. It was the Vikings. You beat the Vikings on the Nate Poole play. Oh, so exciting.
Yeah, it was the Packers that got in, and then of course afterwards got a call from Mark Hatley and those guys that were up there at the Packers, and then I got cheese baskets for about a year afterwards for Packer fans.
Free cheese for life for Dave McGinnis for that one, yeah. Let's talk about this Titans team that you've been covering now and calling their games for 9 years. In any conversation, Coach, about them has to start with Cam Ward. I know it's obviously been a struggle for the team. It's a young team. It's a rebuilding team. What have you seen out of Cam Ward specifically as part of this process? Things that you've liked, things that still need some work.
Yeah, well, he's a rookie quarterback, and so every time he sees something, it's going to be brand new. But his demeanor is really good. He doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He's hit a lot of rough patches, and you knew this was coming. People, when you've got a rookie quarterback on a rebuilding team, there's a lot that falls on his shoulder, sometimes, and it's a lot to digest early on. But he's got the type of temperament that you want. He doesn't get, as I said, he doesn't get down. He doesn't get too down. He understands. He he really wants to learn. The issues they've had so far is that they're not really settled on the offensive line. They thought going into it they had 5 guys that they felt pretty good about, but all of a sudden, just like anything else that happens in the National Football League, they get injuries. And so they're struggling with the offensive line. When you struggle with the offensive line, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle offensively. But they're working at it, and they've dedicated this to a rebuild, and they're going to do draft, develop, and retain these guys. They got a good draft class. The whole draft class is playing because they have to. And so, I mean, here we are. But I really like Cam Ward. I like his makeup. He's a very mature guy. He's mature. He's honest with himself. He doesn't try to BS anybody. And there's no other extracurricular around him. He's all ball all the time. So sooner or later he'll get it figured out.
Mac, defensively, you're a defensive guy. I mean, it looks like this defense has kept him in just about every game, and then eventually the dam breaks, and they end up, getting beat. But it seems like for the first 3 quarters in many of these games, the defense is at least keeping them in the games.
Yeah, well, so far that's the way it's been, but they have to, and you're right. Spending a lot of my time in this league, on the defense. Really, your defensive mindset as a coach and a player, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can play good for 3 quarters. If you don't close it out, well, then you end up not winning the ball game, because you guys know as well as I do. I mean, it's not the money, it's not the cars. I mean, all of that stuff we're going to have if we're in the league long enough. But it's winning games that is a reward, and that's what these guys haven't gotten yet. So, playing 3 quarters of the game is good for 3 quarters, but you've got to finish ball games out, and they realize that.
Dave McGinnis, our guest on the Burns and Gambo show, he calls the games for the Titans radio network, and of course the former head coach of the Cardinals from years ago. I want to ask you about Tony Pollard, because it looks from afar like he's had a productive year so far. You mentioned the offensive line and kind of the struggles for the whole team with the offensive line. Is he the main threat offensively when it comes to the Titans? If they're going to figure things out, it's going to be because of him and him running the ball?
Well, he's the run game. I mean, and Tony's really done a nice job since they got him here from Dallas. He really has. He had a really nice year last year, and he's doing the same thing this year. The issue is they've got to really stay out of the third and double digits, because third and double digits gives you no chance to get any kind of flow going on offense. And if you get behind and the score starts to separate on you late in the game, as you guys referred to, then it's hard to, you can't run the ball then. I mean, you can't run the ball, and then people know you have to throw it. If they know you have to throw it and you're dealing with a third and double digit stuff, then they just, they'll line up and start track rushing. They'll just track stance rushing you and playing the sticks back there in coverage. So they really need to get the run game established early in the ball games, which they haven't been able to do. But when he's gotten a chance, he's done a good job of carrying it.
When you look at the coaching, I think a lot of fans, and with the advent of social media, everybody's calling for everybody to be fired all the time. But when you look at Callahan, I mean, last year, they struggled. So far this year, they're struggling. What do you see? Do you see a coach who the team is playing hard for him? Do you believe that he's still the right guy for that job?
Well, they're playing. Yeah, they're playing hard for him. It's just, look, it's a young, developing team, and you knew it was going to be painful, going through it. Of course, look, if you don't win ball games as a head coach, it really doesn't matter what the reasons are, because that's the bottom line of this business. But Brian Callahan is a bright guy. He understands all of that too, and he's got the right temperament for it too. So as long as they stay on at least a track with a plan, then that's what you're looking for. But you got to win ball games. He knows that. Everybody knows that. You know that when you get into the coaching business, that sooner or later it's the wins that are going to determine what goes on with your future.
Mac, when you come here and you look at this beautiful stadium, you had a lot to do with it. You helped get this stadium built. That win went a long way, and some of the things you did, and you were always pushing for it. We go back to that time. We remember how hard it was to get a stadium built when this team was playing at Sun Devil Stadium. What do you think of when you come here and you see that stadium? What are some of your first thoughts?
Well, I'm really proud of it. I really am, because I mean that was a lot of work, and that was a big part of what I was charged with when I got that head job, because you guys followed it all. I mean, 2 referendums had already failed, and I mean we were up against it. You remember Jake Plummer and Rob Moore and myself on Saturday before the game going door to door in the morning, knocking on doors, and housewives coming to the door, feeding their kids breakfast with hair curlers, saying, "We need your vote." I mean, that was that. I can remember standing at the polling place with Larry Wilson and Joe Green, and people, being unloaded off of buses, coming past us, cussing at us, because saying we don't need it, it's too much money, all this, all of that. But I knew it was extremely important. It's extremely important for the Valley. It's extremely important for that franchise. And it's proven to be worth everything that we put into it.
Yeah. But we have you to thank. We really do. I mean, your efforts went a long way in helping that thing pass, so they got the stadium here.
Well, I mean, it's something. I mean, I knew how important it was to the franchise, and I had no problem. I had no problem doing it. And that game we won against Washington the day before, the Sunday before the vote.
Yep.
That helped, because that was an amazing thing. It really was. I mean, it's really the 3rd stadium build I've been in my career, because the thing that I was in L.A. when we got that thing going in L.A. and now the Titans are building a new stadium here. So a new stadium. I mean, it always has a lot of controversy around it, but at the end of the day, the community and the place where it is really glad that it's there.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Mac, it's great
Coach
to hear
Mac.
your voice. I'll be at the game on Sunday, so I'll look for you in the press box, man. I hope I get a chance to shake your hand and say
Come
hi.
up to the press box. Say hello to Coach Mac. Everybody's invited in. Come on.
Everyone in the whole stadium, just come on up and go say hi to Coach Mac.
Come on in. Everybody come up to the broadcast booth. Look for the Titans Radio broadcast booth, and tell them you're a friend of Coach Mac, and you'll get right in the door.
Tell him Coach Mac sent you. That's good stuff.
Great.
Coach Mac, good to hear your voice, man. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Stay well.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
Dave McGinnis, our guest here on the Burns and Gamble
one of the
Show.
best.
Really,
One of the best.
Just such a charming guy. There's no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, how do the Diamondbacks stack up with the rest of the league next year in terms of their ability to get back into the postseason? We'll talk about that next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave Single, order in the app. Dave Single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, moving Team 6. Hey, listen, why do you guys do what you do and work the way that you work?
It's all about team. Especially with hiring, we go by character.
Yeah.
We want good people that care about the customer.
You hire a lot of veterans, do you
We
not?
do, yeah. That is our goal, 100%. We want them to be a part of a team, part of a family. That's why we have great team leadership that helps our guys get to be great at what they do.
Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. Your guys were amazing. They were incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
So when we checked in with this question earlier in the day, it was like 90% of the vote split between two guys. Still the same?
Still the same, but we've seen a shift in those percentages.
Okay. Yes, what do we got?
All right, today's poll question is, which second-year Cardinals player are you most concerned about right now? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, or Trey Benson?
Here's to you, Mr. Robinson. Darius. For sure.
Darius is still leading this poll question, and he's pulled away from Marvin Harrison Jr. with 52% of the vote. 40% going with Marvin Harrison Jr., 5% with Trey Benson, and 3% with Max Melton.
Yeah, and he was ruled out. Darius Robinson was ruled out for this weekend's game. Not a surprise. He didn't practice all week. I was honestly encouraged by your news last night, this morning, whenever it was that you tweeted, that Darius Robinson, they don't think his season is done. That he's not headed to IR. He's not anything like that. But it has been a rough start to Darius Robinson's career so far.
Yeah, what I reported, he's going to miss a little time, but they expect to get him back. It's not as bad as feared, so no IR right now. No IR. Because they think they're going to get him back.
We'll have more on the Cardinals' injury situation coming up at 5 o'clock. So we got a lot of guys to get you caught up on and kind of things to watch when it comes to Sunday's game against the Titans. In the meantime, the baseball playoffs will resume this weekend. The 4 divisional series are all set. The Arizona Diamondbacks are at home watching for the second straight year, but their ability to get back and their ability to compete next year was recently the subject of a story on the Athletic website in terms of ranking the 18 teams that didn't make the playoffs and their ability to get back next year. It's one of those stories, again, but we talk about all the time where you click on a link and you kind of know what you're going to see. You expect what you're going to see. This is almost exactly what I was expecting to see.
Who was ahead of them?
The Houston Astros were number 1.
Okay.
The Atlanta Braves were number 2.
Okay.
Kansas City Royals were number 3.
Wow.
New York Mets were 4. The Rangers were 5. The Giants were 6.
Rangers were 5.
Rangers were 5. Giants were 6th.
And the Diamondbacks were 7th.
7th.
Probably factoring in you're not going to have Corbin Burns for a while. You're not going to have Gurriel for a while. A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, the injury factor, the payroll coming down. They're not going to be able to sustain that high of a payroll, but they still expect to have a very competitive payroll. That's probably why they're 7. So that, a little bit more towards the top of the middle in that group, but probably a fair ranking.
I think so. I mean, without knowing for sure the situation, how it compares to like in Kansas City, like Houston, you always know Houston's going to be competitive. Atlanta, you always know they're going to be. The Mets have a payroll, sky high. You figure they're going to be competitive. Same with the Rangers and the Giants. Buster Posey's not going to sit around and twiddle his thumbs while the rest of the division or the league passes him by. I'm sure they're going to be very aggressive this offseason trying to make that team good.
Well, he made the big Devers move in the middle of the season.
Absolutely,
and
right.
It didn't get him
so
over
really,
the hump.
all of those teams make a lot of sense to me with the exception of the Kansas City Royals. And they have one of the best players in baseball in Bobby Witt Jr. So I think the Diamondbacks, this is right where I would have expected them for exactly the reason that you just said. They'd be higher if not for the injuries to Burns and Martinez and Puck. But they're not any lower because they still have Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo.
Yeah.
And when you've got a threesome like that, and Ken Kendrick said as much when he came with us earlier in the week, it's like when you've got a core like that, you owe it to yourselves to build around players like that. You can't. You have to commit payroll. You have to be competitive. You have to. Maybe it's not going to be the same as it was a year ago. But when you've got 3 of the 4 of the best players in baseball, you have to continue to try to build around those guys. And I was encouraged to hear Ken say that when he was on with us earlier.
We've had off seasons where there's been blockbusters. Corbin Burns was a blockbuster. Bumgarner, Zach Greinke. There's been those type of moves. Just like, wow, this might not that it's going to be a quiet off season, but I don't think that. I'm curious to see what type of moves they make and what kind of needle it pushes. Now, Mike Hazen likes trades more than free agency, and he's got a surplus of position players to trade from, a surplus. The value of those guys is different for each guy. I still think Jordan Lawler still has the most value that if you wanted to trade him. Do I see them trading a Marte or a Corbin Carroll or a Gabby Marino, or probably not. The only guy that could be traded is Marte.
Yeah,
because again, his contract is so good, teams are going to call on him.
Yeah, I shuddered when you mentioned Carroll because of course they're
not trading Carroll.
But Ketel Marte, perhaps, maybe. I'll say
Perdomo's not getting traded. If anybody gets traded, it would be Marte, but mainly teams are going to look at that. And they're going to be like, that value, that contract is worth trading for.
I'll say this about the Diamondbacks, in terms of the surprise factor in the offseason. We make this very clear on the show. You're the insider, I'm not. So you'll know way more about this than I do. But I'll never rule out anything with their ability to surprise. The last 2 off seasons, the Diamondbacks were one pleasant surprise after another, right? Like the Corbin Burns, we didn't see that coming. The offseason before, Ken Kendrick opened up the checkbook and they went crazy with Gino Suarez and Eduardo Rodriguez and Jock Peterson, right? Like it was just spent, and then Jordan Montgomery right at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Both of the last 2 off seasons I would categorize as a total surprise. Like you just didn't see any of that coming to the effect that it did. So I'm hearing what you're saying. And yeah, it's probably going to be a relatively quiet offseason compared to those. You just never know. Corbin Burns was a complete surprise. We had no idea that was coming.
Mike was like in another country with his kids.
Not a clue. So
when that trade happened, and Kendrick was the one who kind of orchestrated the whole thing.
I think you're 90% right that it's probably going to be kind of quiet and kind of a paint by numbers sort of an offseason, but you never know. Because the last 2 off seasons have been a little bit of a surprise in terms of what they've done.
My group chat last night, they were talking about Jazz Chisholm. I'm like, do you know that he was once a Diamondback? And they're like, he wasn't a Diamondback. He never played a game for the Diamondbacks, but he was on the Diamondbacks. They traded him for Zach Gallen. My group didn't know that. I'm like, that's the type of trade Hazen loves, right? The Varsho trade for Gabby Marino, and Lourdes Gurriel, the Gallen for Jazz Chisholm. He's got a surplus of position players. I think he's going to trade a few of them. Even last year's trade for Josh Naylor.
You know, was a Slade Ciccone for Josh Naylor.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But that, again, just shows you can go get a first baseman.
Well, I know, but that's not the point I was trying to make. That's kind of the move where that's a Mike Hazen special there, right? Oh, you think I can't go get a first baseman?
Watch.
You think we're hurting because we just lost Christian Walker? Watch this.
Yeah.
Boom. I just got Josh Naylor. Bang. Here we go. Yeah, and that's the stuff that he can. Those are the rabbits he pulls out of the hats, and I think you might see a lot of rabbits this offseason. When we come back, injuries lingering for the Arizona Cardinals, some more than others. Who's going to play? Who's not? What's the long-term prognosis? We'll tell you if you keep it right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. And let me tell you right now, some of the great specials that they've got going on for their plumbing department. How about $500 off a tankless water heater right now at Christian Brothers? This month only, $500 off a tankless water heater. How about $60 off any plumbing repair, or $100 off a full replacement of your toilet bowl. Yes, any toilet replacement, $100 off right now. They've even got $150 off standard water heaters. You need a new water heater? A lot of people do. Yours might be old. You don't want to wait till it goes on you. Get a new water heater right now and save $150. And they've got $89 drain clearing. Drain clearing for $89. You know, those drains that aren't clearing very well. Maybe it's hair down there or debris or whatever it is. You can have your drain cleared for $89 with Christian Brothers. How do you do it? Simply go online at cbrothers.com or call them at 602-222-3535.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they ended up settling for less than they'd hoped. But the second homeowner chose Orchard, and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. Then Orchard's experts take it from there. They make repairs on your old home, price-boosting upgrades, and they list and sell your home for top dollar. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not play on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury. Last night, our John Gambadoro reported that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report for Sunday's game against the Titans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Moments from now, the Phoenix Mercury will begin their quest for their 4th championship. They face the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA's first ever best-of-7 finals. Game 1 is in Sin City, and it tips off moments from now. We'll keep you updated during this final hour. Phoenix Suns will be in action as well. First preseason game tonight, but we will not see the full complement of the roster. No Jalen Green or Mark Williams for Phoenix in this one. Their opponent, the Lakers, are sitting their top 2 as well. LeBron James and Luka Doncic will not see the floor tonight. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 from Palm Desert, and you can hear it right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then a big showdown in Tempe this weekend, the first of a couple of games between number 14 ASU and number 5 Penn State in college hockey. Takes place at Mullet Arena. Game 1 is at 7. And that is what's, I got to tell you that CW7 Arizona is what's sponsoring this report. The race for NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship is on. Live from Charlotte Motor Speedway this Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Cardinals be over 500 entering Week 6 of the NFL season, or will they be scrambling to figure out how they just lost to the lowly Tennessee Titans? We'll talk about that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke have to go there like that. I mean, I can't even imagine we're in here Monday and we're talking about a loss to the lowly Tennessee Titans.
It's just not going to happen.
I can't.
It's not going to happen.
I mean,
if it does, we're in a lot of trouble.
It could happen.
You're in a lot of trouble.
But you're in a lot of trouble if it happens. A lot of trouble.
Yeah.
We're keeping a buck right now. We ass.
You can't lose to them. You can't lose to the team that has that guy as their quarterback who said that not even a week ago.
If they lost to the Titans, Murray should just borrow that line and say it. We ass.
Seriously, I'm going to the game on Sunday. I'm going to the game Sunday, and if they do lose, I'm going to be sitting in that Kyler Murray press conference. And if he said those words, I would laugh out loud. I would laugh so loud you would hear it on the soundbite the next day.
Yeah,
but it's
there's no sure things, and you've got to get your team motivated to play. And the players can't have the attitude we have. You can't. You just can't. The players can't have that attitude.
Totally.
We know they're garbage, but they can't. They can't think.
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
they can't think like that. And I hope they're not overconfident going into this one. And I hope they don't have too much of a, like that overconfidence going into. I don't think they will. It's just, man, this one, the Cardinals are favored by 8.5 points. They're at home. Tennessee, they're gonna get their first win at some point. But it just can't be this week because it's going to be a really bad sign if it is. Now, neither you and I believe that's going to happen. But the injury report for the Cardinals came out today, and there were a couple of interesting things on it. And I know you've got some info when it comes to some of this. Darius Robinson was ruled out of the game. There was some justifiable fear earlier in the week that there was going to be some really bad news about Darius Robinson.
Right.
Fueled by nothing but just kind of speculation about the nature of his injury. You're
his
here to tell
Instagram
us.
post.
And his Instagram. I forgot about that. His Instagram post
Yeah, it made it
was
seem
kind of
bad.
cryptic and like, what does that mean? You're here to tell us, even though he's out this week, that it's not that bad.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking me, so I did tweet it out last night. He is going to miss a little time, but they expect to get him back. It's not as bad as feared, but they're not. Their plan is not to put him on the IR. So again, he's going to miss a little time with this injury, but they do expect to get him back because it's not as bad as like originally feared. So the plan right now is to try to avoid IR and get him back in the lineup.
Okay, so obviously that thins him out a little bit more on the defensive line, and I'm kind of swerving here to the left a little bit.
Okay.
Which then brings up questions about Walter Nolan.
Okay, it's a big one. We haven't talked about this yet.
And the
so
win on Walter Nolan, right?
Look, here's the thing on Nolan. He's getting close to be able to practice. That's a good sign. He's getting very close to be able to practice. So not too distant future, they're going to get him back on the practice field. He had a brutal injury. It's a calf injury for a guy that uses that part of his body for his explosiveness. So it's a tough injury. You got to remember, this guy has not had one single NFL practice with pads on.
Yeah.
So they've got to be very careful. They got to bring him along slowly. D-Rob was like a total loss last year. They got to make sure they handle this right. So what I will tell you, and a lot of people ask me about Nolan, he's getting close to be able to practice. That doesn't mean he's getting close to be able to play.
That's the
because
key
he is not,
distinction.
Right.
Yes, that's
getting
a key
close
distinction.
to practice, not close to being able to play. He's still a ways away from being able to play in a game. And part of that is because he didn't even have he did not have one practice with pads on. So, again, I think he's going to practice soon, but I would not expect a timetable of when he could get back and when he could play on the field. That's going to be still a little ways away.
Yeah, because he's gonna basically need training.
He's going to need a training.
He's going to need a
Exactly.
training camp.
Yeah, it's
going to
practice,
and I'm not saying that means it's going to take a month, but it's going to.
It's not going to
take a lot
week.
of work to get him ramped up, and it's certainly not going to be ready for him to go in a week. The other now, those are both kind of like long-term issues. The short-term issue is that of Will Hernandez. You expect him to play this week?
Yes. Excuse me. I expect he's going to play this week. I tweeted that out today, that my expectations from what I know is he's going to get some run this week. The reason that they didn't put him on the PUP list, and everybody was speculating, even us to a time. I mean, there are times I don't know everything, but there are times you're speculating, boy, I wonder if they think he's going to come back and play in week 3 and week 4. The whole reason to have Will Hernandez on the PUP list, not on the PUP list, was as he could practice.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't trying to get him ready to play for the week 3 game or the week 4 game. It's that this guy hadn't played football in about a year because his injury occurred, I think, the 4th or 5th game of last season.
5th game, I think,
is when he got hurt. So the thing with Will Hernandez is let's not put him on the PUP list, because if you put him on the PUP list, then he can't even practice.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not put him on the PUP list. That way he'll have 4 weeks to practice. He could really practice in those 4 weeks, and then he could play. So that was the difference. So why wouldn't you just put him on the PUP list if he's not going to play? Because he needed the practices. He really needed the practice because he hadn't played in a year.
So when he was asked today, Will Hernandez, about your report and him maybe having the opportunity to play this weekend, he was asked by our own Tyler Drake what it would mean to get back on the field.
To me, it's been a long time coming. I've waited literally a year for this. When I went out, felt like I was at the highest highs, and I definitely felt the lowest of lows. So to me, it's just more than coming in and playing a few snaps of football. It means everything to me. It's everything I worked for my entire life, everything that I've always took pride in, a big part of my life. And so, it means literally everything to me.
What we weren't expecting was who he was going to play for. Most of the speculation was that it was going to be for Isaiah Adams. But on today's injury report, Evan Brown is listed as doubtful for the game. And he was limited in practice on Wednesday and Thursday. He did not practice today. So it would seem like the move for Will Hernandez to get back on the field is not for the right guard, but for the left guard, and to take Evan Brown's spot out there.
How much run he gets, I don't know, but I expect he's going to get some run. So I expect
if
that
Evan
Will
Brown
Hernandez
doesn't play, I'm expecting he's going to get.
Yeah, but how much is he going to be able to play? What percentage of the snaps? That I don't know that answer, but I expect that he's ready. And he's worked himself up to this point, and this is a good sign. This is a really good sign to get him back, because he's going to help this offensive line quite a bit.
I'm excited about it. I know the offensive line is a unit, and we judge them as a unit. I really do believe that adding him and his fiery leadership and his kind of attitude on that offensive line will help. The rising tide will raise all ships.
Yes,
kind of thing. I think that's what he is going to do when he gets out there. There's a couple of other injury notes when it comes to this game, though, that everybody's got to know about, and probably none more so than Denzel Burke, the corner. He was not on the injury report Wednesday or Thursday. He was limited today with a knee. He is now questionable for the game, which leaves them really, really thin at corner until you realize that Will Johnson is also listed as questionable for this game. So, you hope to get Will Johnson back
Denzel
anyway.
questionable, Will questionable. You're already without Garrett. You lost Star Thomas. You lost Sean Murphy Bunting.
Right. You're getting really thin at that position.
Yeah.
Really thin.
They like their young guys. They like the talent they got.
They're running out of their young guys.
I know.
They're running out of them.
I know. Trade deadline is still a month away. The trade deadline's still a month away. What you usually do is you bring in guys, and if you like somebody, you sign them to a practice squad, and your practice squad guys get ready in case you need a body. Those guys are the ones that come up. There's not a quick fix on any of these things. There's not, let's go just sign this guy, and he's going to come in, he's going to play every game for us and play 90% of the snaps. They don't have that.
Yeah, hopefully Will Johnson is ready to make a return. Not so much just because of the Denzel Burke news, but just because I think he's going to make a lot of guys better back there in that secondary.
Yeah.
I think he was making guys better back there in that secondary, and it'd be nice to have him back. Denzel Burke or no Denzel Burke. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we will turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker, and whether Devin Booker can get this thing turned around for the Phoenix Suns. That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
A lot of people need a new smile. A lot of people don't like their teeth. You just don't like your teeth. I mean, maybe you've got gaps between your teeth, or you just poor oral hygiene. You've got all the lead in your mouth from the braces that you had when you were 10, 12 years old. Or you don't like to smile. You don't like to go around interviews. Every photo, you're not smiling. Every single photo. No one wants to live like that. That's why I tell you every day about Pro Smile Dental. Their implant center is second to none. They've got locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. They offer free consults, and the all-on-4 implants are absolutely second to none. There is no better dental implant out there than the all-on-4 that you will get from the oral surgeons, not general dentists, but the oral surgeons at Pro Smile Dental. You're like, okay, but how expensive is it? Check this out. How about interest-free financing for 2 years? You're saying, I want better than that. How about paying it off over 10 years? That's available to you at Pro Smile. They have multiple financing offers available, 2 years interest-free financing, or you could pay off your new smile over 10 years. Don't continue to live the way you're living if you don't like your smile. All you have to do is make that call to Pro Smile Dental. Text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the information when you text PRO to 620-620, or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the new-look Suns look in their preseason opener? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, there was a disconnect. I don't think there was any hatred in our last groups amongst the guys. You know, I think just when you're all on a different plan and, you know, you don't have the same common goal or same objective, then that's what it turns into.
That was Devin Booker when he was on with us from Suns Media Day as we welcome you back into the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports on this Friday. A shout out to our audience and our listeners in Wickenburg who are joining us here on this Friday. We appreciate everybody out there in Wickenburg listening here on Burns and Gambo. Devin Booker's admission that last year's team was disconnected and that the past 2 years were even tougher on him than the early part of his career with the Phoenix Suns?
Way hard. That was, I mean, we had started a rebuild then, you know, and in this last couple of years, it was a win a championship or bust, and, you know, we didn't even make the play-in. So definitely the toughest 2 years of my career.
So as the preseason gets started tonight, and I know we're probably not going to see a lot of Devin Booker, and we're not going to be able to figure a lot out about Devin Booker, but it's kind of the start of Suns season, and it's certainly a few weeks from now, it'll really be the start of the Suns season when they take on the Kings. This is a bit of a rebirth for Devin Booker. Okay,
sure.
The last 2 years are done. They're
It's
over.
the third chapter of his career.
That's a really good way of looking at it.
This is the third chapter of his career.
This is chapter 3. Chapter 1 was the Earl Watson, Jay Triano, Igor Kokoschkov years.
It was the struggles of winning 20 games. It was Marquise Chris. It was Tyler Eulis. It was Dragan Bender and Alex Len. Josh Jackson. And then the second one was Ayton and Chris Paul and Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson and Jay Crowder and success in the bubble and success in the NBA Finals. That was the second chapter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really want
to go 4?
Yeah, I was going to say if you really wanted to quibble, I think you could say this is chapter 4.
Yeah, because chapter 3 would be the Beal Durant failures, even though that was short-lived. Okay, so let's go 4. Chapter 1 was 6 years of failure. 6 years of failure. Chapter 2 was
2 years of success.
Ricky Rubio.
Okay, 3 years of success.
Ricky, because I count the bubble success.
Yeah, as you should.
Yeah, so 3 years of success, then 2.5 years of failure with Durant, because you had Durant for one playoff season, even though he only played 8 games that year because he was injured, and then 2 more runs, full seasons. So 2.5 years of failure, and now we start a new chapter with Devin Booker. So 4 chapters.
Yeah, and so
it's like a book.
When the season does start, you know, and like I think it kind of starts tonight with the preseason opener, but you know what I mean. This will be Devin Booker if it really was as bad as he says it was the last couple of years.
Oh, he said it was bad.
I mean, now it's your chance to be better and show us something better, and lead something better, and you're, you know, kind of going back to chapter 1 of the book, and really I'm kind of glad we did it this way. We're kind of in a way back to chapter 1 of Devin Booker's book, in that you're the guy, you're the man. You know, we tried a couple of chapters where you were paired with other great NBA players, and there was obviously a lot of varying degrees of success in Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Nothing against Jalen Green, nothing against Dillon Brooks, but they're not stars in this league. We're kind of back to Chapter 1 where you've got better talent around you, but you're the guy. It's on you. You know, it's 100% on you. Now let's see how he responds to that. Now let's see how he does with a coach that he was very involved in the hiring of. Steve Nash and his involvement with the organization, we're talking about that being a benefit to Devin Booker. It's all eyes are going to be on Devin Booker to see how he handles this new alone time without having stars to run things with it.
If you don't think he was dragged down by the Durant, Beal, Budenholzer like he was, and we haven't seen the best of Devin Booker these last couple of years because he was playing with these other guys and they just took they sucked the life right out of you. They sucked the joy out of basketball. They sucked the life right out of you.
Yeah, but you know, I struggle with that a little bit, though.
You can, not me.
No. I struggle with that characterization because that makes it sound like Devin Booker was a victim the last couple of years. He was just as much responsible for what happened the last couple of years as those guys were.
Yeah.
He did not.
How much was in his control having those other stars around him?
He's one of the best players in the NBA. He's got to rise above that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to victimize Devin Booker and say, oh, that poor guy, look at what he had to deal with the last couple of years. He's one of the 20 best players in the NBA. I don't think we can do that with a straight face. I can't. You can if you want. I can't do that. I think he's.
I think that
just as responsible for what happened the last couple of years as those other guys.
I think the same way we talk about certain players can lift up other players. I think there are players that can break down other people. So as much as I always say, this guy's got to elevate. This guy's got to elevate. You can be all you want, but like there's
better than that.
You can, but when you've got a coach who's working against you. Hey, I'm sorry, your voice can't be heard. It has to be mine. Please, You've got a coach working against you. You've got to disconnect with the players around you. I don't know, like there's only so much you can do. The coach was working against him. He tried to step up and be a leader, and the coach said, hey, you know what? I'd rather you shut your mouth and not say a thing. This is my team. Like, you want to overcome that?
I think when you're one of the 20 best players in the NBA, I think you need to overcome that a little bit. I'm not saying you need to lead them to wins, but I'm saying you can't. If we're going to pie chart what went wrong for the Phoenix Suns the last couple of years, Devin Booker gets a slice of the pie.
Sure.
It's not like
he's been set free.
It's Mike Budenholzer, 33%, Kevin Durant, 33%, Bradley Beal, 33%. No, Devin Booker gets a slice of that pie. His defense regressed. His all the great stuff we saw him do, and I'm not trying to blame Devin Booker for everything that went wrong, but I'm also not going to make him innocent from everything that went wrong the last couple of years. He deserves responsibility for what happened here.
Fair, but the shackles are going to be off now. You know me. I don't think that Devin Booker's a superstar. I think he's a great player, but not a superstar. There was a story the other day. We haven't talked about it yet. It was like let's grade all of the offseason signings, and they said the Booker extension was a fail because he's not a superstar player, and he hasn't had the All-Star appearances and All-NBA and all of those things that that the other guys do. But I think that you're going to see a better version of Book because now it's like when it's time to take over a game, it's you. We've debated the last couple of years. Look, Durant, they won their first 8 of their first 9 games last year, and then Durant got hurt. Durant is a big personality, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to play with him. And I think Book found that out. It's not so easy to play with him. It wasn't so easy to play with Brad, and Brad found out it wasn't so easy to play with Book and KD, vice versa, all of that stuff. But I think we'll see a better version of Book because I think Book will be the guy that I've got to take over the game now, and nobody else is going to do it. It's up to me.
I hope so because I think he does have some. How do I put this? I think in the national eyes, Devin Booker has taken a hit these last couple of years. I mean, we've seen his ranking go down nationally compared to other individual players, his level of greatness, and just whether we define him as a great player or a superstar player, conversations like that. Devin Booker, this is an opportunity for him to kind of reclaim this and take this back over and be the guy on the team. I just hope he has enough help out there too. And I hope this backcourt with him and Jalen Green, I don't know how this is going to work. I know how it's supposed to work. I know how in theory it's supposed to look. I don't know if it's going to work.
I
don't know if Jalen Green is good enough to make it work, Like that's
Jalen Green's good.
Jalen Green's good, but is he good enough?
Is he the right fit?
Exactly.
It's a fit thing.
I don't think he is. That to me is maybe the biggest reason why I don't think they're going to win more games this year than they did last year, because I don't think Jalen Green is the right type of player to put next to Devin Booker. I think they're just gonna But
he's
not a great matchup to me.
Right, but he's not the overbearing personality of Durant.
No, he's not Kevin Durant, but he's not Chris Paul either.
Yep. No, I mean, you're right.
It's
still a square peg in a round hole,
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you had to do in order to be able to move on from those other guys.
Yeah, we'll see how much Booker plays tonight. But obviously the jury will be out on this team when they open up the season on October 22nd against the Sacramento Kings. The WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud. Right now it's 19-14. Phoenix is beating the Vegas Aces with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter in Game 1 of the WNBA Finals. Games 3 and 4 are in Phoenix. They're taking on the Vegas Aces next Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text the word finals to 620-620. Sun Devils are 4-1. How can they take it and build upon it for next weekend? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle. Not to slight college football, but this is not a 0-4 college football team that has no chance of winning. Everybody in the NFL has a chance to win every game. They got really good players, really good coaches, and we got to play, like I said, probably our best game to get a win.
Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start in Las Vegas, where we are through the first quarter of action in the WNBA Finals, and the Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces are tied at 21. It's been a high-scoring first quarter so far in the first of this best-of-7 series in the W. We'll keep you posted as how the rest of this goes. This is, of course, game one of this series. Again, tied at 21 apiece through the first quarter of play. Defensive tackle Darius Robinson will not be playing on Sunday for the Cardinals. He was ruled out today due to a pectoral injury, but it could have been worse. Our John Gambadoro reported last night that Robinson is unlikely to go on injured reserve and that he is expected to return this season. You can find the complete injury report for Cardinals Titans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Basketball tonight, in addition to the Mercury, the Phoenix Suns. Their first preseason game is later this evening, taking on the Lakers in Palm Desert. We will not see Jalen Green or Mark Williams suit up for Phoenix, and we will not see LeBron James or Luka Doncic suit up for the Lakers. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And a big showdown in Tempe tonight. College hockey is back. Number 14, ASU hosting number 5, Penn State at Mullet Arena. Puck drop is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Cardinals elevate against the Titans on Sunday? We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
It wasn't a flash in the pan. You know, last year, picked dead last. Of course, you're going to play with the chip on your shoulder. We still play with the chip on our shoulder. Like, we still play hard. And when you play hard and you care, you win a lot of close games. So what am I the most pleased with? Just how hard our guys play. I think every fan that watches, you may hate it if I go for a fourth down. You may hate it if we don't go for a fourth down. You may hate the play call. You may love the play call. Everybody has to appreciate how hard our guys play. And I think that's the one thing that we want to take pride in is how hard we play, and I think that's what I'm most excited about. Our guys play really hard, and it matters to them, and it matters to them to win, not for the individual awards, but to win as a team, as a collective team.
It was Kenny Dillingham earlier in the week about what's impressed him so far this season as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show here on this Friday. ASU, bye week for them this week. We'll get a chance to watch some of the other good Big 12 teams that are in action this weekend. You've got Iowa State versus Cincinnati tomorrow at 9 a.m. You got Texas Tech. Who are they playing? I can't remember off the top of my head. Is it? Yeah, that's right. Houston. Texas Tech, Houston.
That's the only two big good.
Those are the two big ones. Yeah, the rest
of
them aren't that great. Those are the two biggies that I think you want to check out if you're an ASU fan. ASU, just like last year, 4-1 to start the season. And Devil's Digest, and I enjoyed this. We talked about this earlier in the show. Took almost like a side-by-side comparison of the two 4-1 starts and said, okay, they're both 4-1. What compares, what doesn't? Last year's 4-1 start included a conference loss. This year's doesn't. Last year they were 1-1 in the conference. This year's doesn't. Sam Levitt's numbers were about the same. They were a little bit better this year, but they were basically the same. The offense was about the same. A few more touchdowns, The rushing attack was a little bit better last year, but not a lot better last year. It was better in the touchdowns department. Jordan Tyson was way better this year than he was last year. His numbers through the first 5 games were exceptional compared to the first 5 for him last year.
I think that you go look at the final game last year that got them to 4-1. That was a 107-degree day at Mountain America Stadium at kickoff, tied for the hottest game in ASU football history. They have to come from behind. They're down 31-28 with 2 minutes left. They've got to come from behind, and they get the touchdown, Sam to Jordan Tyson for the game winner. At that point, they're 4-1. Kenny's thrilled with the crowd. They had a packed house, 54,000.
Yep.
He's so excited. This is what he's always dreamt of. He even said, these are 18 and 22-year-old kids. To think that your emotion in the crowd being sold out, they dreamt of this. When you run out of the tunnel and you feel that's real and it fuels our guys. That was the first time Kenny was just so excited that the crowd was behind ASU and they was showing up, and Sam had a great performance. That Kansas team wasn't any good, and they struggled to beat them. There wasn't the belief in that 4-1 team that there was in this 4-1 team, because we hadn't got there yet. We hadn't got to that point yet. You're right. They had lost to Texas Tech. Was the conference game. It was the week before. They played tough, but they lost 30-22 to Texas Tech in that game. The running game, the difference was the first 5 games last year, it was very scatterboo, or 25 carries here, 25 carries there. And then Brown was getting some carries, and Sam was getting some carries. And I don't think they had really established Jordan Tyson as the top receiver at that point yet.
No, that is difference number 1. Difference number 2 is that they were spreading the ball around among all the receivers much more last year through the first 5 games than they are this year. Gilroy was involved, and Stovall was involved last year, and this year they haven't found that kind of success with the number 2 wide receiver, number 3 wide receiver. They're trying to get Mateer involved, and to varying degrees they've been able to do that. But that the difference, I mean, you hold the 2 4-1 starts side by side, and to me the difference is really clear, and it's the defense. And that's why in this piece on Devil's Digest, I'm going to read this whole thing because I agree with a ton of this. They write, in some ways, the deja vu after 5 games is uncanny. The same record, similar offensive totals, and a quarterback who's putting up an almost identical stat line. But this season feels less fragile. Levitt isn't just surviving, he's thriving. Tyson has turned into a legitimate star. Raleek Brown has filled enough of Scadaboo's shoes to keep the rushing attack potent, and the defense is better, deeper, and more disruptive than it was at this stage last year. That last part especially is the part that really resonated with me. This 4-1 feels better than last year's 4-1, even though we know how last year's 4-1 turned out, Big 12 championship and an appearance in the postseason.
Yeah.
I feel like this team, I don't know if they're going to finish the same way last year's team does, but I feel like this year's team is better set up for success.
I agree.
Like they just have more ways to win than maybe they did last year. It felt like they were very Cam Scadaboo dependent to win a lot of these games. And later it turned into more Jordan Tyson. Now I think they've got a bunch of ways to win football games.
Including a kicker.
We haven't mentioned Jesus.
They didn't have a kicker last year.
That's something they didn't mention in the comparison side by side.
He missed 2 field goals last week?
Well, no. Just like what was the field goal accuracy in the first 5 games last year compared to this year?
It was
brutal. Awful. It was brutal.
It was brutal.
It was brutal. They have more ways to beat you this year than they did a year ago.
Yeah, their defensive front line manhandled TCU in that game, and I think that's to your point. The last game that got them to 4-1, 3 turnovers forced, 13 tackles for a loss, 6 sacks, which was a season high, and they just manhandled their defensive front, manhandled the TCU offensive line. They have that. They've got dominant players all over that defense. I couldn't believe how good Prince Dorba was in that football game, and C.J. Fight and how good he is, and Keyshawn Elliott is an absolute stud. There, Miles Rouser. I mean, I can go on because I think there's like 10 guys on that defense that I'm just thrilled with the way they play. But yeah, I would say if I go back to the Texas Tech loss last year, that was like only Sam's second true road game as a starting quarterback, and he got a little flustered. And I think he was a little flustered in Starkville this year. So those things happen. So like even a year later, he lost a game in Starkville, and it was the crowd, how loud they were, and it kept banging those damn cowbells, and it affected the way that they played. But last year, when they lost that Texas Tech game on the road, it was early in the season, and I think Sam hadn't had a lot of experience. But they bounced back from that, and they played extremely good football from that point forward, and ended up winning the Big 12.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying this guarantees they're going to win the Big 12 this year. I just think they're set up. The Mississippi State game feels like forever ago. I mean, it doesn't mean that they've fixed everything or everything is forgiven from that night in Starkville, but it just feels like that was a long, long time ago. Now, obviously, they can get better in the red zone. They can get better, finishing these drives with touchdowns and things like that. They need to get ready these next 4 weeks. They're going to be tough. And if they can get through these next
3-1,
if they can get 3-1, that means they will have gone 5-1 against by far the toughest stretch of the schedule, right?
Yes.
When you count TCU and Baylor.
Yeah.
I mean, 5-1 against that part of the schedule. You're going to go to the Big 12 championship if you can, even if you just lose one of these next 3 games.
One game.
You're going to go to the Big 12 championship if you go 3-1 in the next 4.
I can't give you the field goal kicker percentage after 5 games, but I could give it to you after 7.
Okay.
So when they lost to Cincinnati last year,
when Kenny put out the call for a kicker, yeah,
they were 5-2. They were 5-2 when they lost to, and they were 2-2 in the Big 12. They were only 2-2 in the Big 12. Mm-hmm. Ian Hershey missed 2 field goals that would have helped them maybe win that game. He missed a 48-yarder and he missed a 41-yarder. Our kicking game is atrocious, said Dillingham. If you can kick and you're at Arizona State, email me. We're going to have kicking tryouts on Monday. I'm dead serious. At that time, ASU ranked 97th out of 109 teams in field goal percentage. Their field goal percentage was 58.3%.
Oh, geez.
They were knocking barely over half of their field goals in. They were 97th out of 109. Hershey missed 2 field goals in the 40-yard range. So I can't give you what it was after 5, but I can give it to you what it was after 7. And that's when... and that's what they don't have this year. They're not ranking 97th in field goal percentage.
No, in fact, right now, Jesus Gomez currently is 11 of 14 in field goals. That's 79%, if I'm rounding up. So
okay,
we don't have the exact comparison, but that's obviously a clear, distinct improvement from a year ago. ASU versus Utah coming up next Saturday. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about this concert coming up to Chase Field, My Chemical Romance. Headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale. You can win a pair now by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance. Again, text the word ROMANCE to 620-620. We'll look at how the experts are picking this Cardinals Titans game coming up Sunday and look at the games to watch this weekend around the NFL. That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
ASU football, it's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another. These are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with 2 of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they just finally settled for less than they had hoped. But the second homeowner, they chose Orchard and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers, and they brought in a pro to handle everything. And then even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner got to move into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Orchard will help you buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Then they'll make price-boosting upgrades and sell your home for top dollar. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home even before your old home sells. It's a great setup. So start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. WNBA Finals, Game 1 between the Mercury and the Vegas Aces, and the Merc
Good
are
game.
up 44-40 with about 3.5 minutes to go in the second quarter of that game. First time ever the WNBA Finals, is a best-of-7 affair. So Game 3 is here in Phoenix on Wednesday. Game 4 is on Friday. But right now, Game 1 in Vegas, and the Merc have a 4-point lead.
Yes, if Indiana would have won, then that game would have been hosted here. So the first game is Wednesday here. The game 3 is Wednesday.
Game 3 is Wednesday.
Best of 5.
4, best of 7.
Best of 7. Oh, sorry, best of 7.
Best of 7.
Best of 7. Yep, NBA Finals.
Best of 7. So
baseball's best of 5.
This round of baseball's best of 5.
Yeah, I got them mixed up.
Yeah, that's all right. That's on tonight. Suns preseason basketball is on tonight. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader at 7 o'clock. After a brief half-hour edition of Arizona Sports at Night.
There you go, Mitch.
Mitch and Kellen, right?
Yes.
All right? Okay.
What are you going to talk about for a half an hour?
Sorry, I just was reacting to the news. The Texas Rangers are going to hire Skip Schumacher to be their next manager.
That had been the rumor.
There's so many managing openings. Was like 8 of them?
I mean, there were 4 midseason openings.
Yeah.
So many. Like, yeah, but like
Braves,
Texas
Giants.
didn't bring in their guy back, the interim guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of managerial That's the other thing. Like, if the Diamondbacks would have fired Lovullo, you would have been in with, like, 7 or 8 other teams trying to hire a manager.
Somebody asked me on social media today if I thought if the Diamondbacks had moved on from Torey, would Torey have gotten one of these other gigs? Because there are a bunch of gigs that are available in baseball.
8.
Yeah, that's
8.
That's
Atlanta,
a third of the
San
league.
Francisco, Minnesota, the Angels, the Rangers, the Orioles, the Nationals, the Rockies.
That's a third of the league.
Yeah.
Basically.
So if the Diamondbacks would have been in there, you're competing with everybody else to get to hire somebody.
Yeah. So Phoenix Suns basketball, that's coming up. That game starts at 7 o'clock. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'm looking through my social media feed. Dwayne Rankin, who's with the team right now in Palm Desert, says pregame. Suns coach Jordan Ott didn't give exact minutes for players, but he said the main guys will play up into the third quarter. He was also asked about the starters. He didn't reveal the starters, but he thinks there will be a lot of combinations of the starters through the first four.
Yeah, he's got to try some
preseason
things
games.
out too, right? You got to experiment a little bit and try to figure out what works and what doesn't work with your style and how you're going to play. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of guys who aren't going to play tonight, but it'll be good to get a look at this team.
It's an early look. It's just one of those, you're not going to glean a whole lot, but you can start to glean a little bit of something. Austin Reeves, Jake LaRavia, DeAndre Ayton, Jared Vanderbilt, and Rui Hachimura are the starters for the Lakers. No
DeAndre
Luka.
Ayton on the Lakers.
Yeah.
They're different than him playing on Portland.
It's going
to be odd.
Devin Booker gave a really odd answer on DeAndre Ayton in Los Angeles. And it just kind of spoke to, you could read into it that Devin Booker had just about enough of DeAndre Ayton in Phoenix. In terms of, it was kind of, hey, how do you think DeAndre Ayton's going to do in L.A.? It was just basically,
I don't care.
It was kind of a, we'll see. It was 6 seconds of, we'll see. That's really all he had to say. It was kind of, Kellen retweeted it.
Luka wanted
it was
him.
kind of,
we'll just have to see. Yeah.
We'll just have to see.
Why are you asking me about this?
Yeah.
Luka wanted him. Luka wanted the lob threat and DeAndre was a lob threat. Look, DeAndre was I don't know about his quirkiness and all of that stuff and the laid-back Bahama attitude that people talk about. DeAndre was a good player. He wasn't great, but he was a good player. And again, he
wasn't good enough.
He wasn't even good enough to stay in Portland.
He wasn't. He's
good enough to be when he's your fourth best guy.
You say he was good. I say he wasn't good enough.
That's fine. I'm saying he wasn't great, but he was good. He wasn't a terrible. He was always a good defensive rebounder, and he was always a lob threat. And Luka wanted a lob threat, so they went out and got DeAndre Ayton. Now, is he he's not your first best player on that team. He's not your second. He's not your third. He's your fourth or fifth best player on that team. He'll be fine.
His motor didn't burn very hot. And I'll tell you, if his motor doesn't burn very hot around Luka and LeBron, look out. LeBron is not going to – he's just not going to tolerate that stuff, especially if this is his last year in L.A., and he's going to have a
LeBron
DeAndre out in there half-assing it half the time. Yeah, that ain't going to
He better ask Luka's permission if he wants to speak, LeBron.
Is that how that's going to work now? We'll
Raise
see.
your hand and ask Luka if you could speak.
We'll see about that. So that's what's on tonight. Suns and the Mercury, the games that we're going to watch. And, of course, baseball postseason resumes over the weekend. And then the Cardinals on Sunday against the Titans. And as you would expect, we both kind of combed through all the national predictions. And with a game like this, ESPN, clean sweep, Cardinals 28, Titans 23, Cardinals 27, Titans 16. FPI predictions, there's a 73.4% chance the Cardinals win. NFL.com, across the board, they all had the Cardinals winning.
So if they lose, Mitch and Lauren can do the show.
If they lose on Monday, oh no, we'll do the show. We'll be here.
That would not be. I'm not really worried about it. The Cardinals are a far superior team than Tennessee.
No, but you know what I am worried about? I'm not worried about them losing.
You want to see them play at a high level the entire 4 quarters.
I'm worried about them barely winning. I'm worried about it not being definitive. And I'm not saying it needs to be a blowout for us to be happy, but I also think this is one of those rare games where a win